a little bit confusion of getting into the actual studio, but now we are live, and we can just start the session. So first of all, thank you so much for joining us at Pakistan User Group's event. I'll just hand
Thank you
over
for the
to you.
invite.
I'll just bring your screen up, and then all good.
Yep.
All good. Your
Excellent.
screen is up, and all good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to this session covering Dynamics 365 Commerce and Fraud Protection. My name is Patrick Short. I'm a cloud solution architect from Microsoft. I cover Dynamics 365 Commerce, Fraud Protection, supply chain management, and other areas of our Dynamics ERP solution. And today I'm going to focus on commerce, which is the e-commerce side of things, our B2C and our B2B. And I'm also going to talk about fraud protection. So what is Dynamics 365 Commerce? So Dynamics 365 Commerce delivers an end-to-end management retail functionality via a headless commerce engine and through our headquarters. So it enables connected, unified through our unified headless engine, as I mentioned. And Commerce is also built to support our natively out-of-the-box Dynamics Finance and Supply Chain Management. You can also connect Dynamics 365 Commerce to any other ERP solution, and maybe a third-party solution like Oracle, SAP, or any other of the ERP solutions that are out there. So Dynamics Commerce supports both traditional and emerging channels. The solution natively enables in-store, call center, our e-commerce solution, but it also supports emerging channels like marketplace, social, and also things like chat box, virtual agents, and those sorts of things. This enables Commerce to deliver both customer and business-facing outcomes, creating a seamless shopping experience for our customers, automating through virtual agents and empowering store agents to deliver more customer service through the different components of commerce. So combining this all together, we get a full unified solution that delivers omnichannel experience to our customers. And of course, all this sits on top of our Azure global infrastructure. So it's scalable, and secure and reliable. And what does it give you? It gives you the ability to deploy commerce pretty much anywhere. So you could have your back office in one country. You could deploy a cloud scale unit into a different country. We give you the ability to deploy hardware into a store. You could have a pop-up store somewhere else. So we have different options around cloud point of sale and modern point of sale. So modern point of sale is when you install the point of sale onto a device. Our cloud point of sale is directly to the internet. So again, you could have a pop-up store. Sometimes you walk through a supermarket or shopping center and you see pop-up stores there, and you can do that with commerce as well. If we take a look at some of the component architecture of commerce, if I start on the left-hand side here, this is Lifecycle Services, and this is where you deploy Dynamics 365 Commerce. The next one along here is our back office. This is where our call center users, so customers call up, they might want to put an order through, and any back office users. Now they can connect into Dynamics 365 Commerce, but there's also the ability to other parts of Dynamics included, like supply chain or finance or HR. In the middle area here, we have the ability to have all the different components in store. As I mentioned before, we have a modern point of sale. We also have a cloud point of sales. We can install hardware stations, and we have the ability to connect through a number of different devices, that's iOS or Android. And this connects into our commerce scale unit. Okay, and I'll talk about these other components shortly. Over to the right here, we have our customers that can connect through our e-commerce site. Now, our e-commerce site is B2C, business to a consumer or business to a customer, and also B2B, which is business to business. And I'll talk a little more about those as we go through. So on the right-hand side here is our site designer administrators. So this is where we build our sites, and they will connect into our site builder. And the site builder is where we store all our pages, our templates to make up our website. We would also install in here all our digital assets, things like videos, images, and we can also update and change and manage and have full controls over ratings and reviews that we put onto our site. Moving over back to the middle here, our commerce scale unit also connects into other areas like a cloud-powered search, so you can have advanced and smart-powered search on your website. We also connect into Dynamics Fraud Protection, which I'm going to talk a little bit about today. And then we have some smarts around Commerce AI, making recommendations, best buys, those sorts of things. And of course, there's analytics, customer insights. All of these connect into our other solutions as well. We might have sales, marketing, commerce, customer service, field service, and also we can do the Power Platform, Power Apps and Power BI. So let me touch on B2B for a second. So our business-to-business solution. So we provide a B2B e-commerce solution for Dynamics 365. It covers a wide range of industries, and we give a B2C feel in our B2B platform. B2C was the first platform we released, and now we have that B2B solution as well. So we're providing the same similar functionality, but other components that a B2B business would utilize. So if I look at some of the key features that we have in our B2B platform, because you're dealing with a business, so let's say I'm a business, and in this case Fabricam, and I'm selling fashion items, another business might want to purchase off me and sell those fashion items themselves. So as a business, I can onboard a business partner. I can review and approve that request. Then I can give that business a admin access to the B2B platform, and then they can onboard additional users. They can also set things like spending limits. So let's say I'm an admin of another business. I've allowed some of my users to purchase directly from the B2B platform. I can set spending limits for them. Ordering capabilities, there's a whole bunch of features and so forth around our ordering. We can set ordering grids. We could have ordering templates. So in the example here, we're saying, okay, because I'm a business, I'm not like a consumer. So if I go to a consumer site, I might purchase a pair of jeans and a pair of shoes and maybe a jacket and a shirt. If I'm buying from another business, I'm probably more than likely going to buy in bulk. So, I might want to buy a grid buy here of sunglasses, and I might buy 100 of each as opposed to being a consumer. So we can set up templates. As a business, I can also set other things like minimum, maximum, and multiple order quantities. And an important one down here is I can support on account payment. So when I'm a consumer and I go to a site, I usually hand over my credit card. I might use PayPal or something like that to pay for my items. If you purchase business to business, you might have an account. So then you can put whatever you purchase onto an account and you can pay it later. So if we have a look at the other side of that, so we can look at our history. So once we've purchased an item, we can see what other people have bought. If I'm the administrator, I want to see what other people in my business have bought. I support through the platform account statement and invoices. So again, I can come in and go, okay, I want to see what I've been purchasing. I would like the information around how much money I've spent. We also support payment for on-sales invoices. So in other words, I could come back in, log back in and go, you know what, I need to pay off some of the things that I've been purchasing, and I can pay it directly through the B2B site. This also integrates to Dynamics 365 for sales. and other areas. You can integrate it into other solutions as well, but it fits nicely in with Dynamics 365 to sales. So that's our B2B. We covered B2C and B2B, and shortly we'll be going through a demo and I'll show you the platforms. But let's talk about fraud protection for a second. So why is Microsoft in the fraud business? Okay, we're in the fraud business because we are among the top 10 e-tailers and we are prime target for fraudsters. We found that other services didn't meet our needs, so we had to design something for ourselves. So we designed something for Dynamics, which is Dynamics Fraud Protection. We have many different online sites. I'm sure some of you probably utilized some of these sites before, along with our physical stores, although there's not that many of our physical stores anymore. Considering the world we live in with COVID, most of the things are online. We have days where we have revenue over $100 million, and we have days where attempted fraud is over $10 million. So we have to protect our business, and we've pretty much seen it all. You know, some examples of fraud that we've seen in the US, we have foreclosed homes. So what was happening is people would have stolen credit cards. They will make purchases online. They'll get the items shipped to a foreclosed house or building. And then at the end of the day, the fraudsters would come around in a van and collect all the items that have come throughout the day and drive off. So there's all sorts of fraud that can happen. From a customer's point of view, the journey for them, if I'm a consumer and I want to sign up to a business, the first thing I would come along and do is the first component would be around identity. So maybe an anonymous user, when I first come to a site, I might create an account and then I log into the account, and then I have some account activities. On the purchasing side, you would hope that all the purchasing goes smoothly, and I pay for my items, I get my items, and occasionally there's things that happen on the post-purchase. You know, there's something wrong with an item, I might have to return it, whatever that may be, exchange an item as well. So this is a typical journey, and that's a smooth type of journey. But where does fraud come into this? So fraud can cause all sorts of problems. So from an identity point of view, there could be fake accounts set up. There could be abuse of discounts as a business that you're providing. There could be fake reviews put up. On the purchasing side, there could be stolen credit cards, unauthorized purchase, rewards fraud. And on the post-purchase side, there could be things like returns fraud, abuse of refunds. So there's all sorts of things that could happen on the journey of a business and signing up, purchasing, and post-purchase. So where does Dynamics 365 fraud protection come in, and what are the capabilities? So from the left-hand side here, we offer account protection. We have some smarts in Dynamics 365's fraud. So it's a smart AI technology to help pick up some of these fraudster activities or abuses to a business. And they're broken down into 3 areas. So account protection, purchase protection, and loss prevention. So these two here, the account protection and purchase protection, is all about that online activity. So that could be signing up to account creation, or it could be logging into your account. There's also the purchasing side. So when I go to purchase an item, is that transaction going to go through? Is the bank going to accept when I put that credit card through? Will it be accepted? Is that credit card being stolen? So there's some smart technology there to help with these that side of the transaction. And the last part here is loss prevention. Now, loss prevention is all about investigating potential fraud into your bricks and mortar stores. So the shops you see down the street, when you walk down the street, you might see a shop. This is all about digging in and analyzing the transactions in your bricks and mortar store. Okay, so let's take a look at, we'll start with e-commerce. So let's take a look at our e-commerce platform. I just change screens here. Bring that one up. Here we go. All right. Okay, so what we see here is our e-commerce platform. Now, with Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, you still need to deploy through lifecycle services. For those of you who on the call know lifecycle services and how lifecycles work, I've deployed Finance and Operations, and I have a component here around Manage, which is all around my e-commerce site. And if I go into Dynamics 365, well, that's refreshing, and that one's refreshing. Let's wait for these to refresh. There we go. Yeah. All right, while they're refreshing, we'll jump into our e-commerce site. So this is our e-commerce branded site. Now, what we can do from a Microsoft perspective is we can deploy an e-commerce site just like this one out of the box in a matter of minutes. So it doesn't take long to get these sites up and running. We've got, when we deploy e-commerce, called the first run experience, and we deploy, this is called a Fabricam theme. So this is the theme site that we run, and we're going to go through, have a look at what that looks like in a second. I just want to check Dynamics here. Okay. So on the tab Manage, this is my cloud scale unit, which I mentioned during the presentation. So it's been deployed. Here's my e-commerce component. So I've deployed my e-commerce component, my site builder, which I mentioned earlier, where you do all your work on your pages and everything, and we'll see that in a second. And here's my e-commerce site. If I click on my e-commerce site, it's just going to take me here. In the back end here, I still have my Dynamics 365 retail, and everything that's connected to my Fabricam site is pulled through from Dynamics 365. We have a concept of online stores, which is channels. And in this case, I'm using the Fabricam Extended Online. And when I set up this store as a B2B site, I set up things like payment methods. I set up my modes of delivery. And my modes of delivery are things like, okay, what transport method am I using? Am I allowing pickup in store or curbside pickup? What sort of payment methods am I going to offer? Am I going to offer credit card? What about loyalty? What about rewards? What are my options there? And assortment. So assortments are the items that I'm going to actually show to my customers, what they're going to see, and that'll pull through from my site. So if I jump into my Fabricam site, let's have a look at what it looks like to do an end-to-end transaction through my B2C site. So you've seen up here on the right-hand side, I've signed in already. On the far right, you can see that I've got cart. I could do a search. So if I do a search on, say, shoes, the smart search is going to go through and it's going to start looking for things around shoes. So I do a search here. Oops. Try that again. Now, this site is sitting in the US, so it could be a little bit slower here, but here's my categories of different shoes. It says, okay, what sort of shoes are you chasing? Is it men's shoes, suede shoes, leather shoes? I'm going to select just the category of shoes down here. Now that brings up many different options. It's saying that I can do more refiners, I can do more filtering, I could scan through my shoes, or I might go, okay, obviously the navigation bars up here. So the navigation options here are pulled through from Dynamics. If I go to menswear and I look at shoes, I can see my shoes here. I've got some information around my shoes. Scroll down here, I'll go, you know what? I like these shoes, they look pretty good. I can see some information. I can make some data selections here. I'll say, you know what, give me a pair of shoes, regular here, a color, brown. The other thing while that's coming through, the images are coming through, down the bottom here, you can see related products and things that are related to the shoes. I'm buying shoes, so it's showing me more shoes. Down the bottom here, I can write reviews. I've got to be a customer to sign in to write a review, so you can see the reviews down the bottom as well. If I go back up here, I can see my images coming through here. This is a pair of shoes I like. Some important things here in my buy box. It tells me that there's overnight shipping available. This is pulled through from Dynamics. Another important component here, it says, hey, you have the ability to buy now and pick up in store. These are the options you have. You can in-store pickup or curbside pickup. You can even find a store. So what I'll do, I'll add this to my bag first. Up the top here, it's giving me a notice to say, hey, this is in your bag now. Okay, I'll quickly buy another pair of shoes. Okay, I'll just buy these sneakers here. I'll add those to my bag as well. Select the size. Oops, size required. Yep, put it there. Should add. Let's see what that adds. Just a bit of slow there. Going so slow. There we go. It's better. Alrighty. Let's add that to my bag. So at the moment, I've got two things in my shopping cart. I'm just going to sign in here because I'm a user. Now, when I sign in, it authenticates to Azure B2C to say, yes, I'm a known customer. I've signed in. I haven't needed to sign up. You could sign up as well. So I'm happy with this. Let's go view my shopping bag and see what I've got here. Now in here, I've got two bits of shoes. You notice that up the top here, I've got a banner that's scrolling through and it says, hey, if I buy 2 pairs of shoes or more, I'll get a discount. So I'm happy with the discount here. I'm going to pick up an item here. I'm going to say, you know what, I want to pick this up in store. I can't wait for it to be posted to me. So let's have a look. I can see, okay, the store information, when it's open, availability, it's in stock. Yes, I will. I'll pick that up in store. Okay, so now we're looking here up the top here. It says you pick up. You're going to pick this up at San Francisco store, and this one's going to be shipped to me. I'm going to check out. So once I've come to the checkout, you notice on the right-hand side here, shipping hasn't been calculated yet. It's telling me, hey, by the way, you want to pick this up in store. As a business, I've got pickup dates and pickup times. So I can set that up in Dynamics. I'll set that up in the back end to say, hey, I'm only allowing people to come and pick up either curbside or inside in store at certain times. So if I come here, I can make a selection as a customer. I'm going to pick that up at that time. The other item's going to be shipped to me. It's telling me this is where it's going to be shipped to. Now at the top right-hand side, my shipping's still yet to be calculated. So I'll come down here and go, yep, I'm happy with that. And no, I want these overnight. I save and continue, and this will update my shipping. Now that shipping information is again coming from Dynamics. I come down to payment method type, and I can put in a gift card if I want to do a gift card, or I can use a credit card. So I've got one on file here that I'll use. I'll save and continue. Okay, I'm happy with everything I've got. I can see more information about my cart. I can go and edit my cart if I want to. I'm happy with everything there. I'm going to place my order. So now we got confirmation. I've got confirmation of order number. I could have a QR code. So what could happen is I could drive to the store if it's curbside pickup, or in a if I'm parked in the car park, A shop assistant could come out and scan the barcode, have my order. They could tell me put it in the boot of the car. So then there's that contactless type of shopping. It's telling me here the details, pick up in store, the time I'm supposed to go into the store to pick it up. It shows me the item. This is the one getting shipped to me. So if I look on the other side of that, as a business, I would go through, there's a number of batch jobs that would be running. As a customer, I've walked into the store and I've said, I'm here to pick up my item. So this is my cloud point of sale you're seeing once it loads up, as opposed to the modern point of sale. Remember, the modern point of sale, you install it on a device. In this case, it's a cloud point of sale. So I've come into the store. There's a number of different ways you can find the order. If I'm a cashier in the store, I can see the items that I need to go and get throughout the store. You can see some of these are already picking, packed, and so forth. This has been accepted. It tells me the delivery date and time for items to be picked up. So we're going to select this one right here, and we're going to go pick up. It's telling me that I'm picking up my leather lace-up boots. That's okay. And I'll pick this item up. So at this point in time, you have the ability to use the available payment method, which is the payment method we used at the start when I was the consumer and I used the credit card. You also have the ability as a cashier to ask the customer if they would like to use a different payment method. So they might want to pay with cash or a different credit card or wherever it may be. I'm happy with that. I'm just going to use the one that's on file, and off we go. Okay, I'm going to pick the item up. It's going to bring it to the cashier terminal. I can see all the information I need. In this case, 2 items. I'm only here to pick up the leather boots. And I'm happy with that. It's going to go on the credit card and I finish off this order. So that gives you the end-to-end process. But quickly before we go, to show you how easy it is to edit a page. So everything I've just shown you is out of the box. There's no customizations, there's no extensions. That is completely out of the box. It's pretty easy. Down on the left-hand side here, we have different options: pages, products, fragments, and so forth. So it's pretty easy to edit things, and you can just come in here. For example, my home page, if I come in here, I can change things directly from here. So it gives everyone the ability, or the site authors, to come in here and make changes. The great thing about making changes in here, you can preview things before you actually publish them to a live site. So there's lots of options in here to do things. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time today to get into the details of everything, but I'll quickly show you here. You saw the carousel. This is my home page I'm looking to edit. I've actually already got it into edit, but if I come down here to my carousel block, okay, I can see the different carousel that are running through, and you can see that I've got some text up the top here. If I wanted to change something there, I can easily change it. Say hello. Okay, and you can see it's changed in my carousel. My carousel is still scrolling, but you can see it's changed right here. Hello, everyone. But my live site hasn't changed. It's my live site. I'm still scrolling through. I haven't updated my live site. So I come back here. I have the ability to preview this. So I can preview this, Bootcamp in a preview mode. Make sure it's previewing. This one's gone back. Okay. Yeah, it's taking a bit of time today, but that's okay. All right. So while that's waiting, because we don't have too much longer, I want to make sure that everyone gets to see fraud protection. So let me jump to fraud protection. I'll just bring that up on my screen here. Okay, so this is Dynamics 365 fraud protection. So in fraud protection, as I mentioned before, When you come in here, there's information around how you connect things. There's information around you might want to take a tour and so forth. When I did my PowerPoint presentation, I talked about the online components around account creation, there's account logins, there's purchase as well. So if I go to fraud protection, there's some smarts in here. For example, there's a bot score. So there's an AI for us. There's smart AI technology that scores things. So for example, if I'm creating an account, I can have a bot score and it'll automatically create a bot score for me. I can also set up rules. Now, an example of a rule is something like, I've got a rule here called risky countries. And what that means is I have certain countries. Let's say I'm a business in the EU and I'm not allowed to trade with certain countries, or people from certain countries aren't allowed to purchase from me. So you see here, I have a user on embargo country list. So what that means is if there's a user trying to create an account or trying to log into an account from one of these countries that I've said I can't trade with, then that is rejected. Okay. And what that means, on the right-hand side here, you can see a lot of this. It's called payload sample. This is a sample of the payload that would be sent from my e-commerce site to fraud protection. And what does that mean? So let me show you what that means. I have a, just trying to find my store. Here we go. This is my store. I've got a very simple store that I've got running in memory. I've signed up. I've gone to the top and said I want to register as a user. In this case, I've said filled out the information and I'm set up from Cuba. Now, Cuba is one of the countries that is an embargo country. So when I hit account protection APIs, it's going to run and it's going to send that information to fraud. And down here, before I get there, it's telling me straight away, you're rejected by fraud protection. And what's happened is that when I've done the sign up, it sent a request to fraud protection with the payload. You see the information here. It's picked up that the place I've got country region of CU, which is Cuba. And the fraud protection response on the right-hand side here has gone through that. It's found a rule that says reject any countries that are on the embargo list. So fraud has done its job. It's put a risk all around this, but I've set up a rule back in fraud that said, just get out of that one. Find fraud, it's gone on me again. There we go. So I set up a rule that says if you're on that embargo countries list, you will be rejected. So you can see there how the fraud protection can help with the account creation side. If I go to account login, it's very similar. We got some smart AIs here as well to say, hey, there's people logging in. Down the bottom here says, is any rules been hit? No, there hasn't been any rules. So the people or the consumers logging in, it's all good at this stage. But again, I could have rules around my account login. Okay. And it could be countries, it could be all sorts of things. It's up to the merchant to make those rules. Okay, so if I go back to account creation, you would have seen that got rejected. So if I go down the bottom here, it tells you here, risky country rule. There's been 6 attempts from country. So you can see that rule's been pushed into play. All right, so let's look at the purchasing side. So these, again, still this online component. So if I go to purchasing, there's the purchasing dashboard, which will come up in a second, and gives you some information around what transactions are happening in your business. There's also the ability to set rules around purchasing, and there's the ability to diagnose some of the data. So just waiting for this to load, and load in a second. And then we'll start digging into some of these different areas. So if I take a look up the top here, it's still pulling through. This is my scorecard. Up the top, it's going to say volume of transactions. It's going to show me approval rates. It's going to show me a bank acceptance rate and any chargeback. Now, chargebacks, things where a consumer has said to the bank, I'm sorry, but that charge shouldn't be against my credit card. And then that's pushed back to the merchant. And the merchant has to not only, they might lose a stock, they also have to pay for the refund back to the bank. Okay, so that's running a little bit slow through there tonight. We'll let that keep going while I look at the rules. So again, you can set up rules in here. You can see a rule here that says anything around jewelry, high-end stuff or high-end things that a merchant might be selling, you could set up a rule. And again, we're back to embargo in countries where I can't sell to certain countries. So if someone tries to purchase, say, jewelry from me, they're rejected. So there's some rules there you can set up as well. So I'll just jump back here to see if the scorecards come up. Oh, while that's going, we'll jump into diagnose and we'll look at some of the data that we have. All right, so what we can see in here, now this is just sample data, but you can get all sorts of data. You can upload historical data from merchants or from a business. So in here, we have the dollar value of our reported transaction. So as a business, this is USD. If we work along here, it says total value dollar reported fraud events. So fraud protection is saying there's about 47K USD of fraud. Okay, there's some other information along here as well. What we want to do is jump down to here. It tells me by count or by value. It says, okay, the risk score range. So our smart AIs put some risk scores around some of these transactions. So I'm going to say, okay, I'll put in 50 here. Show me everything around 50. So what it's saying is the red is saying that, hey, these are more than likely fraud transactions. The green ones are non-fraud transactions. So as a business, you can start looking over these and go, oh, okay, some of that's fraud. Is it a lot of fraud? Okay, $17 or 17, sorry, counts as opposed to value. I can change the value if I wanted to. Down the bottom here, you can look at your model performance and you can go, okay, what happens? On the left is reject all transactions, accept all transaction. If I reject all transactions or close to, if I go down the bottom here, it says number of fraudulent transactions rejected, 1,149 out of the 1,500. As a business, that's probably not a good idea. On the value side of things, that's terrible. I'm going to reject $28,000 or more of transactions based on some of the fraud. Now, not everything's fraud. This is just showing what potential fraud can be. So not everything up the top here in red is fraud. It's just showing the merchant and business the things that you should investigate. So if I use my slider and say, look, anything with a risk score, let's say around 80, what will that do to my business? Well, that's only going to reject 14 transactions and it's going to be $166. So as a business, that's probably a pretty good thing. You go, okay, so I might make some rules that any risk scores that come back over 80 and above, we will not allow those to go through. Now down the bottom here, I can see my top 5 risk factors. There could your fraud's picking up. There's some suspicious IP addresses. IP addresses could be known addresses which has caused problems before. There's risky prepaid cards that have been used and a couple of other options here. All right, so the last one I want to talk about is loss prevention. Now, I mentioned before the first 3 here are all about those online transactions, all about the e-commerce site that you might be utilizing, about customers signing up or logging or doing purchase. So that's all online. The last one here is loss prevention. Now, loss prevention is all about your bricks and mortar stores and looking at transactions within those stores. So you can upload, you can go to a business and go, can I have your historical transactions? And you can upload these transactions into fraud protection. Fraud protection will go away and run certain rules over those transactions and see where there's potential to be fraud. Now, if I take a look at this here, I see my loss prevention. There's some data that I've uploaded already. It's telling me the revenue opportunity based on staff data. So this is the staff side of things. On the other side here, it's based on terminal data. So, you know, as a business or as a merchant, you have cashiers that come in and there could be 10, 15 people using the same device, whereas there might be staff that use a single device. So you start digging into the data here a little bit. We've got our risk score range, which has been associated by our machine learning and AI. So I'm not interested in 0, but I'm probably interested in everything from about 500 and above. And I can start digging in here. And it's telling me that my staff count by month and score bin is saying, hey, this is unlikely to be fraud, but this here looks like very likely to be fraud. So if I start going, okay, November 2018, looks like a lot of fraud in these places. I drill down a little bit further here. I can see staff and terminals, some information around the score counts. I look down here at staff ID. Obviously, I haven't got names associated with this. But if I go down a little bit further here on the right-hand side, I see a maximum score. So that's my maximum risk score, which is 999. I see average score and how many times this has happened. Now, if I'm a merchant, I'm a business, and I'm looking into this data, I'll be going, oh, this one's happened 5 times. So let's look into this staff member. So I'll click on this staff member, and I start digging into this staff member to find out what's going on. Now, this staff member could be a simple not being trained very well. It could be lacking some training, or it could be actually could be fraud. So we start looking down here and we can see, look, average score out of 999 is 748. Now that's quite high. So you start digging further and go, okay, so the staff score is high. The average score of the entire population, which means all my other staff members, is quite low compared to them. So if I look at September, it's very high. I start digging into how we've got those numbers or percentages, and you can see here there's some reasons. Cash to card return ratio, no, that looks okay. Discounted items sold with no discount. So this staff member has been giving discounts on an item when there was no discount available. I go down here, I can see, okay, return ratio. So there's a lot of returns coming back in with this staff member. Okay, then there's without versus a receipt. So again, the staff members bring in returns and the customers got no receipts. If I jump down here, I can start digging into these areas more if I want to dig into the areas more. And another important thing down here, you can see that these are the transactions over the last 6 months for this staff member. And you can start digging down further. You can see a lot of returns here and so forth. This one here has got a purchase amount for this transaction of 0, but they've come in and we've given them $1,600 back without anything being purchased. So again, this is obviously fraud on the consumer side, maybe not the staff side. So it could be some training for the staff. One last thing here is you see this little icon here. It's basically saying, hey, by the way, this terminal that this staff member has been using is also highly ranked as a risk. In other words, that terminal is a problem as well. And there could be good reasons for that. If you go to any stores where returns always go to the same area, that could just be normal. But again, it gives the merchants and the business a tool to look into things more. So just wary of my time there. So that gives you a bit of an idea of fraud and also our e-commerce platform.
That was great. That was great overview, Patrick.
Right, I'll just jump. I think I have 2 minutes to go. Let me just jump back here. Kwama, am I still good?
Yeah, that's great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, perfect. So that was a very great overview, Patrick, and I really enjoyed myself being a retail consultant as well. Thank you so much for doing this. We are just on time, and we have our next speaker in line. But I'll leave you by asking just one simple question. Sure. Then, what will be your message after showing these functionalities around fraud protection to the clients who have finance and operations, but they are not onto D365 commerce functionalities with respect to e-commerce and fraud protection.
Good question. So you don't need Dynamics 365 Commerce or any Dynamics solution. So Dynamics 365 Fraud Protection is a standalone solution. So you can use it with any other ERP or other e-commerce solution, Shopify, Manigo, the other ones. So it's a standalone solution. So yeah, great question. You don't need finance and operations or commerce to use fraud protection.
That's great. I think that will help a lot of customers in the industry, because that's something, with the situations now where people are more, getting more footprints digitally on their business, that will be a great advantage. Thank you so much, Patrick, and
No worries.
hoping
I'd
to
like to
see you
fit.
soon again.
No
Yeah, yeah.
problems at all. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invite.
Thank you so much. All right. So with this, we have now our next speaker with us. And if you live in Pakistan or in the region and you use LinkedIn, you must have to know Ali. So Ali is with us. Ali, kaise hain aap?
मैं ठीक हूँ. I'm very thankful to you to give me a chance to present myself here. So
Thank you so much, Ali. So मैं आपको hand over करूँगा. I think your session will be mostly in Urdu, तो हम बिल्कुल जबरदस्त सुनना चाहेंगे Power BI के बारे में.
मिक्सचर है इंग्लिश और उर्दू का. प्लान तो मैंने इंग्लिश में किया है, लेकिन लेट्स सी उर्दू में करते हैं या इंग्लिश में, जैसे चाहें. मिक्सचर ही चलेगा, क्योंकि दुबई के अंदर ज़्यादातर इंग्लिश ही हम कम्युनिकेट करते हैं, तो हमारी कोई देसी इंग्लिश ही होती है.
नहीं, तो जबरदस्त. I'll leave it to you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I am going to share my screen, and
Sure.
and this is, and I am off the cam, so you can see my
Perfect.
screen. So again, I'm thankful to all of you to joining this bootcamp, and I got opportunity to present myself here. Khush Amdeed, welcome, ahlan wa sahlan. So who am I? My name is Ali Reza Zaidi, or currently I'm working for a business expert Gulf in the Middle East region, Dubai region, and I was MVP for 2013 to 2018 for 5 years. And you can reach my website tech.alirezazaidi.com. I usually share whatever I learned and experience on my my website. Twitter handler is Ali Reza Zaidi, and I'm now working on my YouTube channel, upload whatever I experience, learn, and share on this my YouTube channel. And this YouTube channel is also, link is available here. My primary focus is supply chain. Sometimes I'm doing trainings. I'm a technical consultant, functional consultant, financials, and primary focus Power BI platform. For Power Platform is Power BI. So I'm currently working in Dubai, but I am Pakistan based. So what you learn, about to learn इस सेशन के अंदर आप क्या सीखोगे, या what I am going to share first is why, what, why, and why, what, why, and how Power BI. A very brief introduction, definitely. Then I will share you what comes with the D365 for finance and operation, and try my best to share at least 2 dashboards that comes with D365 for finance and operations. Then will I go for how to connect with D365 for finance and operations. Con options, what are options are available, entity store, OData feeds, Excel add-on, something, all those things. And then I go for QA, a question answer session. So possible some questions, so I will answer all those questions. So this is the agenda where I'm share you. So first question is, what is Power BI? So as per my understanding, Power BI is a suite of business analytics tools, a group of suite of applications as well as services that that help us to help end user to, just a minute, where goes my that help end user to produce a stunning or good Power BI dashboards. So if you search on Google Magic Quadrant analytics and business intelligence, so you found this dashboard, this screen, this you found this quadrant, and it shows that Microsoft Power BI is among the leaders. So this picture, this diagram, or this quadrant is shared by Gartner. And who are Gartners? Gartners basically एक advisory firm है that helps IT consultant, managers, supply chain, whatever those guys who are responsible for taking decisions. They give them a guideline. So how they make it? They have some feedback from IT consultants, managers, supply chain, who are the responsible. They query them to get some feedback from there, and from there they are making these reports, and these reports are basically are used for, just a minute, these reports are basically used for the analysis how product works in a market, and helps to different decision making object bodies to take decision that we have to use this product or not. So again, I'm asking again why we have a Power BI. So it according to Gartner, 20 to 50,000 organizations are using Power BI, and Fortune 500, 97% of Fortune 500 are using Power BI. Now data source, we talk about data sources. More than 350 data sources available in Power BI, and if you want to connect with any type of, almost any type of data source, the connector is available in Power BI. आप किसी का नाम लें, if you take name of data source, that is functionality is already available, so you connect with data source and fetch data with no time. Then it's so simple, so simple that it said that if you have expertise in Excel, then you can make stunning dashboards and reports based on in Power BI. And more interestingly and more powerful features, that you are either you have to ship, agar aap ek report banate ho PBX file, then you can share that file directly to anyone if you don't want to publish it. Or if you publish it, then without no effort, it's available on laptop, it's available on tab, it's available on mobile. Without any efforts, it will be available to any type of device that can be accessed. So that is the most enhanced feature. Then it's a part of, already if you're familiar with Excel or Microsoft Office, then its interface is very most of the users are comfortable with, due to they are already working Excel, Word, or like these applications. Then it's a part of D365 suite of applications. It's a part of already embedded dashboards in it. So what are the components of Power BI? Majorly it says a 3, but as per for our concern, it's a 2. One is Power BI Desktop. I will share you when my screen and explore all those things. So Power BI Desktop is a tool that will be going to install on your machine. It's available for creating data analysis and report creation. It has a powerful feature like query editor, and it's free, almost free. Up to 1 GB it's free. If you go for more than 1 GB, then you have to go for a purchase pro version. Otherwise, if you have a data for 1 GB, it holds data for 1 GB and it's almost free. Then comes a Power BI service. Power BI service is a cloud version of Power BI, and we can edit report at some extent, not much detail, as in Power BI Desktop, because it is lack of query editor. Major purpose for Power BI service is to share and distribute reports. This picture will give you a little more you can say experience about this picture will be share more detail about how Power BI works and what is the possible architecture of it. Suppose I have a 3 data sources. One is in Excel, second is DB2, and third is SQL Server. So we consume these data sources into Power BI Desktop and create reports. We perform transformations, we add, remove columns, we merge data, and whatever the result we want to create, we create in Power BI. And then we make visualizations, and these reports will be published onto the Power BI, and we publish it and it goes to powerbi.com. And from there, you can access it on mobile, tablet, and desktop. So this is the simplest architecture, or you can say that this way the Power BI works. So if let me go for my desktop, I will share you in more detail. So this is the Power BI desktop. It has it has three screens. First screen is about where you is it called report designer, जहां पर आप different visualizations drop करते हो और उसको connect करते हो. You can connect with the different data sources and make a stunning visualization. And if you see, these are the list of, this is the canvas where you designed your report, and this is the visualizations. All those tools are available. From there you can drag any type of chart you can drag on this screen, and here is the field. You can see that these, if I'm select this field, this you can say this visualize view, then this is the calendar or fields which you can select any. It shows the fields that is dropped or connected with this screen. Then comes a query window, and query window is where then when you connect with the data source and data fetch into the Power BI, and here data is hold into the inside the Power BI, where you can transform any column. For example, some places date and times are coming and you did not require time, so you can transform it. Then some places there is digital digit value or real value, so you don't want digits or digits, so you can convert into whole and whole numbers. And similarly you can add and remove different types of calculations. For example, some calculated columns and some calculated measures. I will share you in upcoming slides what the difference between the calculated columns, as well as what is the difference between the measurement. So and then comes calendar. Then comes model window. In model window we can even, one thing I missed, even we can create a custom tables with query in this query window. For example, if I go to this calendar, and here you can see I mentioned query, and at a result I got a custom table. So all those operations which required to transform a data, we have to do here in query window. And then comes model. So here we make a relationship between different tables. For example, parent-child relationship. In a simple word, if you are working as a layman, and if you are an IT consultant or have a background for IT or knowledge, then primary, foreign key and primary key relationships you can define here. And this here, whatever relationship you define, this is the basics for creating a filters. For example, if I go here, you can see data is modified, shapes are changing with respect to where I select. So all those relationships, all those visualizations and changes are happened due to these relationship or primary key, primary key or foreign key relationships between the tables. So this is the Power BI desktop, and now I'm going to share you what is the powerbi.com, which I already shared, where we deploy our dashboard and include or show our mobile or in our D365 for finance and operation. For example, if I go back and publish this report, and is asked me that where you want to publish. So I currently I'm working on a free account, and I connected my environment with the help of on-prem connector to the powerbi.com. If you want to learn, so you go to my YouTube channel. I shared recently that video I recorded during when I configuring that environment to cloud, with the help of on-prem connector to powerbi.com. So you can see when I select and save it, it show me that it's already there. Okay, it's already there. So I say replace it. So it show me that report is successfully deployed. And if I go to powerbi.com, this is the workspace and where this report is there. And here you can modify after. Usually what happened when we deploy any report to production server, powerbi.com, and then we connect it to a production server. So we have to change the data source, because during development we have connection with our local VM. So you can modify from here. And this is the powerbi.com, and from here let me show you how can I connect it with you can say manage gateway. And it is currently it is connected with my, you can see it is already connected with my local machine. So from, if I go to my D65 environment, and here I create a Power BI dashboard, custom my workspace, and here is option that I can download report, connect with that report into my Power BI, into my D65 environment. So this is the report I uploaded recently, and I check it, and if I save it, and after I'm going to refresh my workspace, it is there. And if I click on it, you can see that report is running from my D65 for finance and operation environment. Similar way, we can modify and upload these reports into the Power into the D65 for finance and operations. So I'm going back to my presentation. So before going into the depths, let me explain a few questions I already asked in a previous presentations, and very for terminologies that we have to use while working in the Power BI. So first of all, what is the difference between the dashboard and the report? So dashboard is used for, is a single screen that is used for higher management. It focuses on the different areas of a business in a single screen. For example, CFO hai or company ka owner hai, they want to just see what is the performance of sales, purchase, and what is the cost of production, but they don't want to go in the depth of how these things will be operate behind the scene. So at that screen, a single screen, there is no drill down, usually not a drill down, and no filters. They just open that screen and watch that what is the performance coming, and just refresh, and what is the performance coming for Y2D, yesterday, last year, current day, current year, current month, last month. So it's a single screen that's called dashboard. It's in then comes for a report. So report is basically for a middle management, and it has a drill down, it has a filters, and primarily focus on the specific area. For example, sales manager did not interested in purchases, they are only interested in the sales area of a business. For example, which route, what is the product sales, what is the comparison between the last year, and even they go to drill down, that want to see that which territory, which area has the most sale, and which areas did not have a specific sales or up to the mark, so they can take immediate actions to improve the sales area. So they are more than one pages, and they have the same visuals, they have the same tags, same graphics that create a single report. And then comes, for example, this is the example, and here he want to see different parameters and different filters, and on these filters these reports will be changed, and there will be on a multiple screen. Then comes one question usually asked: what is the calculated columns and what is the measure? So calculated columns is a very simple, that if you have a custom table, you have a table into Power BI, so you want to calculate something per row level. For example, in a current example, I mentioned that if you have information of employee, that you have information of employee, and you want to calculate the experience of each employee, and you want to show on a report, so you required a calculated column based on the DAX function. For example, there's a date difference between joining date and today, as per year, it shows the experience, that each employee has its own experience in a row level. But what about what about the measurements? The measurements is also calculated, and these are the base of aggregated level for more than one row. Suppose I want to check the sales department, sales margin of a specific territory, specific region, specific segment. So I create a DAX formula that is divided some sales gross margin, some and then some by a sales measurement, and it is the based on the segment or division or specific region or specific area. So calculated columns is based for each row, and but the measurement is based on the sum or calculations based on multiple rows. So this is the basic difference between the measurements and you can say you can say calculated column and measurements. So now what comes with the D365 for finance and operations? Microsoft provide more than 24 embedded dashboards into workspaces, and these 24 dashboards has 124 reports. My friends, all these dashboards are available on powerbi.com. You can download it and then you can modify it and upload as per requirement. Original dashboards which are already embedded, you can modify little bit, but if you want to do extensive changes, then definitely you have to download from LCS. And any question? If you want to download, and then all dashboards are available on LCS and upload to powerbi.com. So I'm again I have to show at least two dashboards that I recently uploaded. So first of all, the recruitment dashboard. So what are the recruitment in D365 for finance and operation? There is a, for when they hiring a pupil, they create a recruitment project, and against recruitment projects, job is posted either in a employee dashboard, employee portal, or uploaded into LinkedIn. And from there, they got applications, and from selection from these applicants, interview conduct, and finally some selected and some rejected. So for this, what Microsoft provided. I'm going to Power BI dashboards, and here is recruiting dashboards. As I'm working on a local VM, so I downloaded these dashboards, and all these dashboards are available. If you go on LCS and shared asset library, you found all these dashboards are available here. These are the dashboards are available, and you can download it, modify it, and whatever you want, you can do these dashboards and then upload to the as per you show. I show you on the previous window. And if you have a local VM, you can modify. Most of the times we are working on a local hosted VMs that are not on a cloud. Then you have to use on-prem connector to connect with your VM, and then load these dashboards and modify them. So I already downloaded it and modified it. So, and I deploy these dashboards into my local VM, and I'm going to Power BI dashboards. And this is the recruitment dashboard. So first report is applicant analysis. So you can see applicants by job, 5 jobs I got against, there is no job detail, then consultants based on Contoso data. And for a consultant, we have 5 applicants. In machine operators, we have 4 applicants. Marketing executive, we have 2 applicants. And these are also shows if you have properly configured the data into your D365 for finance and operations, then data will be come as accurate as possible. And for example, they even have analysis for that from where the applicants come. For example, 14 applicants come from a web company, some magazine or some media, Daily Times they mentioned. Then it comes for no no, no name is there, and weekly new 3 applicant, and from some recruiter it has 2, and from the geographical area it's also mentioned that from where the applicants are coming. And then comes applicant statuses. It shows us that, for example, if we see a green, 4 are confirmed if for comes from external applicant, and then 2 are confirmed from the employees, that comes with the some kind of reference for other employees, or applications are uploaded by employees, and 1 is rejected from employee, and here are 3 applicants are rejected, and then 15s are received but no interviewed, and 6 are interviewed, and all those applicant statuses are shown in this grid. And here you can see it comes from multiple legal entities. So if we go for applicant demographic, as per gender, as per level, educational level, and as statuses, then it shows that the one applicant comes from male, and they come for the you can say female is 1, and then male is 1, and then 45, and with the age of 45 to 55, 2 applicants are come. Under 25, 4 are females, and 17s are male. And similarly, if you see the education graph, it shows the bachelor, high school. 1 is bachelor, and 3 are interviewed from bachelor group, and 8 received but did not respond, and 1 is rejected. Similarly, for high school education, 2 are confirmed, 1 is employed, and 1 is interviewed, 1 is no received but no interview, and 2 are rejected. Similarly, these applications are come. And then if we see for recruitment analysis, then recruiting analysis, then it shows some costs, which including to hiring employees, bad hires, good hires, or something. This is information shown here, that 2 applicants out of 25, 1 applicants is hired, and good bad there is no data, so all are hired applicants but no analysis for bad. And then comes costing of how much they invest on the hiring. And then comes recruitment project. I already share you that in D365 we create recruitment project. So if they are showing the analysis that for one recruitment project, three openings are for one consultant project, 1 opening for east, 1 opening for west, machine operator 2, all those recruitment and then position analysis. And these recruitment projects, some projects are started, some canceled, everything is shown here. And these are the applicant by project, but applicant recruitment projects are showing. A total number of applicant projects are 14. So this is the recruitment dashboard. Then I want to share about, just a minute. Now I have a 20 minutes, so I think I have to switch back. Instead to go more detail of out of the box dashboard, I think I go to show you how to connect with the D365 for finance and operations. Then for this, I am going back to my slides and then show some mixture of technical and functional areas. So how to integrate with D365 for finance and operation? The ways we have to get data from D365 for finance and operations. वो क्या रास्ते हैं, वो क्या वेज हैं जिनको हम यूज करते हुए डाटा D365 से ले सकते हैं. And we make dashboards as per our requirement, or we can modify dashboards. So they have Microsoft provided, almost as per my understanding and my knowledge for that I have experienced or work, that has 4. There are multiple more, but these are the most important. OData feeds, I'm showing you. OData feeds means you have OData feeds, then comes entity store, then comes bring your own data, and then Excel add-on. With the help of Excel add-on, you can get data. For OData endpoints is a REST-based service and that allow to integrate with 365 for finance and operations. Microsoft did not provide a way to directly access to their tables in a 365 tables, so they provide a mechanism that called data entities. Their advantage over data entities is that one is that is a security, nobody can access directly to the tables, and then is you can say non-normalized data. For example, if you have a sales, you want to share something on a report on the sales, and then in the system have a two tables, sales order and sales line. So why you have to give them a two data entities? Why not you create a view based on sales order and sales line, so they got a single set of data, non-normalized data, for their reports. So you have functionality to create data entities. So again, I'm going to my VM. The dashboard I already show you, this is based on data entities. So what I did, Microsoft provide to provide some sample data or some or out of the box organization data or something. So what I did, Microsoft provide a sample Excel sheet on. So what I did, I download the sample Excel sheet from cloud, from Microsoft link. You can find this sample Excel sheet if you write on a Google that sample data for Power BI. You found the Excel sheet that is already provided by Microsoft. So what I did, I built a data entity. I built a custom table on it, and this is the table, all fields, and then I built a data entity, and this is data entity. And if you go for data entity properties, here is one property that is called is public. When you select is public, that this is will be available on cloud. And with the help of data import export framework, I fetch all data into my table. And if I go to this table, this data is come from Power BI or from D365 for finance and operation data entities. So if I go here, let me for quick overview, here is the references. This is the old data feed which I shared, and if I click on it, I shared all. It relatively, when it fetch data, it's relatively slow, but when you deploy the reports and when you go on a production environment, then this screen will be not required. You already entered into your Power BI, and from there you are manipulated or already finalized report is there. So this report, some people are asking that this screen is relatively slow because it is connected to my local VMs, and I have very limited resources, and VM is installed on my local VM. So I want to show that, because here all possible entities in 365 for finance and operations will be shown. So these are some entities, you can search it, and around 3000 data entities are already available in D365 for finance and operations, a huge library. If you have a custom tables and if you have a custom logic, then you can build on it. So I already selected it. So that data comes from that data entity that is imported into D365 for avoiding any company data or any data confidential data. So I imported all those things, and if so here I build the dashboard. So this is the first way to connect with D365 for finance and operations. Then again, I'm going to these are the all steps I mentioned. OData, you put URL, then you select required, and then comes the entity store. Microsoft provide a way that is near to real database, that they say near to real database, fetch from near to real transactional database. So whatever the transaction happened, that goes into the our aggregated entities. There is a database separate to where the already your transactional data database. Then there is a separate, they provide a database, and after specific time it extract data and goes into that database that is used for analytical reports, and that database is not accessible to the end user, so there will be no extra cost on it. So this is the transaction database. This is screen is more explanatory. So this is a transaction database. After sometimes it job is execute in a background, and that fetch data from transaction database and fetch into the entity store, and from we can do a direct query and fetch data and design into our Power BI and design reports on it. And amazingly, this is so fast as compared to this is so fast as compared to you write a custom ETL. It is so fast that you can imagine it's very fast process. So no impact on any delay on data fetch and goes into data entities. And again, if I go to the data and my environment, if I open the database, because I'm currently working on my local VM, so this is the data entity store database, and it is very adjacent to DB data and data DW data entities. And if I go for a technical prospect, these are in AOT, these are aggregated dimensions, aggregated measures, the whole sciences behind that. You can work on it, you can understand. And this I create for this custom data entity to store. And for a functional side, or of what where you can configure it, if we go into system administrator module, and here is the entity store, where it goes entity stores. These are the data entities which available and works behind the out of the box dashboards which I shared you here. And there are already, if you have properly configured VM configured environment, then these are the dashboards that on backend they are using these data entities, and you need to refresh these data entities after specific time. So for this you have to update full refresh, and you have to select. And for example, for testing purposes, last time I refreshed this dashboard on 7/26. So I have you can schedule these dashboards, these data entities. And if you see currently I configured on my local VM. So this is the my dashboard. I downloaded it, and from currently is pointed to my local database, so I modified it, and with the help of on-prem dashboard, I deployed into powerbi.com and downloaded into my VM. And they are connected to, these dashboards are connected with the help of on-prem connector. It connected to deployed on Power BI, and then I downloaded it. So you, in this way, you can modify it. These reports, for example, you have to first step is you have to connect to on-prem. So any change you did in any data entity, that aggregated data entity or entity store, that can be reflected easily on your dashboard, and then you deploy and test, and then finally those changes will be goes to production server. So this way you can connect with entity store. And more interestingly, these entity stores can be deployed on Azure Data Lake. The purpose for Azure Data Lake is possible fast retrieval of data, and then because we are unable to access the data entities directly into the because the production server we have not access for dashboard for direct access. So we sometimes there is here is an option that we can deploy these data entities to Azure Data Lake. Major purpose, what I understand, that if in real environment there are other sources than D365 for finance and operations in ecosystem. So if you want to merge some data from there, then for that reason you have to migrate or import this entity store or point it to data entity store. Instead to install where the transactional database, you can install it separate into your data lake. Then comes BOYD. Bring your own data. I practically see one of presentation I was sitting that one company comes and they show separate their own data warehouse, and they are claiming that we this data warehouse works with both Microsoft Business Central and as well as works with D365 for finance and operations. So if you have your own data warehouse, then you have certainly go for bring your own database approach that Microsoft provide you on a cloud and Azure service where you deploy your custom data warehouse and you perform some extract, transform, and load either with connecting with your entity store, or you are consuming the data feeds, or somehow the other you it's up to you. They fetch data and update data into your data warehouse. That again, I'm saying that why we go for that, either we have to go for a third party solution, or we have a multiple data sources other than D365 for finance and operations in a practical environment or ecosystem. For that purpose, we go for custom data warehouse, and sometimes we have to build data marts or small data warehouse targeting very specific area. So for that approach, we can go BOYD or bring your own data approach. And third and last is Excel add-on. It's some kind of very low level or specifically focus on a specific portion. So that is also based on data entity. And if you go for, again, I'm going to my environment, and okay, I have only 10 minutes, 5 minutes. This is the Excel add-on. And for Excel add-on, you first of enabling Excel add-on on your Excel environment, first of all you go to insert, and from store, and from here you mention the dynamics. If I click on it, it show me the Microsoft Dynamics Office add-on, and you can add, click on add it. And then for you have to go and enable here again Microsoft Dynamics, and from here you have to go Office integration somewhere, and here you have to initialize registered initial applet registration. After that, when you go here and connect with it, you have to enter the server location URL. Then you have to connect with your credentials, and you will find something this. If you click on a designer, and I already connected with the same data entities I created in a previous step, I'll show you previous step. You can add table, and here is the list of data entities are available which you want. You can select, and in this, and then you have to add some fields. For example, suppose I want to go for a customer. Let's see what will become. Okay, so I'm going for a user group. Next. So these metadata and fields are already field. I have to select add, and similar way a separate Excel sheet will be created. Either you, most of the end user are expert in Excel, so if you give them this opportunity, this option, then they can download this data into the Excel and manipulate on this Excel. Either they create directly reports inside the Excel on this data, or this Excel will be used as the data source for their Power BI to build their own dashboards. So Kamar, this is from all from my side. And any question, anything you have, so I can represent. So that's all from my side about D365 for finance and operation and Power BI.
Thank you so much, Ali. That was a very great, like not only the overview, but you went into the detail of many things. And I think I enjoyed your session a lot. Um, and we are on the clock. So I'll just ask one simple question to you. What's your take, like when we try to implement Power BI with the finance and operations, in your experience, what can be the one or two, like major challenges that we face, and which will sort of not make us realize the optimum benefits out of this implementation?
Basically, I have to face two things. Basically, first of all, the entity store implementation is little complex, and the
Mhm.
more less documentation is available. So that feature is I don't think so. They people are usually used to extend the out of the box dashboards. So one challenge is that, and so Microsoft must have some sample more detail about that area. So we have the only option for that option is reverse engineering. So you have to reverse engineering how Microsoft do, and then we are going to implement. So that the only challenge I faced while working for one here in a business expert Gulf. We have some dashboard for regarding for financials. So for that we have to do this challenge we have to face, that we did not got too much detail information about entity store. So because when we go for a custom solution, that we have to do some ETL and some populate the custom tables into the D65 and connect. So that is more expensive as compared to calculation times and bad jobs. So little more details is required for this. So I'm recommended that if you go for a power data warehouse approach for D365 for finance and operation, then we have to use entity store because it's more faster in terms of data fetching, and only required data is goes into the analysis. Business intelligence itself, that what is required that can be fetched from the Power BI. So that is my answer, that you have to go for a power data entity store as compared to go for connecting to the directly OData feeds. OData feeds only works for if you have a small amount of data. But if you have a enterprise level data warehouse, that calculation YTD, year to date, year to month
Yeah.
calculations comparative, then you have to go for OData feeds. Sorry, entity store. So
Okay.
that's all from my side.
And that's
I'm real.
that was a good advice, actually. Yeah. And yeah, so I would really like to thank you, Ali, bye, and you have participated in this event.
It's
I
my pleasure.
hope
It's my honor.
I'm hoping to see you soon again on our platform, and have a nice rest of the evening. What time it is at your place now?
I'm in Dubai. It's 12:39.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to join all of you. I'm thankful to you all.
Thanks. All right. So now we will just take a few minutes break, and after the break, we have a very amazing session from Satya Kejriwal, and Satya will be basically getting you guys through an exploration of the landed cost module, which is a very new module, a new set of sort of functionalities within Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation. And our good friend Satya is there back in the lobby. So I think within next just about next 10 minutes, we will, bring him live, and he will be there with you. So just stay tuned. I'll just play a promo, and then, within a few minutes, we'll come back with Satya. Thank you so much. If you have any questions till now, any comments, you can go on wherever you're watching. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can just put your comments there, and those are available to us, and we can show them to the speakers. Also, if you're watching it on LinkedIn, or if you're watching on Facebook, you can just go to that post and put your comments below the post, and we'll be here to show them to the speakers, and we make sure your questions are answered towards the end of the session. So thank you so much for tuning in to this day 3 broadcast of Pakistan User Group, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes from now. Thank you. Hello, and we are back live now. I'll just introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Satya Kejriwal. He is based in Sydney, and he will take you through some landed cost module functionalities. Just a quick heads up again, if you have any questions for Satya, feel free to post them on the YouTube, LinkedIn, or Facebook, wherever you are watching this broadcast, into your comments, and then we'll take those questions towards the end. So let me add Satya in. Hi, Satya, how are you?
Hey, Kamar, I'm good, and how are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us and giving your time for Pakistan User Group and this amazing event.
No problem, my pleasure.
Cool. So yeah, I'll just leave the floor for you, and all good. And once you'll share your screen, I'll just bring it up on the main display. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Let me try to share my screen here.
Not a problem. I'll be here to confirm that.
और कमर मुझे याद
हिंदी में
दिला
होगा ना हमारा
दीजिएगा।
सेशन। मैं आपको
अगर मैं ज्यादा इंग्लिश में बोल रहा हूँ तो मुझे याद दिला
मैं बिल्कुल आपको याद दिलाता हूँ। मैं जबरदस्त। I can see your screen here और अब आपकी जो screen है
मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रही है आपको?
बिल्कुल। This is now visible to the audience और आपको भी इस main frame पे जो है वो नजर आएगी।
ठीक है।
All good. So I'll go backstage now and I'll just keep reminding you कि थोड़ा time का and then not a problem. I'll come back. मैं आता हूँ अभी वापस।
Okay, thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
So good afternoon, good morning, good evening, friends from wherever you are. मुझे पता है मेरे बहुत से दोस्त इंडिया से, पाकिस्तान से, ऑस्ट्रेलिया से और पता नहीं कहाँ से ये प्रेजेंटेशन अभी देख रहे होंगे। तो सभी को नमस्ते। तो आज का हमारा सेशन होगा लैंडेड कोस्ट पे। लैंडेड कोस्ट जो कि एक नया मॉड्यूल है D365 में। कुछ लोगों के लिए नया ना हो, people who came from DXC or Sable World, because ये मॉड्यूल Sable 37 द्वारा डेवलप किया गया था few years back. They have done a lot of implementation on landed cost. Then Sable was acquired by DXC, and Microsoft bought this module from DXC. So it's not new module in the D365 as such, but in Microsoft you will see it's as a new module. But many people are aware of these functionalities right now. Okay, so before we go into D365 landed cost, कुछ मेरे बारे में जान लेते हैं। तो मेरा नाम सत्या केजरीवाल। By profession I am a chartered accountant. मैं इंडिया से हूँ। मैं फिलीपींस, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रह चुका हूँ, काम कर चुका हूँ। प्रोजेक्ट मैंने मेनली ऑस्ट्रेलिया, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, इंडिया और यूएस में किए हैं। रिसेंटली मैंने एक बुक लिखनी शुरू की थी। नॉट रिसेंटली, एक्चुअली मैं 4 साल से लिख रहा था, तो अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा करके अभी वो 4 साल बाद फिनिश होने वाली है। So I'll be releasing that book very soon, next month. After this session, if you have any question about landed cost or in general about D365, feel free to email me on this email ID. I also have a blog. If you want to go through my blogs, there are a few blogs I generally write. One blog in a month, kind of. You can also follow me on LinkedIn. Right, so this was something, some brief about myself. Okay, so let's talk about landed cost now. Okay, what is landed cost? Why is it required? Let's deal with these two definitions or these two questions first. What is landed cost? तो landed cost होता क्या है? ये बहुत ही बेसिक एक कॉन्सेप्ट है अकाउंटिंग का या कॉस्टिंग का हम कहें या लॉजिस्टिक का। तो जब भी आप कुछ परचेज करते हो, किसी वेंडर से, और वेंडर मान लो है वो चाइना में या यूएस में और आप बाय कर रहे हो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, तो परचेज प्राइस के अलावा आपको फ्रेट, इंश्योरेंस और बहुत से ऐसे खर्चे देने होते हैं, बहुत से चार्जेस देने होते हैं विच आर नॉट बेसिकली पार्ट ऑफ योर लाइक नॉट डायरेक्टली लिंक टू द परचेज ऑर्डर प्राइसेस, बिकॉज कंटेनर कॉस्ट है, जैसे कंटेनर कॉस्ट या फ्रेट कॉस्ट, इट्स पर कंटेनर, इट्स नॉट पर परचेज ऑर्डर और नॉट पर आइटम। ठीक है, ऐसे इंश्योरेंस है, इंश्योरेंस भी की वैल्यूएशन जो होती है वो बेस्ड ऑन द वैल्यू ऑफ द इन्वेंट्री होती है। ठीक है, तो यू कैन नॉट इजीली अप्लाई दिस ऑन द परचेज ऑर्डर चार्जेस। तो व्हाई इज इट रिक्वायर्ड? इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट है because see, I am a chartered accountant. I have seen these people struggling in this area very much. तो इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स या इंटरनेशनल अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स या इन जनरल आप बोले तो IFRS के हिसाब से आपकी जो स्टॉक की कॉस्टिंग है दैट शुड बी परचेज प्राइस प्लस ऑल द कॉस्टिंग, फ्रेट, इंश्योरेंस और स्टोरेज ऑन द पोर्ट, जो भी आप चार्जेस पे करते हो जब तक कि इन्वेंट्री आपकी वेयरहाउस में लैंड ना कर जाए। तो इसको लैंडेड कॉस्ट इसलिए कहा जाता है कि इट इज बेसिकली ऑल द कॉस्ट इनकर्ड टिल द पॉइंट इट इज लैंडिंग इन द वेयरहाउस। ठीक है, उसके बाद में जो भी खर्चा होगा वेयरहाउस में लैंड करने के बाद में, जैसे आप कोई रेंट पे कर रहे हो वेयरहाउस का या सेलिंग एक्सपेंस आप पे करते हो, कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे करते हो, तो दैट इज नॉट लैंडेड कॉस्ट एट ऑल। दैट यू कैन नॉट लोड दैट कॉस्ट टू द इन्वेंट्री कॉस्ट। ठीक है, वाई इज इट रिक्वायर्ड? तो आप ये समझ ही गए होंगे कि अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स या आपकी जो कॉस्टिंग मॉडल जो भी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके हिसाब से आपको चाहिए। व्हाट इज शिपमेंट, कंटेनर, फोलियो, ये कॉन्सेप्ट कुछ है जो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप उससे अवगत हो जाएं, आप which you make yourself aware of, and we'll be talking about these very soon. What is FOB? FOB ये टर्म है डिलीवरी टर्म्स में आती है, बहुत सारे कंसल्टेंट जिनको पता नहीं होता है, तो इसलिए मैंने स्पेशली यहाँ पे डाला है कि FOB होता क्या है। FOB एक डिलीवरी टर्म है एंड देयर आर मोर डिलीवरी टर्म्स लाइक CIF and there can be variations of these two, right? Free on board is basically FOB। इसका मतलब होता है कि जैसे ही आपकी शिपमेंट मान लो चाइना से निकलती है, ओनरशिप उस शिपमेंट की आपकी हो जाती है, बायर की हो जाती है। ठीक है, उसके बाद का जो खर्चा है सारा बायर को देना होता है। ठीक है, तो दिस इज द मेन रीजन दिस लैंडेड कॉस्ट मॉड्यूल केम इन द पिक्चर। एक तो चलो इसके बारे में और डिटेल में बात करेंगे इसके बाद में, पर एज ए कंसल्टेंट FOB जब भी आपको कोई आपका यूजर बोलता है कि दिस डिलीवरी टर्म्स इज FOB, सो डोंट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड। सो जस्ट गो टू गूगल, रीड अबाउट दिस, जस्ट गो टू गूगल, रीड अबाउट शिपमेंट, कंटेनर, फोलियो, इमेज में जाके देखिए कि कंटेनर होता क्या है, शिपमेंट होता है। इवन इफ यू हैवंट सीन द कार्गो या कंटेनर रियल लाइफ में, आप गूगल पे जाके सब कुछ देख सकते हैं, मतलब सो दैट यू कैन रिलेट टू दोज कॉन्सेप्ट इजीली। सिनेरियो की बात करें कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट से क्या पॉसिबल है, इट्स लिटिल बिट बोरिंग राइट नाउ, बट आई विल बी टेकिंग यू इन द सिस्टम एंड आई विल शो यू एवरीथिंग लाइव इन द सिस्टम नाउ। तो बहुत जल्दी से बात कर लेते हैं इसकी कि ये एक बार छोड़िए, मैं अगली स्लाइड में इसको डिटेल में बात करेंगे। टॉप 3 फीचर्स ऑफ लैंडेड कॉस्ट। तो जो भी पिछली स्लाइड पे विच आई मिस्ड, I'm covering it here as my top 3, like my best pick or what I see, like कि जो भी possible नहीं था landed cost आने से पहले और अब possible है। ठीक है, सबसे पहला invoicing of PO lines before receiving। तो ये आपको पता है कि D365 में और in any ERP for that reason आप पीओ की इनवॉइसिंग या ऑर्डर की इनवॉइसिंग रिसीविंग से पहले नहीं कर सकते, राइट? पर लैंडेड कॉस्ट आने के बाद में आप ये पॉसिबल है, आप इनवॉइस कर सकते हो पीओ को बिफोर रिसीविंग, एंड आई विल टेल यू हाउ एंड व्हाई। ओके, ट्रैकिंग ऑफ शिपमेंट। आपका जब शिपमेंट रास्ते में है आप उसको ट्रैक कर सकते हो, यू कैन अपडेट द डेट्स और जैसे ही आप डेट अपडेट करते हो शिपमेंट के अंदर जितने भी परचेज ऑर्डर की लाइंस हैं उसकी एस्टिमेटेड डिलीवरी डेट अपने आप चेंज हो जाती है, विच इज लाइक वेरी ब्यूटीफुल फीचर ऑफ दिस मॉड्यूल। ठीक है, इसको भी हम सिस्टम में लाइव देखेंगे। एडजस्टमेंट ऑफ इन्वेंटरी कॉस्ट बेस्ड ऑन एक्चुअल चार्जेस। ओके, दिस इज द अल्टीमेट गोल ऑफ लैंडेड कॉस्ट। हम लैंडेड कॉस्ट प्रोसेस की शुरुआत करते हैं एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट से, कि जब शिपमेंट स्टार्ट होता है तो हम बोलते हैं कि चलो $3,000 लगेगा फ्रेट का, 1,000 लगेगा इंश्योरेंस का। पर जैसे आप शिपमेंट पहुंचता है योर एक्चुअल कॉस्ट कैन बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट। तो जो डिफरेंस है उसकी भी कॉस्टिंग होनी चाहिए, उसकी भी कॉस्टिंग इन्वेंट्री पे जानी चाहिए। ठीक है, हाउ सिस्टम हैंडल्स इट, दैट्स अगेन ए वेरी वेरी beautiful feature, beautifully developed thing in the system, again which was not possible before. Okay, तो अभी हम जो मैंने बात की उसको फिर से देख लेते हैं एंड टू एंड, और इसी को हम एक एग्जांपल के साथ में सिस्टम में देखेंगे। I'll spend maybe 5-10 minutes about on this process, and next 20 minutes in the system in live demo, and then we'll take your questions if you have any. Okay. So, as you know, process starts with creation of the purchase order. Okay, purchase order तो मेरा जो एग्जांपल है जो भी लाइव में बनाने वाला हूँ, परचेज ऑर्डर जो बायर है, बायर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में है, मेलबर्न में, एंड सेलर है, ही इज इन यूएस, लॉन्ग बीच। ओके, तो ये शिपमेंट बेसिकली स्टार्ट होगा अमेरिका से और विल बी रीचिंग ऑस्ट्रेलिया, राइट। राइट, सो प्रोसेस स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम परचेज ऑर्डर। तो परचेज ऑर्डर बनाया वेंडर के नाम का जो कि अमेरिकन वेंडर है। उसके बाद में क्या होगा जी, उसके बाद में जैसे आपने मान लो 2000 क्वांटिटी का परचेज ऑर्डर बनाया, ठीक है, तो इट्स नॉट रियली नेसेसरी कि 2000 क्वांटिटी या पूरा स्टॉक आपका एकदम से रेडी हो जाए। तो जितना भी स्टॉक रेडी है, जितने भी मान लो 10 परचेज ऑर्डर हैं, 10 के 10 परचेज ऑर्डर में से कुछ लाइंस, कुछ क्वांटिटी जो भी अवेलेबल है शिपमेंट के लिए, दैट यू कैन लोड ऑन दिस शिपमेंट। तो अगेन जो नए कंसल्टेंट हैं, जो मैं बोल रहा था कि व्हाट इज शिपमेंट, व्हाट इज कंटेनर, तो यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि ये शिपमेंट है या वॉइस, इसको हम वॉइस बोलते हैं इसमें लैंडेड कॉस्ट मॉड्यूल में। और ये कंटेनर्स हैं जिसके अंदर जो बहुत छोटे छोटे दिख रहे हैं पर एक्चुअल में बहुत बड़े कंटेनर होते हैं। ठीक है जी, तो ये शिपमेंट स्टार्ट हो गया। इसके बाद में जैसे शिपमेंट स्टार्ट हुआ, जो मैंने पहले कहा था एफओबी मींस फ्री ऑन बोर्ड, एज पर द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट विद द वेंडर बोलता है कि जैसे ही मैंने शिप कर दिया मेरी कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है, यू आर द ओनर ऑफ दिस होल शिपमेंट। ठीक है, तो इसलिए इट इज रिक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम अकाउंटिंग पर्सपेक्टिव कि मैं इसको इनवॉइस कर दूं इस स्टेज पे। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे अब इनवॉइस करेंगे, जो पहले कह रहा था कि इनवॉइसिंग बिफोर रिसीविंग। ठीक है, तो दिस इज ए न्यू फीचर। यहाँ इनवॉइस होएगा, अकाउंटिंग वाइज लायबिलिटी आपकी क्रिएट हो जाएगी वेंडर के नाम पे, इन्वेंट्री डेबिट हो जाएगी, पर इन्वेंट्री रिसीव नहीं होगी, बट यू कैन स्टिल सी द इन्वेंट्री कहाँ पे, गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट वेयर हाउस में। एक गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट वेयर हाउस बनाना पड़ता है, बेसिकली इट्स अ वर्चुअल वेयर हाउस, या हम बोल सकते हैं कि जैसे ये शिपमेंट दिख रहा है यही आपका वेयर हाउस है। ठीक है, तो इन्वेंट्री आपको दिखेगी कि इस वेयर हाउस में है नेक्स्ट 2 मंथ्स या 1 मंथ, जितने भी टाइम में शिपमेंट में है। ठीक है, तो इसके बाद में आप इन्वेंट्री देख सकते हैं गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट वेयर हाउस में। ओके जी, इसके बाद again you can relate to this picture. This picture is from the Suez Canal. If you remember, एक पिछले दिनों में एक आपका बहुत बड़ा शिप फंस गया था स्विस कैनल में, जिसकी वजह से पूरे वर्ल्ड का सप्लाई चेन हिल गया था। ठीक है, तो दिस इज वेरी कॉमन। तो ये तो बहुत ही एक यूनिक एग्जांपल था, पर जनरली 5-10 दिन का डिले इज वेरी कॉमन इन शिपमेंट। ठीक है, तो जो मैं पहले बोल रहा था कि ट्रैक द वॉइस, ट्रैक द शिपमेंट, अगर आप शिपमेंट पे जाके डेट अपडेट कर देते हो तो आपके सभी लाइंस की एस्टिमेटेड डिलीवरी डेट अपने आप अपडेट हो जाती है। इसके बाद जब वो शिपमेंट पहुंचता है ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यू रिसीव द वॉइस ऑन द डेस्टिनेशन पोर्ट। तो रिसीविंग यहाँ पे है, इनवॉइसिंग यहाँ पे है, तो दिस इज बेसिकली रिवर्स। अब क्या होगा, हम एक्चुअल वेंडर का इनवॉइस तो पहले प्रोसेस कर चुके हैं, देयर इज नथिंग पेंडिंग हियर, बट कुछ इनवॉइस अभी भी पेंडिंग होंगे जो कि रिलेटिंग टू फ्रेट एंड इंश्योरेंस एंड अदर चार्जेस, फ्रेट फॉरवर्डिंग चार्जेस जो भी होते हैं, ठीक है। तो क्योंकि पहले हमने एस्टिमेशन किया था इस टाइम पे, अब हम एक्चुअल इनवॉइस लेंगे, तो हो सकता है वो इनवॉइस डिफरेंट हो, अमाउंट अलग हो, तो उसका भी जो डिफरेंस है दैट शुड बी लोडेड ऑन द इन्वेंट्री कॉस्ट, ठीक है। ओके, तो बिफोर वी जंप इनटू D365 लाइव डेमो, यू मस्ट बी थिंकिंग कि यार इससे पहले हम कर कैसे रहे थे, इससे पहले हम हैंडल कैसे कर रहे थे। तो आई एम इन दिस इंडस्ट्री सिंस लास्ट 15 years। तो जैसे हमने इसको हैंडल किया है लैंडेड कोस्ट कॉन्सेप्ट को, बिकॉज अकाउंटिंग वाइज एवरीबडी नीड्स लैंडेड कोस्ट। तो मॉड्यूल अभी आया है पर लोग पहले से भी कर रहे हैं, कैसे ना कैसे मैनेज कर रहे हैं। तो जैसे हम करते थे टू एस्टिमेट द कॉस्ट एंड एलोकेट द कॉस्ट, हम परचेज ऑर्डर पे चार्जेस का कॉन्सेप्ट यूज करते थे। तो परचेज ऑर्डर जैसे बनता था, परचेज ऑर्डर पे चार्जेस अपने आप ऑटो कैलकुलेट होते थे और एलोकेट हो जाते थे। पर अगेन देयर इज अ लिमिटेशन की बहुत लिमिटेड वहां पे अपॉर्शनमेंट के मेथड है, और इट यू कैन नॉट एडजस्ट द चार्ज एक्चुअल चार्जेस लेटर ऑन, ठीक है। बहुत ही कम्बरसम प्रोसेस है विदाउट, इफ यू डोंट वांट टू गो इनटू कस्टमाइजेशन। दूसरा ओनरशिप लेने के लिए, कि जैसे मैंने पिछले में बात की कि यहाँ पे जब इनवॉइसिंग करते हैं तो ओनरशिप ट्रांसफर्स, तो ओनरशिप लेने के लिए हम क्या करते थे कि उस पीओ को रिसीव कर लेते थे एक वर्चुअल वेयर हाउस में, उसके बाद में वहां से ट्रांसफर ऑर्डर बना के हम ट्रांसफर करते थे, ठीक है। दैट्स हाउ वी यूज्ड टू हैंडल, एंड आई नो you guys also must have done similar things. Okay, नेक्स्ट, लैंडेड कॉस्ट वर्सेस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉड्यूल। एक क्वेश्चन आता है, जो भी आप में से ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉड्यूल के एक्सपर्ट हैं, दे माइट बी नाउ थिंकिंग कि यार ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉड्यूल भी थोड़ा बहुत कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे करता है, ठीक है। तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की वेबसाइट पे जाके आप देखेंगे docs.microsoft पे, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने एक बहुत अच्छा कंपैरिजन दिया हुआ है कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट में क्या है, कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है, और टीएमएस में क्या था, ट्रांसपोर्ट में क्या था। और ये तो सब कहानी है, मतलब यू कांट शो दैट टू क्लाइंट, डेफिनेटली यू कैन, बट क्लाइंट विल से कि हाँ मेरे को इससे क्या फाइनल कंक्लूजन क्या है, विच मॉड्यूल शुड आई यूज, टीएमएस और लैंडेड कॉस्ट। तो उसका आंसर है माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने दिया हुआ है कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट फॉर इनबाउंड ऑपरेशन, कि जब इनबाउंड जब कर रहे हो, जैसे परचेज कर रहे हो अमेरिका से ऑस्ट्रेलिया, तो यू शुड यूज लैंडेड कॉस्ट, और टीएमएस आप आउटबाउंड ऑपरेशन के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो लाइक बोथ कैन को एग्जिस्ट, बोथ द मॉड्यूल्स, पर आई थिंक ये रोल डिवाइड हो गए हैं, ठीक है। लैंडेड कॉस्ट डेफिनेटली विल नॉट वर्क फॉर आउटबाउंड। Okay, so let's talk about very like after all these concepts कि हम लैंडेड कॉस्ट को अब इनेबल कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि लैंडेड कॉस्ट जनरली आपको दिखेगा नहीं, इसको आपको इनेबल करना पड़ेगा। तो एज यू नो कि फीचर मैनेजमेंट करके एक वर्क स्पेस है, वहां पे जाके आप नए नए फीचर एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं, और आपको इनेबल करना पड़ेगा उस फीचर को। तो लैंडेड कॉस्ट भी एक इट केम एज ए फीचर, तो यू कैन इनेबल इट देयर। एंड उसके बाद में एक लैंडेड कॉस्ट मॉड्यूल के अंदर जाके देन यू हैव टू एक्टिवेट दिस शो लैंडेड कॉस्ट फीचर्स। तो इसके बाद लैंडेड कॉस्ट से रिलेटेड फील्ड्स आपको परचेज ऑर्डर पे दिखने लगेंगे हर जगह। डिलीवरी टर्म्स में एक नया रेडियो बटन टॉगल बॉक्स है, गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट मैनेजमेंट। तो उस डिलीवरी टर्म्स जो हमने बात की फ्री ऑन बोर्ड, तो जो भी डिलीवरी टर्म्स आप यूज करेंगे उस परचेज के लिए, वहां पे आपको गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट एक्टिवेट करना पड़ेगा, only then those purchase order will be part of your landed cost module. इससे अगला एक और चेंज है वेयरहाउस पे. वेयरहाउस पर आपको एक गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट वेयरहाउस सेट करना पड़ेगा. बेसिकली दिस इज द वेयरहाउस जो विच विल होल्ड द इन्वेंट्री फॉर दोज 2 months जब वो इन्वेंट्री इन ट्रांजिट है. ठीक है. एक अंडर डिलीवरी वेयरहाउस रिक्वायरमेंट है, इसके बारे में हम बाद में बात करेंगे. फिर एक फाइनेंस कंसल्टेंट्स के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग इज कि 2 नए पोस्टिंग प्रोफाइल हैं. सेकंड वन यू कांट सी हियर व्हिच इज फॉल अंडर परचेज ऑर्डर टैब अंडर पोस्टिंग. इसके अलावा भी कुछ सेटअप हैं. आई विल नॉट गो इन डिटेल ऑफ एवरीथिंग. कोस्ट टाइप बनाना पड़ेगा. जो भी फ्रेट इंश्योरेंस जो भी चार्जेस लगते हैं वो आपको डिफाइन करने पड़ेंगे. क्लियरिंग अकाउंट डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा. शिपिंग कंटेनर जो भी शिपिंग कंपनी है दैट विल बी वेंडर मास्टर पे सेटअप है कि ये वेंडर शिपिंग कंपनी है. ओके. और ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट सेटअप है लैंडेड कोस्ट का, जहाँ पे आप बोलते हो कि इसको बोलते हैं ऑटो कोस्ट सेटअप, कि अगर कुछ भी इन्वेंट्री या कोई भी शिपमेंट इस पोर्ट से यूएस लॉन्ग बीच से ऑस्ट्रेलिया मेलबर्न अगर ट्रेवल करता है तो बाय डिफॉल्ट ये दोनों कॉस्ट इस पे लगा दे. तो फ्रेट 3000 का फ्रेट लगा दे एंड 5% ऑफ द अमाउंट एज ए इंश्योरेंस लगा दे. ठीक है. तो ये आप एज ए टेम्पलेट भी डिफाइन कर सकते हो कि इस पोर्ट से उस पोर्ट पे अगर कुछ भी जाता है तो ये कॉस्ट लगेगा. और भी बहुत से इसमें आप वैलिडेशन लगा सकते हो कि इस शिपिंग कंपनी से आएगा तो ये कॉस्ट होगा और उस दूसरी शिपिंग कंपनी से आएगा तो कॉस्ट डिफरेंट होगा, which is very common thing. Okay, now as I said, we'll go in the system now and see a live demo. I have created a scenario here where we have 2 items, right? And purchase order quantity 2000 4000. I'm shipping half of the quantity. Again, very valid scenario कि पूरा का पूरा purchase order ship नहीं होगा कभी भी most probably. और इसलिए हम कुछ क्वांटिटी वहां से पिक करेंगे और लेंगे पीओ से और इसको शिप करेंगे वहां से. ठीक है. शिपिंग का वॉल्यूम इतना है जो कि रेशियो 1:4. रेशियो क्यों चाहिए आपको? क्योंकि जो भी फ्रेट या इंश्योरेंस की एलोकेशन है दैट कैन बी ऑन डिफरेंट बेसिस. तो हम इसकी बात करेंगे जो मैंने यहाँ अच्छा इस पे बात कर लेते हैं ऑटो कोस्ट सेटअप पे. कि ऑटो कोस्ट सेटअप क्या होता है कि जैसे मैंने फ्रेट 3000 का फ्रेट है, फिक्स अमाउंट है, पर जो इसकी अपॉर्शनमेंट है दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन द वॉल्यूम ऑफ दोज आइटम्स, राइट, विच इज वेरी लॉजिकल. क्योंकि जो भी आइटम जितना स्पेस लेगा उस रेशियो में आप उसको अपॉर्शनमेंट कर दो. ठीक है. ऐसे ही इंश्योरेंस है. इंश्योरेंस की परसेंटेज 5% है, पर अपॉर्शनमेंट जो होगी वो वैल्यू के बेसिस पे कर रहे हैं. Okay, so that's my example. Estimated shipping freight calculation insurance is here, and apportionment is here in the ratio of 1:4, which is the shipping volume. Insurance is based on this 1:6, which is the shipping value ratio, and that becomes my landed cost. If you see, my shipping value was 600,000 here, right? So I add the freight 600, insurance 30,000, total cost becomes 630,600. ठीक है. 6,30,600. और ऐसे ही आपकी जो दूसरी आइटम है उसकी कॉस्ट इतनी हो जाएगी. वो सब तो ये बेसिकली लैंडेड कॉस्ट का कॉन्सेप्ट है, बट दिस इज ए एस्टिमेटेड लैंडेड कॉस्ट. इसके बाद में जब एक्चुअल फ्रेट आता है, आपका एक्चुअल फ्रेट का इनवॉइस आएगा 4000 का, जो एस्टिमेट आपने 3000 किया था पर 4000 आता है, तो उसकी एलोकेशन करोगे तो 800 और 3200 जो कि अलग है 600 से और 2400 से. ठीक है. तो इसके बेस पे अब जब एक्चुअल कॉस्ट निकालते हो, एक्चुअल कॉस्ट कैन बी डिफरेंट. नाउ देखो 6,30,800 जो कि डिफरेंट है 6,30,600 से. ठीक है. तो दैट्स द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एडजस्टमेंट ऑफ द चार्जेस लेटर ऑन. Right, so let's go in system now. I have one purchase order ready. Right. तो ये मेरा एग्जांपल है, परचेज ऑर्डर नंबर 332। एक ही परचेज ऑर्डर मैंने दोनों आइटम डाले हुए हैं। तो प्रोसेस अगेन, लैंडेड कॉस्ट, ये आपका नया मॉड्यूल है लैंडेड कॉस्ट, जो कि फीचर मैनेजमेंट से एक्टिवेट करना है। तो सबसे पहला स्टेप है गो टू ऑल वॉइस। ठीक है, वॉइस इसको आप शिपमेंट भी बोल सकते हैं, और पूरा शिपमेंट बना रहे हो अभी, उसके अंदर कंटेनर बनेंगे। ठीक है, तो शिपमेंट यूएस टू ऑस्ट्रेलिया, बुकिंग रेफरेंस डाल दीजिए। वेसल स्टैंडर्ड डिफाइन कर सकते हो कि वेसल का टाइप क्या है, साइज क्या है, तो ओशन स्टार अगर हम डाल रहे हैं। वॉइस आईडी, जर्नी टेम्पलेट एक डिफाइन करना पड़ता है सेटअप। आई नॉट गो इन डिटेल ऑफ दिस, बट जर्नी टेम्पलेट बेसिकली से टॉक्स अबाउट कहाँ से कहाँ आपका शिपमेंट जा रहा है और क्या क्या एक्टिविटी होंगी इसमें। ठीक है, तो मैंने 4 एक्टिविटी डाली कि लोड कार्गो लोड करना पड़ेगा, फिर ये ट्रैवल करेगा फॉर फ्यू डेज, देन कस्टम होगा, फिर लोकल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में। ठीक है, मोड ऑफ डिलीवरी 40, शिपिंग कंपनी जो मैंने कहा था कि वेंडर पे एक शिपिंग कंपनी डिफाइन करनी पड़ेगी। एंड दिस इज योर वॉइस सेटअप। ओके, वॉइस सेटअप बन गया, हेडर। नाउ नेक्स्ट स्टेप विल बी टू लिंक द पीओ लाइंस, राइट, कौन कौन सी आइटम इसमें जा रही है। तो मेरा पीओ है 332, तो पीओ सेलेक्ट करता हूँ। अब as I said कि I'll not ship everything. In my example, my PO was 4,000 and 2,000 quantity. If you go to my PO, 4,000, 2,000, I will just ship half of them. Okay. So I'll ship 2,000 from here, 1,000 from here. Okay. Next step is add to staging list. Sorry. Add to staging list and click on view staging list. तो बेसिकली यहाँ पे आप क्या कर रहे हैं कि here you are, sorry, I looks like I shipped, I put all of them, but I'll not. तो मैंने सब कुछ डाल दिया है, पर we can always remove it. ठीक है, तो ये 2,000 1,000 क्वांटिटी है. Now I need to put these into container. अब container, it can go fit into one container, it can fit into multiple container, right? So now I'll put into one container, just to keep it simple. Shipping container, I'll select this container type, 40 feet. Shipping date, let's say tomorrow. Number and click OK. ठीक है, ये मेरा शिपमेंट कंटेनर बन गया. अगर मल्टीपल कंटेनर होते तो आई कुड सी ऑल द कंटेनर्स इन दिस लिस्ट. ओके, लेट मी कम आउट ऑफ दिस and refresh. Sorry, and refresh here. So this is my new shipment or new voice. Okay, at this stage, what will I do next? Next thing I can check is the voice cost. Automated cost कितना है, जो हमने पहले बात की थी. 3,000 फ्रेट था और 5% ऑफ द वैल्यू इंश्योरेंस था. But how much it becomes in total? I go to journal and click on cost inquiry. तो यहाँ मैं देख सकता हूँ कि ये मेरी एलोकेशन कैसे हो रही है. फ्रेट की एलोकेशन जैसे इसने की 600 and 2,400. अगेन मेरे एग्जांपल से देखें हैं तो 600 and 2,400 1 और 4 के रेशियो में दोनों आइटम में डिवाइड कर दिया इसने. और ऐसे ही इंश्योरेंस का भी एलोकेशन कर दिया 30,000 and 180 में. ठीक है, that's how it is allocated. So this is the estimated cost. Okay, now next step is I'll go to voice, go to this voice update and click on document. So यहाँ पे ये चीजें कॉन्फ़िगरेबल है कि डॉक्यूमेंट रिसीव्ड एक स्टेटस अपडेट कर सकते हो कि डॉक्यूमेंट सारे रिसीव हो गए हैं. एंड आई क्लिक ऑन इन ट्रांजिट, ये इन ट्रांजिट है. नेक्स्ट स्टेप है इनवॉइसिंग, ओनरशिप. शिपमेंट स्टार्ट हो गया है. नाउ यू कैन टेक ओनरशिप ऑफ दिस शिपमेंट. ठीक है, तो ये आपका दोनों आइटम यहाँ पे 1,000 2,000 क्वांटिटी. एंटर द इनवॉइस नंबर, इनवॉइस, अपडेट मैच स्टेटस. मैच स्टेटस गेट्स पास्ड. hopefully. Passed. Or now you can invoice it. One important thing is the default, this status should be the ordered quantity here. Okay, by default it will show you the received quantity, जो कि normal behavior है. Then you have to change it to ordered quantity. Okay, now I can post it. By the time it's posting, let me open some other screens in the other tab so you can see what's the behavior accounting wise. Okay, so ये invoice हो गया, तो इस status change to invoiced. Okay, let's open vendor master. So invoice हो गया है. Now it is on the transit. Basically shipment start हो गया, तो it will stay there for 1 month, 2 months, right? Now next thing what will you do is you just track the dates. Okay, इस stage पे let me go back to the original purchase order. Purchase order पे भी कुछ magic हुआ है. That's again a very good feature. तो जब भी आप purchase order reports कुछ भी डेवलप करवा रहे हो तो इस चीज का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा आपको कि परचेज ऑर्डर की लाइंस यहाँ पे स्प्लिट हो जाती हैं. ठीक है, यू नो द डिलीवरी डेट शेड्यूल, दैट कम इन द पिक्चर हियर. तो मेरा परचेज ऑर्डर नंबर है 332. Here you go. तो मैंने 2 लाइन बनाई थी यहाँ पे 2000 and 4000 की, because I shipped only half of them. It split that line into 2, right? फर्स्ट लाइन को 4th and 5th में कन्वर्ट कर दिया इसने, और यहाँ पे इसने डेट भी अपडेट कर दी होगी. इफ यू गो टू द डिलीवरी, इसकी कोई कंफर्म डिलीवरी डेट नहीं है, पर दूसरी लाइन की अगर देखें तो इसकी एक डेट आ गई होगी जो कि अभी आएगी. लेट मी शो यू हाउ. If you go into the tracking in the voice tracking and click here, start date, you have to say this shipment started on 1st of August, right? तो setup जब किया गया था इनका legs का and activities का behind this journey template, where we define the lead time कि ये शिपमेंट 37 डेज तक यहाँ पे होगा. 1 दिन लोडिंग में लगेगा, 3 दिन कस्टम में, 4 दिन लोकल में. तो इसके हिसाब से सिस्टम ने कैलकुलेट करके बोला कि 13 सितंबर को दिस शिपमेंट विल अराइव इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया, राइट? 13 सितंबर को. तो यही डेट आई नीड टू सी नाउ ऑन द पीओ लाइंस. ओके, इसको रिफ्रेश किया. नाउ क्लिक ऑन दिस लाइन, देयर इज नो डेट हियर. क्लिक ऑन दिस लाइन, दिस शोज मी 13th of September, right? Similarly on this line also you can see 13th of September. अगर मैं बोलूं कि अभी ये शिपमेंट क्या है, डिले हो गया है, ये स्विस कैनाल में फंस गया है, ठीक है, तो ये 8th of September की बजाय हमारे हिसाब से 30 सितंबर को वहां पहुंचेगा. ठीक है, तो ये देखना कि ये 30 सितंबर से चेंज होके 5th of October हो गया है. अब यहाँ जाऊं और अब रिफ्रेश करूं तो ये सभी डेट चेंज हो जाएगी. थर्ड लाइन चेंज टू 5th of October. तो जब आप मास्टर प्लानिंग रन करोगे या कोई जो भी एटीपी कैलकुलेशन रन करोगे तो दिस विल बी वेरी हैंडी. दिस इज रिक्वायर्ड, राइट? अदरवाइज योर मास्टर प्लानिंग विल फेल. Okay, so this was about tracking. So you keep on updating these dates, it will keep on updating the POs. Now, what next? You wanna see the cost inquiry? We already seen the cost inquiry. We invoiced already. Now let me just show you quickly the invoice. What invoice got posted, and then I'll show you the inventory transaction as well. Okay, तो मेरा vendor है datum. Here I go to the transactions. ट्रांजेक्शन में ये देखिए मेरा इनवॉइस कौन था मेरे को याद नहीं है. आई थिंक दिस वाज माय इनवॉइस, या लास्ट वन. ओके, इफ आई टेक द एग्जांपल, तो ये मेरा शिपिंग वैल्यू ये थी, मतलब मेरा वेंडर को लायबिलिटी मेरी 44.2 मिलियन की लायबिलिटी बनेगी, ठीक है, विच इज दिस. ओके, इफ आई क्लिक ऑन द वाउचर, then you will see the other side of the other things as well. Excuse me, guys. So this is again a very interesting thing. My liability is 4.2 million. My finished good inventory is not 4.2 million, right? Why? Because my freight insurance, which is 213,000, that's also added, right? So 3,000 my freight, 210 was my insurance, right? So that's added in my inventory. Okay, that becomes, so my inventory is debited with the full amount. My liability is created with 4.2 million. This amount for freight insurance, that goes in a clearing account for the time being, right? It will get cleared when I get the actual invoice for freight insurance. Okay, so this was about invoicing. If I go to, at this stage, to see where my inventory is sitting, go to my on hand list and find out those items. Let's see just one of them. Let's say this one. Okay, so you can see there are two warehouses, one hand which is my main PO warehouse. This is my goods in transit warehouse. Okay, so my inventory is sitting at in this warehouse right now. Okay, if I click on transactions, here you can see, so there are more transactions I created this morning about this. So my 2000 inventory is sitting here. This is the value 3.78, which is 3.78, this one, right? So that's including my landed cost, my freight and insurance, right? That's the thing we want to see on the accounting and inventory side. Okay, so if this is clear, let's move to the next stage, which will be receiving in the warehouse, right? In the Australia warehouse. So receiving can be done using normal warehousing. Advanced warehousing is also supported in this landed cost. So mobile device and all, everything works. I'll go with the simpler one. So there is a button here, receive goods in transit. Okay, and you can select both, say okay, and that's received. Okay, as soon as it is received, you will see this moves out of the goods in transit warehouse and goes to your main warehouse. Okay, so your goods in transit is gone, and your main warehouse has more inventory now. Okay, 2000 arrives here. Okay, so the inventory is received. Now the last step will be the receiving of the actual invoice of the freight and insurance. For that, again, it's a very big customization, I would say, done, which is a kind of unique customization. So yeah, ये tax invoice general बनाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे, और you will select that freight forwarder और जो भी कंपनी आपको सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रही है. तो मेरे केस में ये कंपनी थी this 1002. इनवॉइस डेट, अज्यूमिंग की इनवॉइस डेट इसकी ये है, टैक्स इनवॉइस नंबर इसका ये है, और मेरे एग्जांपल के हिसाब से एस्टीमेट मेरा 3000 का था, पर एक्चुअल इनवॉइस मान लो 4000 का आता है. ठीक है, तो 4000 का मैंने यहाँ पे एंट्री डाली, एंड देन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज नाउ आई गो टू फंक्शन, सिलेक्ट वॉइस कॉस्ट. यहाँ पे मेरे को वॉइस सिलेक्ट करना है कि जो मेरा शिपमेंट का नंबर था, वॉइस का नंबर था, विच इज 9, एंड क्लिक ओके. Now another pop-up comes up. I will say कि ये कौन से चार्ज का एक्सपेंस आया, तो I will say कि फ्रेट का इनवॉइस आया मेरा, and how much is it? 4000 is it? I'm allocating whole 4000. So you can see this window here, remaining is nothing. Okay, click OK, and so 4000 I'm booking now, and click on post. As soon as I post, it will show me two lines here, debit and credit separately in two lines. Right, so that got split. Now we need to see the impact of this on the inventory. You can see before my inventory cost was this 3.7 million. which is this. After adjustment, that should change to 3.783. Before it was 3.782. Right. So let me refresh it. That goes change to 3.783. Right. And if you want to see the details, click details. How much in the like original PO and how much is the adjustment. So you can see here, this is my original 3.6 is the original PO amount, and adjustment is 1.83. This adjustment is including this last adjustment and also includes the freight and insurance both. Okay, so now my actual cost is also loaded on the item, right? That was the whole purpose of doing all these things. So my inventory is sitting at this value now. Okay, cool. So I think I'm done with my presentation. That was the whole like end-to-end cycle. If you have any question, you can start pinging me here.
Thanks, Satya. It was a great session, and I just recall my landed cost knowledge. मेरा एक सवाल था, ठीक है, जो कि मुझे क्लाइंट से भी पूछा, और इट्स अ गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी टू शेयर एट दिस स्टेज.
मुश्किल सवाल तो नहीं है
जब
ना?
हम नहीं, मुश्किल सवाल नहीं है मेरे ख्याल में. वो मेरे ख्याल में एक डिस्कशन टाइप है सवाल से ज्यादा, ठीक है. तो वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट किस तरह उसको देख रहा है, ये इसमें डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, ठीक है. आंसर मुझे पता है, लेकिन मैं अभी भी कंफ्यूज्ड हूँ, ठीक है. आंसर बिल्कुल मुझे पता है, लेकिन मैं कंफ्यूज रहता हूँ उसमें. तो मैंने कहा एक ऐसे लैंडेड कॉस्ट के जो कंसल्टेंट है उनसे अगर मैं बात करूं. क्वेश्चन ये है कि जब हमारे पास हमने ये रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड ट्रांसफर्स हो गए और इनवॉइस हमने पहले बना ली, ठीक है, और वो गुड इन ट्रांजिट में हमारे गुड्स जा चुके हैं, ठीक है. उसके बाद जब हम इसको रिसीव करते हैं वेयरहाउस में 1 महीने बाद, ठीक है, तो मेरे जो क्लाइंट था उसने एक बहुत मासूमाना सवाल पूछा. उसने कहा कि जब मैं इसको रिसीव कर रहा हूँ तो क्या इस पे कोई डॉक्यूमेंट बनता है जब मैं कोई रिसीव कर रहा हूँ वेयरहाउस के अंदर?
रिसीविंग का प्रोसेस तो वही है जैसे नॉर्मल रिसीविंग होता है. मतलब आप एएसएन की बात कर रहे हो कि एएसएन बनता है उसके अगेंस्ट में रिसीव कर पाऊं?
नहीं, मैंने जो देखा वो ये था कि जैसे हम जब इसको रिसीव करते हैं, ठीक है, तो हमारा नॉर्मल पीओ में तो जीएन का डॉक्यूमेंट बनता है, ठीक है. लेकिन जब मैं इसकी रिसीविंग कर रहा हूँ तो प्रोडक्ट रिसिप्ट का वो डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं बनता, ठीक है. हालांकि वो गुड इन ट्रांजिट से ट्रांसफर हो जाती है गुड्स मेरे वेयरहाउस के अंदर. तो क्या इसके अलावा कोई आपने अपनी पास स्टीम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कोई ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट देखा जो कि मैं कस्टमर को रेफर कर सकूं कि यहाँ से जाके देखूं? मैं ट्रांजेक्शन से जाके तो देख सकता हूँ, ठीक है. इसके बारे में आप मुझे कुछ बताएं कि आपने ऐसा कोई डॉक्यूमेंट देखा या
मैंने भी एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया कि यहाँ पे वो डेफिनेटली वहां पे बनता तो होगा. पाथ माइट बी डिफरेंट जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि कहीं पे जाके बनता है, पर क्योंकि रिसीविंग तो ये नॉर्मल रिसीविंग है, ठीक है. आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली कि यहाँ पे बनता है कि नहीं बनता है, पर आइडियली बनता है. नहीं बनता हो तो बन सकता है अगर क्लाइंट को कुछ ऐसा चाहिए. तो आई हैवंट एक्सप्लोर्ड इट.
ठीक, अच्छा. एक और मेरा सवाल ये था कि फॉर एग्जांपल हम जो है कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि हमारे जो थर्ड पार्टी वेंडर्स होते हैं, ठीक है, वो बहुत देर में हमें इनवॉइसेस भेजते हैं, ठीक है. तो एक पहले इनवॉइस आई, फिर हमारे पास फिर एक इनवॉइस आई, और एक ऐसे वक्त में इनवॉइस आई जब इन्वेंट्री वो बिक चुकी थी.
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन.
तो आप फाइनेंशियल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से किस तरह आप इसको क्लाइंट को अपने प्रपोज करेंगे, क्या करेगा?
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. तो यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि जब अगर इन्वेंट्री अगर वो बिक चुकी है, सेल हो चुकी है, तो डेफिनेटली आप उसकी कॉस्टिंग नहीं चेंज कर सकते. कोई उसका फायदा नहीं है चेंज करने का, ठीक है. तो सिस्टम कैसे हैंडल करता है उसको? क्लाइंट मतलब पहली बात तो आप वही बोलोगे कि यार जल्दी से जल्दी इनवॉइस आ जाए, वही अच्छा है, ठीक है. इस मुश्किलात में क्यों जाना है, मतलब कि एडजस्टमेंट करोगे. पर सिस्टम कैसे हैंडल करता है इसको कि जो इन्वेंट्री बिक चुकी है, मान लो जैसे 2000 में से 1000 बिक चुकी है, उसकी कॉस्ट को अफेक्ट नहीं करेगा. पर जो इन्वेंट्री है उसकी इन्वेंट्री पे वो प्रोपोर्शनेटली ऐड कर देता है कॉस्ट, जो भी एडजस्टमेंट है, ठीक है. और जो रिमेनिंग है जो बिक चुकी है उसको वो वेरिएंस में लेके चला जाता है, ठीक है. दैट्स हाउ सिस्टम वर्क्स.
गुड. और वो फिर ईयर एंड पे आप फिर उसकी एडजस्टमेंट वेरिएंस से निकाल के अकाउंट पे फिर जिस पे भी पोस्टिंग करनी है आप वो पोस्ट कर सकते हैं.
एग्जैक्टली. वो अल्टीमेटली कॉस्ट ऑफ गुड्स सोल्ड हेड में ही आता है कहीं ना कहीं, वो कहीं नहीं जाएगा, मतलब जो अकाउंटेंट करते हैं कि उसको ग्रुपिंग कॉस्ट ऑफ गुड्स सोल्ड अकाउंट उसमें ही करके रखते हैं, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली है तो वो आपका कॉस्टिंग ही, ठीक है, तो वो कोई ट्रांसफर नहीं करते हैं वो।
सही। तो ये आपके पास जो है क्या कहते हैं, ये आपने एक बड़ा अच्छा फर्क बताया कि लोगों को, जो कि मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा, जो आउटबाउंड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन को लिंक कर रहा है और इनबाउंड जो है वो लैंडेड कॉस्ट को कर रहा है। तो क्या लैंडेड कॉस्ट कभी ऐसा सिनेरियो आया कि आउटबाउंड के भी ऑर्डर्स डील कर रहा हो, या सिर्फ स्पेसिफिकली ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉड्यूल ही उसको डील करता है?
लैंडेड कॉस्ट डेफिनेटली आउटबाउंड नहीं करता है, ठीक है। ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अगेन इज, आई एम नॉट अ ट्रांसपोर्ट एक्सपर्ट, बट ट्रांसपोर्ट मैंने देखा है कि बहुत ही मुश्किल मॉड्यूल है कॉन्फ़िगर करने के लिए, एंड आई हैवंट सीन कि मैनी पीपल यूज इट, ठीक है। अगर जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन जो आपके अगर लोग फ्लीट मैनेज करते हैं या आपके इंटीग्रेशन है फ्रेट फॉरवर्ड के साथ में, तो दे यूज इट, जो मिनिमम फ्रेट कैलकुलेशन करके किस फ्रेट फॉरवर्ड को वर्क को दिया जाए, उसके लिए वो जरूर यूज करते हैं, पर आई हैवंट सीन कि मेनी पीपल यूज इट इवन फॉर आउटबाउंड। इट्स अ कॉम्प्लेक्स थिंग, और कुछ ना कुछ वो थर्ड पार्टी सिस्टम यूज कर रहे होते हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ D365 TMS।
सही। तो आप अब जो यहाँ पर आपने जो है, अगर मैं आपसे बात करूं जहां पर आप बेस्ड हैं ऑस्ट्रेलियन मार्केट में, इधर ज्यादातर मैंने देखा है कि चाइना से काफी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो रही है लैंडेड कॉस्ट की, तो क्योंकि चाइना से इनकी इंपोर्ट ज्यादा है। तो इसी तरह कुछ ममालिक जैसे पाकिस्तान और इंडिया हैं, ये जैसे पाकिस्तान इंडिया से बहुत ज्यादा इंपोर्ट करता है और चाइना से इंपोर्ट करता है, तो उधर भी ये लैंडेड कॉस्ट की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन काफी स्टार्ट हो गई है, क्योंकि लोगों ने अपने मॉड्यूल्स बनाए हुए थे। तो आपको कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के दौरान इसका, कि आपको कैसा फील हुआ कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की ये प्रोडक्ट जो लैंडेड कॉस्ट का एड ऑन आया है, ये क्या आपके हिसाब से पूरी क्लाइंट की चीजों को कैटर करता है?
नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से बहुत कुछ चीजें कैटर हो गई हैं। आई हैवंट सीन कि इसमें क्या अभी मिसिंग है, कोई हो सकता है अपॉर्शनमेंट का मेथड कुछ रह गया हो। मैं भी एक प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, उसमें कुछ सिनेरियो आया था जो कि FOB की सिनेरियो नहीं था, दैट इज अ CIF सिनेरियो, लाइक कि बायर इज पेइंग फॉर इंश्योरेंस एंड फ्रेट, राइट, और उसका जो फ्रेट एंड इंश्योरेंस है दैट इज नॉट बेस्ड ऑन द शिपमेंट, दैट्स बेस्ड ऑन द कंटेनर पर कंटेनर। तो उसमें भी मतलब ये हैंडल कर लेता है, ठीक है उसको। और जैसे बड़ी हम मशीनरी ऑर्डर करते हैं उसमें, ठीक है, हमारे क्लाइंट है बेसिकली इज इंपोर्टिंग ट्रक्स फ्रॉम जापान, राइट, तो ट्रक को आप कंटेनर में नहीं डाल सकते, ठीक है, तो ट्रक तो ऐसे कंटेनर शिपमेंट के ऊपर ही ऐसे रखे हुए आते हैं, कंटेनर नहीं होता है, वो पूरे शिपमेंट के अंदर ही रखे होते हैं। तो इसमें कंटेनर इज ए मैंडेटरी स्टेप, आप पहले वॉइस बनाते हो, फिर आप कंटेनर में डालते हो आइटम्स को,
ठीक है।
तो उसको हमने मैप कर दिया कि यार कंटेनर आपको करना ही पड़ेगा। तो बोलते हैं कि जैसे इनवॉइस बनते हैं, एक शिपमेंट के 10 इनवॉइस हैं, तो मैंने कहा चलो इनवॉइस इज इक्वल टू 1 कंटेनर, तो मैंने उसको वैसे मैप कर दिया, ठीक है। तो अभी एक दो सिनेरियो ऐसे आए हैं, बट वी समहाउ हैंडल इट। अभी तो कुछ लगता नहीं कि देयर इज समथिंग आउटसाइड ऑफ दिस इज रियली ह्यूज। आई विल से कि जैसे इनवॉइसिंग करना पहले, और परचेज ऑर्डर की डेट्स अपडेट होना अपने आप, ठीक है, स्प्लिट हो जाना वो डिलीवरी डेट का, दैट्स रियली गुड।
ठीक, शुक्रिया सत्या, बहुत बहुत। और एक आखिरी सवाल है मोहम्मद आमिर नाजिम का है हमारे पास, जो कि हाउ करेंसी एक्सचेंज इम्पैक्ट दिस प्रोसेस ड्यूरिंग इंटरनेशनल शिपमेंट।
तो जब आप ये चार्जेस डिफाइन करते हो, तो वहां पे दैट कैन बी डिफाइंड ऑन एनी करेंसी, कि जैसे आप चाइना से कुछ ला रहे हो, तो हो सकता है कि फ्रेट फॉरवर्ड चाइना का हो, तो आपका ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर में आपका मेन इनवॉइस है, PO है, आप फ्रेट इंश्योरेंस आप दे रहे हो चाइनीज UN में, और कोई कॉस्ट आप मान लो अमेरिकन डॉलर में दे रहे हो, ठीक है, तो इट कैन हैंडल दोज डिफरेंट करेंसीज इन द चार्जेस लेवल, ठीक है। और करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट आप डिफाइन कर सकते हो पैरामीटर में, एंड इट बेस्ड ऑन दैट इट विल टेक अप द एक्सचेंज रेट। और डेफिनेटली जब आपका एक्चुअल इनवॉइस आता है उस टाइम पे तो वो जो स्पॉट रेट होगा वही वाला एक्सचेंज रेट लेगा वहाँ पे।
ओके,
ठीक है, तो मतलब नॉर्मल जैसे इनवॉइसिंग एक्सचेंज रेट होता है वैसे ही चलता है इसमें भी।
सही सही। ओके Satya, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure here to host you, and you answers all the great questions as well. And thank you for coming to Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. See you next time again.
Thank you very much, Amar, for giving this opportunity. Hope कि ये हर साल होता रहे और हम हर साल यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ मुलाकात करते रहें।
ठीक है, शुक्रिया सत्या। अब हमारे अगले स्पीकर मौजूद हैं, ठीक है, जो हमारे वेटिंग लॉबी में हैं और आपके बड़े जाने माने दोस्त भी हैं वो, तो हम उनका सेशन देखे बगैर आप जाइएगा नहीं।
जरूर जरूर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ओके, सो नाजरीन, अब हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं रचित गार्ड। हेलो रचित, हाउ आर यू?
हेलो अमर, मैं बढ़िया हूँ, आप बताएं। बहुत मजा आ रहा है इस इवेंट में।
या बहुत ही जबरदस्त सेशन हो रहे हैं, बहुत ही इंफॉर्मेटिव टॉपिक डिस्कस हो रहे हैं। तो मुझे आज यकीन है कि आप भी कुछ एक नई चीज लेके आए होंगे हमारे लिए, और मैं तो बड़ा एक्साइटेड हूँ आपके सेशन के लिए।
थैंक यू अमर फॉर दैट। आज मैं एक्चुअली एक बहुत ही नई चीज पे बात करने वाला हूँ जिसका नाम है डायनामिक्स 365 इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट, और ये ऐप अभी जनरली अवेलेबल होने वाली है अगस्त में, तो आई थिंक दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू टॉक अबाउट इट। सो आई एम रियली एक्साइटेड फॉर दिस सेशन एज वेल अमर।
तो मैं टाइम जाया किए बगैर आपको ये स्टेज देता हूँ। बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू अमर। आई विल शेयर माय स्क्रीन। अमर एक बार बताएंगे स्क्रीन दिख रही है? Can you see my screen, Amar?
All good, Rajat. All good.
Okay, perfect. All right. स्वागत है सभी का। ये सेशन मैंने हिंदी में चूज किया करने के लिए, तो कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं हिंदी में ही बोलूं। लास्ट टाइम भी जब ये हिंदी उर्दू इवेंट हुआ था तब मैंने एक सेशन दिया था हिंदी में, और डिफिकल्ट होता है हिंदी में एक प्रोफेशनल सेशन देना, क्योंकि हम इतने यूज्ड टू होते हैं इंग्लिश में सारे प्रोफेशनल काम करने के लिए, बट आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट। तो सबसे पहले मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा सारे स्पॉन्सर्स का, गुरु ग्रुप, बारहेड जो कि मेलबर्न में ऑस्ट्रेलिया में काफ़ी वेल नोन कंपनी है डायनामिक स्पेस में, माजिक ग्लोबल का, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को स्पॉन्सर किया और हम सबको ये प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल कराया जिसके थ्रू हम सब कनेक्ट होके इतनी ज़्यादा नॉलेज शेयरिंग कर पा रहे हैं। तो आई विल कंटिन्यू विद द थीम। स्वागत है सबका, वेलकम। तो सबसे पहले इस इवेंट में सबसे मज़े की बात ये हो रही है कि हर कोई अपने होम टाउन की और अपने देश की बातें कर रहा है, तो मैंने सोचा मैं भी थोड़ा सा बताऊं कि मैं कहाँ से हूँ, अपने ओरिजिन के बारे में। तो मैं बेसिकली बिलोंग करता हूँ सिटी ऑफ ताजमहल आगरा को। तो जो यहाँ पे रेड डॉट दिख रहा है यहाँ पे बेस्ड है। मैं आगरा में ही बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप हुआ हूँ, पूरी एजुकेशन इंजीनियरिंग आगरा से करी है, बहुत फॉन्ड मेमोरीज हैं, बहुत अच्छी सिटी है। ताजमहल जिस के लिए फेमस है आगरा। जनरली लोगों को ताजमहल फ्रंट से देखने की आदत है, लाइक मोस्टली पिक्चर्स में फ्रंट है, बट जो पिक्चर मैंने यहाँ प्रेजेंट करी है वो बैक साइड है ताजमहल का, और आप देख सकते हैं कितना खूबसूरत दिखता है। दिस इज द यमुना रिवर, बैक साइड से यमुना रिवर जाती है, और यहाँ पे काफ़ी इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज होते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब भी कोई इवेंट होता है आप पीछे से ताजमहल दिखता है उसके। खाने की बात आई थी, मोहम्मद आलम ने आम की बात करी थी, तो मेरे को भी याद आई आगरा की बेड़ई और जलेबी, जो कि वहाँ का बहुत ही फेमस ब्रेकफास्ट है। मज़े की बात यह है कि आगरा में मिलती है, आसपास ज़्यादा जाओ तो मिलती नहीं है, तो वी डू एक्चुअली क्रेव अलॉट फॉर इट। बेड़ई एक टाइप की, इट्स अ मिक्सचर ऑफ पूरी एंड कचौड़ी। इट्स नॉट एज सॉफ्ट एज पूरी एंड इट्स नॉट एज हार्ड एज कचौड़ी, तो उसके बीच का है। और इसके साथ जो ये आलू की सब्जी होती है बहुत स्पाइसी होती है, इसलिए लोग इसमें दही डाल के खाते हैं, जिनका टेस्ट थोड़ा लेस स्पाइसी होता है, और इसके साथ जाती है जलेबी। प्लस फेमस है आगरा का पेठा, वर्ल्ड वाइड फेमस है, यहाँ भी मिलता है, खाते हैं हम लोग। Apart from that, Agra ka leather industry is quite big. There are many industries जो कि leather manufacturing, especially shoes बनते हैं काफ़ी, worldwide export होते हैं. So that was a bit about my background from where I come. अगर कोई भी आगरा का ट्रिप प्लान करता है तो let me know. I will be more than happy to organize something for you guys there. बात करते हैं मेरे प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस की। तो दोस्तों मैंने डायनामिक्स 365 फाइनेंस एंड ऑपरेशन अब नाम हो गया है, बट जब मैंने जॉब स्टार्ट करी थी इन द ईयर 2005, दिस प्रोडक्ट वाज कॉल्ड एज डायनामिक्स एएक्स। तो उस टाइम पे एएक्स वर्जन 3.0 था। उसके बाद माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एक कंटिन्यूड फोकस रहा इस प्रोडक्ट पे। प्रोडक्ट इवॉल्व होता रहा, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ मैच्योर होता रहा, और जो लोग इस फील्ड में काम कर रहे थे उनको मजा आने लगा, क्योंकि एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम था उस प्रोडक्ट को मैच्योर करने के लिए। कस्टमर्स में एक पैशन था इस प्रोडक्ट को यूज करने का। तो हो गया, लाइक आई एम वर्किंग फ्रॉम 2005 इन दिस। स्टार्ट किया था एज एन X++ डेवलपर। मोस्टली टेक्नोलॉजी साइड से मेरा टच रहा है। रिसेंटली थोड़ा सा आर्किटेक्चर एंड सॉल्यूशन साइड में भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहा है, but mostly I'm into the technical side of Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation. Community enthusiast हूँ, like-minded people, फैजल, अमर, कमर, ये लोग हैं यहाँ पे सब। तो बहुत मज़ा आता है कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट्स में, ग्लोबली MVP से बात करने में, और ग्लोबली डायनामिक्स कम्युनिटी के लोगों से बात करने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और उसका रीज़न ये है कि हर कोई अपनी नॉलेज शेयर करता है एक दूसरे के साथ। तो दैट इज़ द ब्यूटी ऑफ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट डायनामिक्स कम्युनिटी। तो अगर आप ये सेशन लाइव देख रहे हैं या बाद में देख रहे हैं और आप डायनामिक्स कम्युनिटी फील्ड के हैं, तो आगे आइए, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे यूज़र ग्रुप्स हैं ग्लोबली, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कीजिए, अपनी नॉलेज को शेयर करिए, क्योंकि इतना कुछ है सीखने के लिए। आप अकेले सब नहीं सीख सकते, एक दूसरे के एक्सपीरियंस से सीखेंगे तो जल्दी सीख जाएंगे। During my tenure, I have worked with companies like Techtura, To Increase, which was merged with Columbus. Then I came to Australia in 2013, was working with Sable 37, जिसको DXC ने acquire किया. Then I worked with Infosys, और अभी मैं वर्क कर रहा हूँ PwC ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ। मेलबर्न में रहता हूँ। अगर आप लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं तो आपको पता होगा मुझे QR कोड्स बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं। तो कोई भी लिंक शेयर करना होता है तो उसका मैं QR कोड शेयर करता हूँ। तो यहाँ पे QR कोड्स हैं मेरे ब्लॉग के, मेरे लिंक्डइन हैंडल के और ट्विटर के। तो अगर आप चाहें तो स्कैन करके मुझसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। यूजर ग्रुप्स की बात आई थी, तो आई एम एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन दीज 3 यूजर ग्रुप्स: ANZ D365 FinOps टीम, which is a platform for connecting Dynamics professionals in Australia and New Zealand. पाकिस्तान यूजर ग्रुप, जिसका मैं पार्ट हूँ, इस इवेंट में भी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी का पार्ट हूँ। बहुत अच्छा ग्रुप है, बहुत अच्छे लोग हैं, बहुत मजा आ रहा है इस इवेंट में। और हमने रिसेंटली 1 महीने पहले लॉन्च किया है डायनामिक्स 365 यूजर ग्रुप फॉर इंडिया। तो ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि हम लोगों को एक साथ लेके आए। वी आर नॉट ट्राइंग टू बिल्ड समथिंग इन पैरेलल, बट कुछ ऐसा करें कि हम ग्लोबली डायनामिक्स के यूजर्स को कनेक्ट कर पाएं। So that is the objective. I'll move forward considering time. Just a quick thing I want to talk about Dynamics 365 user group India is कि 1 महीना हो गया है लॉन्च किए हुए। We have already 200+ members in this group. यहाँ पे QR कोड्स हैं ट्विटर हैंडल के और लिंक्डइन हैंडल के, तो प्लीज स्कैन करें एंड हमें ज्वाइन करें। और एक सेशन आने वाला है डायनामिक्स 365 फाइनेंस एंड ऑपरेशंस की इंटीग्रेशंस के स्टडीज को लेके, जो कि प्रेजेंट करेंगे आशीष श्रीवास्तव, जो सिडनी में रहते हैं विद द ग्रुप। सो डू प्लीज जॉइन अस इन दिस जर्नी एंड एनकरेज अस टू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड। चलिए अब आते हैं अपने टॉपिक पे कि इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट क्या है। तो हम जो एजेंडा है आज का, उसमें हम बात करेंगे कि ये ऐप है क्या, डायनामिक्स 365 इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट। इसके कंपोनेंट्स क्या हैं, इसके आर्किटेक्चर क्या है, इसका ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट आप कैसे डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं। एक झलक देखेंगे इस एप्लीकेशन की जो मैंने ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट में डिप्लॉय करी थी, और बाद में लेंगे Q&A, क्वेश्चंस एंड आंसर्स कुछ होते हैं। तो दोस्तों इंट्रोडक्शन सेशन है, और इसमें मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो क्लियर हो जाए, राइट। तो अभी मेरा, क्योंकि मैंने भी बहुत ज़्यादा डीप डाइव नहीं किया, बट जो मैंने आर्किटेक्चर समझा है वो मैं नॉलेज सबके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, ताकि जब ये ऐप जनरली अवेलेबल होती है अगस्त में, तो हमें पता हो कि ये है क्या। तो दोस्तों स्टार्टिंग करेंगे हम कि ये समझने के लिए कि ऐसा क्या हुआ कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट को एक नई एप्लीकेशन लॉन्च करनी पड़ी विद फोकस ऑफ सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट इन माइंड, राइट। इसकी क्या बिजनेस वैल्यू है और क्यों ये मॉडर्न है। ये आप देखेंगे जब भी डायनामिक्स 365 इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट की बात होगी, ये वर्ड जरूर आएगा कि ये मॉडर्न है और लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी पे बिल्ड है, अडेप्टेबल है। तो क्यों है ये हम जानेंगे आज के सेशन में। तो सप्लाई चेन इंडस्ट्रीज का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम आज की डेट में ये है कि सप्लाई चेन अब बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स हो चुकी है। इतने ज़्यादा थर्ड पार्टी प्रोवाइडर्स हैं, इतने ज़्यादा ई कॉमर्स, मोबाइल ऐप्स, वेरियस टेक्नोलॉजी चैनल्स हैं जिसके ऑर्डर प्लेसिंग को भी मैनेज कर बड़ा एप्लीकेशंस का। अगर आप एक हैं सप्लाई, ये हर क्लाइंट का चैलेंज हो। जितनी भी इम्प्लीमेंट करी या इन्वेंटरी हैवी क्लाइंट्स रहे हैं, बट चैलेंजिंग के देना टफ होता है क्योंकि डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेंटर से करना है, डिलीवरी प्रोवाइडर के थ्रू करना है।
Hi Rachit, sorry to interrupt. I think you are on mute. तो एक दफा अनम्यूट कर लेंगे। हाँ जी, perfect.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me now?
yes, absolutely. अब मैं आपको सुन पा रहा हूँ। तो आप की
Sorry,
आवाज
I'm
बिल्कुल
not
ठीक
sure
आ रही थी जब
network.
आपने थोड़ा सा प्री टेक्स्ट दिया उसका, एंड देन मे बी वी ट्राई टर्निंग ऑफ योर वीडियो तो थोड़ी सी बैंडविड्थ भी अच्छी हो जाएगी एंड वॉइस का इशू नहीं होगा। थैंक्स।
Okay, okay. Am I audible now? अभी क्लियर है?
यस यस, दैट्स गुड।
ओके, ठीक है, तो आगे चलते हैं दोस्तों। तो इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट की बिजनेस वैल्यू ये है कि आप ऑर्डर फुलफिलमेंट के अंदर ये इंटेंस कर रहा है, इसलिए इसका नाम है इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट। ये आपके ऑर्डर के फुलफिलमेंट के फ्लो को ऑप्टिमाइज करता है। कैसे करता है वो हम अभी बात करते हैं। ये आपको इंसाइट्स देता है जिसके ऊपर आप एक्शन ले सकें। इंसाइट्स आजकल हम सभी सुनते हैं, पावर बीआई है, डेटा एनालिटिक्स हैं, और वो इंसाइट्स आती हैं, बट वो इंसाइट्स अगर एक्शनेबल होती हैं तो उनका वैल्यू अलग ही होती है। तो इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट में जो इंसाइट्स आती हैं वो एक्शनेबल होती हैं। प्लस इसकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत है कि आप इसको कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस के थ्रू अडेप्ट चेंज कर सकते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू योर सप्लाई एंड डिमांड। तो अब इसको मॉडर्न क्या बनाता है, ये इवेंट बेस्ड इकोसिस्टम पे बना, इट इज ड्रिवन बाय इवेंट्स। सबसे बड़ी मेजर पॉइंट है कि आपको अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग एप्लीकेशंस को रिप एंड रिप्लेस नहीं करना। ये मेरे लिए नया वर्ड है, मैंने पहली बार सुना है, शायद सेल्स के लोगों ने पहले सुना हो, बट दिस इज द ब्यूटी, यू डोंट हैव टू रिप एंड रिप्लेस योर लीगेसी एप्लीकेशन। आपके पास करंट एप्लीकेशंस हैं सप्लाई चेन की, आप उसके साथ इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट को ऑनबोर्ड कर सकते हैं। तो इट्स नॉट अ कॉस्टली फुल रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ योर लीगेसी एप्लीकेशन। इसको फ्यूल करता है, पावर करता है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। तो ये जो एक्शनेबल इंसाइट्स हैं ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के थ्रू आ रही हैं इसमें। तो इट्स नॉट ओनली रिपोर्टिंग, इट्स पावर्ड बाय आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। जो ये हम बात करते हैं ड्रिवन बाय इवेंट, इट्स बेस्ड ऑन दी पावर ऑटोमेट। पावर ऑटोमेट इज द प्लेटफॉर्म व्हिच गिव्स यू दैट इकोसिस्टम। तो दोस्तों आगे बढ़ते हैं, जल्दी से इसके आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में बात करते हैं। क्विक व्यू कि ये डायनामिक्स 365 फैमिली में फिट कहाँ होता है। तो अगर आपने लेटेस्ट डायग्राम देखा होगा तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने इसका लोगो रिलीज किया है। इट इज सिटिंग इन द डायनामिक्स 365 फैमिली और ये बना है पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे। व्हेन आई से पावर प्लेटफॉर्म मतलब अंडर द हुड डेटा इज स्टोर्ड इन डेटावर्स। इट इज अ मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप। तो जो लोग सीई साइड से हैं, पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, दे विल बी हैप्पी टू नो इट इज अ मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप. Intelligent order management is based on Power Platform. It's a model driven app. It is built on Dataverse. And there are few very unique things which are called like fulfillment optimization and order orchestration. तो ये हम देखते हैं कैसे होता है. तो कॉन्सेप्ट्स की बात करेंगे, कंपोनेंट्स की बात करेंगे. तो व्हाट आर द की कंपोनेंट्स? तो जो यहाँ पे स्लाइड पे है ये है की कंपोनेंट्स इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट के. एप्लीकेशन विच इज योर मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप. प्रोवाइडर्स ये क्या है अभी हम बात करेंगे, बट अगर आपको समरी चाहिए की कंपोनेंट और टर्मिनोलॉजी हर जगह इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट में ये टर्म्स आएंगे. प्रोवाइडर्स, ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन, इन्वेंट्री विजिबिलिटी सर्विस, फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एंड इनसाइट्स. तो ऐप का काम क्या है? ऐप है यूजर इंटरफेस. like it's like meaningful, right? App is the user interface. ये आपकी मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप है बिल्ड ऑन पावर प्लेटफॉर्म. इसको आप एक्सटेंड कर सकते हैं, कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि आप किसी और मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप को कस्टमाइज करते हैं. ऐप का फायदा ये है कि है बिजनेस यूजर्स के लिए. यहाँ से आपको सिंगल व्यू ऑफ योर कंप्लीट सप्लाई चेन मिलेगा. आपकी करंट स्टेट क्या है फुलफिलमेंट की. ऑर्डर्स मल्टीपल चैनल ओरिजिनेट होते हैं. example, you can have a e-commerce website, electronic exchange जहाँ मोबाइल ऐप से ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं, टेलीफोन ऑर्डर्स प्लेस कर रहे हैं. देयर कैन बी मल्टीपल चैनल्स जहाँ से ऑर्डर्स आ रहे हैं. वो सारे लैंड होके आपको इस ऐप में दिख जाएंगे. उसको एनेबल कौन कर रहा है? प्रोवाइडर्स. व्हेन आई से प्रोवाइडर पावर ऑटोमेट कनेक्टर्स. तो बेसिकली क्या होता है कि कोई भी थर्ड पार्टी एप्लीकेशन है जिससे आप कनेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, उसका एक पावर ऑटोमेट में कनेक्टर बनता है और उस कनेक्टर के थ्रू है. प्रोवाइडर दो तरीके के हैं, फर्स्ट पार्टी प्रोवाइडर एंड अ थर्ड पार्टी प्रोवाइडर. फर्स्ट पार्टी प्रोवाइडर वो होता है जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने पब्लिश किया है इस एप्लीकेशन के लिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपका डायनामिक्स 365 के प्रोवाइडर्स माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने रिलीज किए हैं. ऑर्डरफुल करके एक ई कॉमर्स इंजन है जिसके माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने प्रोवाइडर्स फुलफिल किए हैं, रिलीज किए हैं. तो ये हैं फर्स्ट पार्टी प्रोवाइडर्स. थर्ड पार्टी प्रोवाइडर्स वो होते हैं जो बेसिकली माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इकोसिस्टम के बाहर के होते हैं और यहाँ पे है वेंडर्स के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी. मार्केट में ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है, आप अपने एप्लीकेशंस के कनेक्टर्स बनाएं और इसको पब्लिश करें पावर ऑटोमेट के इकोसिस्टम में. प्रोवाइडर के अंदर सब पार्ट क्या होते हैं? कनेक्शन. कनेक्शन क्या करता है? आपको अलाउ करता है टू कनेक्ट टू एन एप्लीकेशन. बिजनेस इवेंट ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. बिजनेस इवेंट होता है कि जो एप्लीकेशन आपको अपना प्रोवाइडर दे रही है वो क्या क्या बिजनेस इवेंट कर सकती है. इट्स अ लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल द बिजनेस एक्शंस दैट एक्सटर्नल एप्लीकेशन कैन डू. नाउ एक्शन इज डिफरेंट. नाउ एक्शन इज एंड बिजनेस इवेंट्स आर डिफरेंट. एक्शन इज कि एक वर्क जो उसे करना है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल बिजनेस इवेंट हो सकता है कि ओके ऑर्डर को मार्क कर दो एज कंप्लीट और डिलीवर्ड. बट एक्शन हो सकता है कि मुझे एड्रेस वैलिडेशन करना है. तो एड्रेस वैलिडेशन इज डिफरेंट टू अ बिजनेस इवेंट. पैरामीटर्स एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन होती है जो कि आप इन चीजों को पैरामीटराइज कर सकते हैं. एंड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन तो इसके बारे में डिटेल में डॉक्स पे लिखा है. बट प्रोवाइडर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट इन योर इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट. क्विकली बात करेंगे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे. ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन फ्लो ये है बिजनेस यूजर्स के लिए. यहाँ पे हम क्या कर सकते हैं? अपने ऑर्डर की जर्नी को मॉडल कर सकते हैं यूजिंग अ यूआई. देयर इज अ फ्लो डिजाइनर. इट्स लाइक क्रिएटिंग अ विजुअल डायग्राम वेयर यू कैन से आई वांट टू फर्स्ट वैलिडेट माय एड्रेस, देन आई वांट टू डू समथिंग एल्स. यू कैन कॉन्फ़िगर योर ऑर्डर ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन जर्नी. मतलब ये यहाँ पे हम इन्वेंटरी की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे है उसकी जर्नी. ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन कैसे ऑर्डर फुलफिल होगा, कब जाएगा, कहाँ जाएगा, क्या क्या स्टेप्स होंगे, ये है ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन. और ये एक यूजर फ्रेंडली फ्लो डिजाइनर है एप्लीकेशन के अंदर जो कि बिजनेस यूजर्स यूज कर सकते हैं कॉन्फ़िगर करने के लिए. तो यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे ये मॉडर्न क्यों है, राइट. इन्वेंट्री विजिबिलिटी सर्विस ये एक हाईली स्केलेबल सर्विस माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने पब्लिश करी है जिसके थ्रू आपको एक सिंगल व्यू मिलेगा आपकी इन्वेंट्री का अक्रॉस ऑल लीगल एंटिटीज। तो इसकी भी कॉन्फ़िगरेशन ऐप के अंदर होती है, हम अभी देखेंगे। लास्ट टू थिंग्स, फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन क्या होता है? अभी ये देखो टर्म बहुत यूनिक है। फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन इज अबाउट फुलफिलमेंट स्ट्रैटेजीज की ऑर्डर में जो आपकी इन्वेंट्री सप्लाई हो रही है वो फुलफिल कौन करेगा? डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेंटर से होगी, लोकल वेंडर से होगी, कहाँ से मेरा इन्वेंट्री फुलफिल हो रही है? तो फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन इज डिफरेंट टू योर ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन ऑफ योर जर्नी, जो मैंने पहले कॉन्सेप्ट बताया था। इसके लिए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट करके एक माइक्रो सर्विस बनाई है जो कि ये यूज करता है, और ये सारा सेटअप फुलफिलमेंट ऑप्टिमाइजेशंस का माइक्रोसॉफ्ट डेटावर्स में सेव होता है, जो कि अभी हम देखेंगे। इनसाइट्स, पावर बीआई इनसाइट्स होती हैं और यूनिफाइड क्लाइंट इंटरफेस इनसाइट्स होती हैं। पावर बीआई के जो इनका एक क्विक डायग्राम देख लेते हैं कैसे काम करता है, क्योंकि इसमें एक छोटा सा कैच है जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने डॉक्स की वेबसाइट पे बताया हुआ है कि हुआ क्या, एक्सटर्नल एप्लीकेशन से डेटा आपका डेटावर्स में बना, उसके बाद ये इनका इंटरनल फ्रेमवर्क है जहाँ पे डेटावर्स से डेटा जाता है डेटा लेक में, वहां पे वो डेटा लेक से डेटा जाता है एक एनालिटिक्स प्लेटफॉर्म पे, ताकि उसके ऊपर हम एआई के एल्गोरिथम्स चला सकें, और उसकी पावर बीआई की केपीआईज बनती हैं, और उसको वापस वो डेटा लेक में लाते हैं, डेटा लेक से वापस ये पावर बीआई वर्कस्पेस में दिखा के आपको रिपोर्ट दिखती है। तो आप देख रहे हैं जो डेटा आया उसके ऊपर डेटा लेक में जाके एनालिटिक्स होती हैं और वो वापस आके दिखता है। तो यहाँ पे ये सब मॉडर्न प्लेटफॉर्म यूज हो रहा है डेटा को एनालाइज और करने का, और इसी की वजह से आपके ऊपर एक्शनेबल इनसाइट्स आपको मिल पा रही हैं। अभी क्या है इसमें कैच कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने पब्लिश किया है कि आप आउट ऑफ बॉक्स बीआई कैपेबिलिटीज आ रही हैं उनको आप कस्टमाइज नहीं कर सकते, और ये जो डेटा लेक में जाता है ये आप एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन अगर आपको अपनी कस्टम पावर बीआई डैशबोर्ड बनानी है तो यू हैव एक्सेस टू द डेटावर्स, और डेटावर्स से डेटा आप खुद ले जाके अपने डेटा लेक में करके उसके ऊपर पावर बीआई कर सकते हैं। क्विकली देख लेते हैं कुछ ग्लिम्स ऑफ द पावर बीआई डैशबोर्ड्स व्हिच आर अवेलेबल इन द प्रोडक्ट। सॉरी, आई क्लिक ट्वाइस, बट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दिस। सो बेसिकली इसमें यहाँ पे ये पावर बीआई डैशबोर्ड है जहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि कौन से ऑर्डर्स में वैलिडेशन फेल हुआ है, किस रूल की वजह से फेल हो रहे हैं, कौन से क्या स्टेटस है, तो आप यहीं से इन सब चीज़ों का एक्शन ले सकते हैं। अनदर पावर बीआई चार्ट इन द ऐप इज हेयर, जहाँ पे आपको सिस्टम मॉनिटरिंग आउटबाउंड इनसाइट्स हैं, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि कितने रिक्वेस्ट आ रहे हैं इनबाउंड या आउटबाउंड, कितने एक्टिव कनेक्टर्स हैं, क्या उनका सक्सेस रेट्स है, राइट। इसमें आपके पास मैप्स की कैपेबिलिटी भी है। यू कैन ऑल्सो सी दी journey of your orders, how your carrier tracking is storing the information of your orders। तो यहाँ पे आप कैरियर ट्रैकिंग कर सकते हैं। ये कैरियर ट्रैकिंग कैसे हो रही है? अगेन पावर ऑटोमेट के कनेक्टर्स हैं जिनके थ्रू आप इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं, और अगर आपको मैप इनेबल करना है तो पावर मॉडल ड्रिवन एप्स में एक सेटिंग होती है टू इनेबल बिंग मैप इन योर एप्लीकेशन, वो आपको इनेबल करना पड़ेगा अगर आपको यहाँ पे मैप्स देखना है तो। क्विकली बात करते हैं, ये सब था बिजनेस वैल्यू। अभी हम बात करते हैं अंडर द हुड आर्किटेक्चर की। तो दोस्तों ऑन द होल, सॉरी I'll just go one slide back. So on a high level if you see, हो क्या रहा है, ऑर्डर का सारा डेटा मल्टीपल सोर्सेस से आपका एक डेटावर्स में आ रहा है, और यहाँ पे आप क्या कर रहे हैं, बिजनेस यूजर्स ऑर्डर की ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन को कॉन्फ़िगर कर रहे हैं और फुलफिलमेंट स्ट्रैटेजीज डिफाइन कर रहे हैं, and this is where your intelligent order management is talking to external systems again via power automate connectors and telling them to do something, that I want my order address to be validated first, then I have to go to next step। तो ये जो बिजनेस इवेंट्स और जो कनेक्टर्स का इकोसिस्टम है, प्रोवाइडर्स का कॉन्सेप्ट है, वो यहाँ पे है, और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है मार्केट में। अगर आप आईएसवी हैं या आप एक वेंडर हैं या आपका एक ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप यहाँ पे कनेक्टर बनाएं अपना और पब्लिश करें, तो डेफिनेटली इट विल गेट पिक्ड बाय द कस्टमर्स। उसके बाद क्या होता है, यहाँ पे फुलफिलमेंट हो रहा है, राइट। सो दैट्स इन अ नटशेल अबाउट योर सप्लाई चेन। तो टेक्निकल आर्किटेक्चर की बात करेंगे तो जो की कंपोनेंट्स हैं जो कि ड्राइव कर रहे हैं इस होल एप्लीकेशन को, वो मैं क्विकली बात कर लेता हूँ। पावर क्वेरी इज अ टूल बाय माइक्रोसॉफ्ट to extract your data from various sources, transform and load it into various sources. तो it is not only for Dataverse, आप इसको डेटा लेक में भी भेज सकते हैं, एक्सेल में भी भेज सकते हैं. In short, it is the modern data ETL tool. डेटा को एक्सट्रैक्ट, ट्रांसफॉर्म और लोड करते हैं हम. बहुत पावरफुल है. इसमें जो लैंग्वेज यूज होती है क्वेरी की, उसे कहते हैं एम क्वेरी. तो अंडर द हुड इट यूजेस एम लैंग्वेज टू publish data in Dataverse from your multiple systems. सेकेंड मेजर कंपोनेंट है जो कि इस एप्लीकेशन को ड्राइव कर रहा है, पावर ऑटोमेट. आई थिंक इट्स नॉट अ न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट, एवरीवन नोज अबाउट इट नाउ, कि ये एक कनेक्टर बेस्ड इकोसिस्टम है, राइट. आप कनेक्टर्स के थ्रू एक्सटर्नल सिस्टम से बात कर सकते हैं. यू कैन टॉक टू देम, यू कैन एक्सचेंज डेटा, यू कैन ट्रिगर देयर इवेंट्स. तो ये सारी चीजें आपको पावर ऑटोमेट इनेबल करा रहा है. थर्ड मेजर कंपोनेंट है इस एप्लीकेशन का, डेटावर्स. तो डेटावर्स इज the only myth I want to break here is it's not just a database. It has lot of capabilities, security है, logic है, built in data है, storage है, integrations हैं. तो ये slides आप लोगों ने पहले भी देखी होंगी, but अगर नहीं देखी हैं तो I just wanted to talk about Dataverse. कि Dataverse is a very powerful platform going forward. Everything is getting centralized at Dataverse. तो इसके बारे में जरूर पढ़ें. तो Dataverse है जो कि हमारे को help कर रहा है to give that elasticity of storing big amount of data under the hood. थर्ड मेजर कंपोनेंट है AI बिल्डर. AI बिल्डर पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर है जो कि बहुत मैच्योर हो रहा है, बहुत स्पीड में मैच्योर हो रहा है. रिसेंटली कुछ आई थिंक फॉरेस्टर एंड गार्टनर की रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं जहाँ पे AI बिल्डर को लीडर बताया गया है इस स्पेस में. तो बेसिकली AI बिल्डर क्या करता है कि आपके डेटा को एनालाइज करके इट कैन डू प्रेडिक्शन, इट कैन डू ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन, आपकी फॉर्म प्रोसेसिंग कर सकता है, इट कैन आइडेंटिफाई टेक्स्ट फ्रॉम द इनवॉइसेस. तो बेसिकली AI बिल्डर इज ड्राइविंग ऑल द एक्शनेबल इनसाइट्स एंड इट इज वर्किंग ऑन द डेटा विच इज गेटिंग जनरेटेड. तो अगर हम आर्किटेक्चर देखेंगे तो बेसिकली थ्री मेजर कंपोनेंट्स हैं. डेटा पाइपलाइन. डेटा पाइपलाइन का काम ये है डेटा लाना और भेजना. ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन इंजन, यहाँ पे हम ऑर्केस्ट्रेट कर रहे हैं सर्विसेज को, और उसके बाद इनसाइट्स. तो AI बिल्डर का काम यहाँ इनसाइट्स में है. पावर ऑटोमेट का काम डेटा लाना और ऑर्केस्ट्रेट करने में है. डेटावर्स इज अक्रॉस द स्टैक, अज्योर इज अक्रॉस द स्टैक. अब यहाँ अज्योर है मतलब यू गेट ऑल द सिक्योरिटी, कंप्लायंस, स्केलेबिलिटी एंड अदर थिंग्स व्हिच कम्स विद अज्योर. तो जो सॉल्यूशन डिजाइन कंसिडरेशंस थे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के इस ऐप को बनाते टाइम, कि इसकी जो ऑर्डर जर्नी है वो हम मॉडल कर पाए, वो बिजनेस यूजर डिफाइन करे. अगर हमारे ऑर्डर जर्नी के लॉजिक चेंज हो रहे हैं तो हमें आईटी के पास जाने की जरूरत ना पड़े. एक्शन बेस्ड इकोसिस्टम हो, कनेक्टर बेस्ड इकोसिस्टम हो, स्केल आउट कर सकें हम. कॉन्फ़िगरेशन नॉट कोडेड, ये हर जगह है आजकल. लाइक एवरीवन वांट्स टू कॉन्फ़िगर थिंग्स एंड गिव इट इनटू द हैंड्स ऑफ बिजनेस यूजर. तो वो इसकी है ब्यूटी कि यहाँ पे आप कॉन्फ़िगरेशन कर सकते हैं. काफी इंटेलिजेंस है इनटू द प्लेटफॉर्म. तो आई थिंक what I have told, done a lot of talking. तो I'll quickly show you how the app looks like. अगर आपको ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट डिप्लॉय करना है तो बेसिकली आपको जाना है इस वेबसाइट के लिंक पे, dynamics.microsoft.com इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट, एंड क्लिक करना है फ्री ट्रायल पे. सो आई विल जस्ट क्विकली शो यू हाउ दैट लुक्स लाइक एंड विल टेक यू टू द ऐप फॉर अ क्विक डेमो. लेट मी जस्ट स्किप and bring up my browser. एक और बात दोस्तों, ये इस ऐप का अनाउंसमेंट इसी साल इग्नाइट में हुआ था. तो इट इज़ वेरी फ्रेश. GA इज हैपनिंग इन अगस्त, तो इट्स अबाउट टू कम. तो लेट मी नो व्हेन यू कैन सी माय स्क्रीन. आई थिंक यू कैन ऑलरेडी सी इट. सो ये है हमारा होम पेज. जब आप इसका ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट डिप्लॉय करते हैं, दिस इज व्हाट यू गेट. तो बेसिकली होता ही है कि ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट डिप्लॉय करने के लिए आपको उस लिंक पे जाना है, क्लिक करना है, अपना ईमेल एड्रेस देना है. यू कैन क्रिएट अ न्यू ऑन माइक्रोसॉफ्ट अकाउंट हेयर विदाउट गोइंग इनटू क्रेडिट कार्ड डिटेल्स. तो जब ये बन जाता है तो आपके पास एक ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट आ जाता है 30 डेज के लिए. वंस यू गेट दैट ट्रायल एनवायरनमेंट दोस्तों, तो आपको ऐसे आपने जो भी एड्रेस बनाया है उससे आप अपने पावर पोर्टल में जाके देख सकते हैं. एक एनवायरनमेंट में सब्सक्रिप्शन बन जाता है 30 डेज का फ्री ट्रायल. और यहाँ पे आपको दिखेगा इंटेलिजेंट ऑर्डर मैनेजमेंट की ऐप प्रीव्यू मोड में, और आप देखेंगे ये मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप है. तो व्हेन आई सेड this is a model driven app. This is from where I came to know that it is a model driven app. तो अब अगर मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप है तो आप अगर टेक्निकल हैं आप जाके इसके अंडर द हुक देख सकते हैं कैसे फॉर्म्स डिजाइन है, कैसे डेटा कनेक्टर्स के थ्रू डेटा आ रहा है इसमें. बट विल क्विकली सी द ऐप नाउ. तो होता क्या है, जब आपके पास ऐप आएगी यू कम टू द होम पेज और यहाँ पे आपके पास सारे ऑप्शंस हैं कि आपको जो की चीजें कॉन्फ़िगर करनी है उसका यहाँ स्क्रीन होता है कि यू हैव टू कॉन्फ़िगर सेटिंग्स. यू कैन हाउ डू यू मैनेज योर connectors, how can you manage your setup for third party fulfillment providers, how can you manage your orchestration of journey. तो ये सब रहता है यहाँ पे. आप ये वाली स्क्रीन्स लेफ्ट साइड से भी देख सकते हैं. क्विकली मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ कुछ की स्क्रीन्स. तो हमने बात करी थी कि ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन फ्लो बिजनेस यूजर्स कॉन्फ़िगर कर सकते हैं. तो अगर मैं ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन फ्लोज में जाता हूँ तो what you will be able to see here is how the sample flows which are given by Microsoft looks like. It's very intuitive. It looks like a flow chart, like a visual. You can go and just create your own. It's just taking some time to load. Just give it a minute. So जैसे यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं सैम्पल ऑर्डर ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन फ्लो है. आप अपने खुद के भी नए बना सकते हैं. और ये जो फ्लो होता है इसमें की इम्पोर्टेंस होती है प्रोवाइडर्स एंड कनेक्टर्स की. तो यहाँ पे आके सारी चीजें मिलती हैं एक दूसरे से, राइट. तो जब आप फ्लो डिजाइन करते हैं तो आपके पास आपको ये बताना पड़ता है कि आप किस पर्टिकुलर कनेक्टर की बात कर रहे हैं और आप उस कनेक्टर के कौन से इवेंट को या एक्शन को इन्वोक करना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे, राइट. तो अगर आप देखें कि मुझे ऑर्डर हेडर वैलिडेट करना है पहले, तो यहाँ पे आपको एक्शन टाइप और इवेंट देना पड़ेगा और यहाँ पे बेसिकली यू आर कॉन्फ़िगरिंग कि आपको करना क्या है इस स्टेप पे, right. So you can add new steps in between. You can basically click on add. I mean बहुत self explanatory user experience है यहाँ पे. You can define what policy you want to add into this flow, what type of action you want to add, what are the other things which you can do. तो ऐसे करके business users जो कि जिन्हें पता है कि मेरे को कैसे अपना fulfillment करना है या order journey design करनी है, they can select the right block. It's like क्रिएटिंग अ फ्लो चार्ट. तो ऐसे करके आप अपनी पूरी ऑर्डर की फुलफिलमेंट जर्नी को डिफाइन कर सकते हैं. दिस इज वेयर बिजनेस यूजर्स आर गेटिंग दैट पावर टू डिफाइन द ऑर्डर फ्लो. सॉरी ये सिस्टम थोड़ा स्लो है, अभी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा. बट अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कैसे आप डिफरेंट कंडीशंस कॉन्फ़िगर करके पूरा एक टॉप डाउन हायरार्की डिफाइन कर सकते हैं कि आपका ऑर्डर का फ्लो कैसा होगा. फ्लो के अंदर ये पॉलिसीज हैं, बिजनेस इवेंट्स हैं. आई जस्ट क्विकली सी इफ वी कैन ओपन इट, जस्ट बीइंग माइंडफुल ऑफ टाइम. तो आप यहाँ पे डिफाइन कर सकते हैं डिफरेंट पॉलिसीज. ये पॉलिसीज, बिजनेस इवेंट्स, ये सब ड्राइव करते हैं आपको. दे आर गिविंग यू द इनपुट फॉर द फ्लोज. सो यहाँ पे आप डिफाइन कर सकते हैं क्या क्या पॉलिसीज हैं आपको जो चाहिए. जस्ट अ क्विक व्यू ऑन द सैम्पल डेटा. अगर आप देखें यहाँ पे एक सेल्स ऑर्डर्स का व्यू है. यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि ऑर्डर्स जो कि आ रहे हैं मल्टीपल एक्सटर्नल एप्लीकेशन से, वो सारे आपको यहाँ दिखेंगे. दिस इज योर सेंट्रलाइज्ड व्यू. तो नो मैटर वेयर योर ऑर्डर गॉट जनरेटेड, इट गॉट जनरेटेड इन एन ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म और थ्रू अ मोबाइल ऐप और थ्रू EDI, you can see complete order details here with different statuses, amount, currency. Similarly, you can also define your providers कैटलॉग है. तो अगर आप अभी देखेंगे प्रोवाइडर कैटलॉग में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने बाय डिफॉल्ट डायनामिक्स के साथ प्रोवाइडर कनेक्टर दिया है और एक ऑर्डरफुल करके थर्ड पार्टी ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके साथ एक प्रोवाइडर कनेक्टर पब्लिश किया है. वन की थिंग, दिस एप्लीकेशन कैन वर्क विद एंड विदाउट डायनामिक्स 365. तो आपका जो क्लाइंट है जरूरी नहीं है कि वो डायनामिक्स 365 के कस्टमर हो तभी वो ये यूज कर सकते हैं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो यू कैन वर्क on this app with or without Dynamics 365. तो जब आप एक प्रोवाइडर को कॉन्फ़िगर करने जाते हैं, you have to click on add provider and you have to agree to some terms and conditions and define some credentials. और वो सारे कनेक्टर फिर एक बार कॉन्फ़िगर हो जाते हैं तो डेटा starts flowing in, right. So basically it's all configurable. Once your app gets into your hand, you can configure the connectors, you can configure your flows. We'll quickly see how this looks like. तो बेसिकली मैंने ऑर्डरफुल पे क्लिक किया था, उसके बाद यहाँ पे मेरे को कनेक्शंस दिख जाएंगे ऑर्डरफुल के, एंड देन आई जस्ट हैव टू एंटर सम की इंफॉर्मेशन, एंड देन बेस्ड ऑन दैट आप यहाँ पे देखें कनेक्शन के अंदर यहाँ इवेंट्स हैं एंड एक्शंस हैं. तो these are the things which I talked in the beginning slides. A connector is not only helping you to just connect and exchange some data. You can also invoke the events into your external application through these events. So this is where you can say, when you are designing your orchestration journey, that system A, you do this, system B, you do this, then only my order will get fulfilled. So this is like a centralized controller of your complete supply chain. जस्ट लास्ट 2 मिनट्स हैं, तो अगर आपको और पढ़ना है तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के डॉक्स पे इसका पेज अवेलेबल है, जहाँ पे उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छे से समझाया हुआ है. अगर आपको कस्टम कनेक्टर बनाना है तो आप देख सकते हैं. देयर आर सम सेशंस विच हैव बीन डिलीवर्ड बाय द माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम एज वेल ऑन दिस टॉपिक, विच आर अवेलेबल ऑन माई इग्नाइट. तो मोहम्मद आलम ने भी इस ऐप के बारे में बात करी थी इग्नाइट सेशन में, जैसे मैंने बताया इग्नाइट में अनाउंस हुआ था. और इसके साथ भी लैकलन कैश, विग्नेश एंड द होल टीम of Microsoft, they have published few more sessions on this app. So do check out these apps. I'll just switch back to my presentation for because I have one more QR code. तो अभी अपना ये है, ओके, तो we'll go to the next slide. तो ये था, हमने देखा दोस्तों ऐप कैसी दिखती है. What I have also done is I have consolidated all these references which you can check out. तो अगर आप देखेंगे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने काफ़ी अच्छे से पब्लिश किया हुआ है, डॉक्स है, इग्नाइट के सेशंस हैं. यूट्यूब पे भी अगर आप सिंपल सर्च मारेंगे आपको दिख जाएगा कि जो कस्टमर्स हैं जिनके साथ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने पार्टनर किया है टू चेक दिस ऐप, उनकी कुछ केस स्टडीज पब्लिश्ड हैं. प्लस माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने अपना कॉन्टैक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन भी दिया हुआ है जहाँ पे आप बात कर सकते हैं. इफ यू want to try it out, you can reach out to Microsoft on this. Just one thing, QR code ये रहा, feedback आप दे सकते हैं, but if there are any questions I'm happy to take that. Amar and Kamar, I'm done, thank you. Stop sharing. कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं तो देख सकते हैं.
All right, Rachit. Amazing session. I think a lot of people have joined us for this because many people were waiting to learn about the intelligent order management and actually, to see how intelligent it was, what it will be, And I think this is one very important piece in the overall, new functionalities which are coming up in 365 platform. So I think I can see some praise for your session. And the questions are, any idea like when exactly this is coming?
As per my knowledge, it's coming in August. In next 2 weeks, keep an eye on the announcement. It should be out soon. So it's already in public preview, but generally it's about to be generally available in next 2 weeks, let's say.
Cool. And one more question. We have distribution order management, right, in the Dynamics already. So I think this is something which is on a different note. So this is just relating to one question I have here. So basically, just if you want to give your thoughts about separating these two things.
So distributed order management, which is in Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation, is focused on the finance and operation apps. It's fulfilling your orders which are coming or generated through your Dynamics 365 Commerce and and these stores which are configured in Dynamics. The idea of intelligent order management is to make it work even without Dynamics. So that the distributed order management of intelligent order management is separate to the distributed order management of Dynamics 365 FinOps, although there is a connector available. So it can be a bit confusing. But I think DOM in both the applications has great case studies available. I think even Satya Nadella talked about distributed order management of Dynamics when the pandemic hit us, and how companies leveraged the DOM module because everyone was in lockdown. But through this module, companies really nailed the supply chain problems.
So I think we will have one more terminology to use, correctly. Okay, cool. Another question from Amir is basically like how you see the future of this application.
I think, I personally feel it has a great future, and there is a great opportunity for ISVs and partners. So this is one key message. You can build your own connectors, you can build your own business events and expose it so that applications like intelligent order management can talk to them. Another key thing is, the best selling point for this app is you don't need rip and replace, that keyword which I learned while learning about this. Rip and replacement of your legacy application is not needed. You can onboard intelligent order management along with your existing application. So it is a journey which customers can embark. You can convert the trial environment to a production environment. So that is another beauty. You host a trial environment, configure your existing applications, check it out, and then turn it on to your production.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you so much. Any last remarks about this application? And definitely, I want to thank you so much, Rachit. और मतलब है कि हमेशा से ही आपको जब भी मिलते हैं, जब भी सुनते हैं, it's an amazing experience.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Kamar. I think my closing remarks are, guys, this Dynamics ecosystem is always, hot and happening. So keep your energy levels high. Do connect with the communities. Keep sharing, and stay connected.
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत शुक्रिया रचित। और अब जो है हम अपने नेक्स्ट सेशन की तरफ जाएंगे, and the next session will be in English, and our presenter is Ajay Singh. So Ajay Singh is a very well known name in Dynamics community here in Australia as well, and I hope you will learn a lot from his experience, and he will talk about digital transformation and learning trends. So let's welcome him. Hi Ajay, how's it going?
Hey, Kamar, thank you very much. I'm good.
That's great to know. So I'll just leave you and just want to thank you for giving your time here on this event, and best of luck.
No, sure. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate being here on the Urdu Hindi Bootcamp today on the Pakistan user group, and my privilege to be here. So I'll just share my screen, and let's see if you guys can see that. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, absolutely we can. Thank you.
Right, okay. Right, so I'll get started. So thanks everyone. I think we'll start with a quick introduction about myself, right? But before that, welcome you all to the Hindi Urdu Bootcamp. Just talking a little bit about myself. I live here in Sydney, in Australia. But I've spent most of my life working in Dubai. About 15 years I've been in Dubai. So know a lot of people in the Middle Eastern community and a lot of people in the Indian, Pakistan user community as well. Yeah. Certainly, as I have been transforming from coming down from Dubai, living a different lifestyle to a lifestyle that I'm trying to live here now, I have attained taste for cycling, And being a cycling enthusiast, I love my road biking as much as I love Dynamic 365, right? But before I get to the transformation, right, I think I'll spend 1 minute talking about why I actually started with cycling, right? And what I've been able to achieve over the last year or so. So last year, when we went into the lockdown early in April, I was looking for a sport where I don't need a team, I don't need a lot of people to do work with, and you have to maintain social distancing at the same time, right? So as a result of that, I was able to pick up cycling thanks to one of my neighbor, who I call him now my chain manager for this transformation that I have been through. So when I started last year in April, I was doing about 15 to 20 kilometers a day. I couldn't do more than that, right? But over a period of time, I picked up the pace, and between me and my neighbor, we were doing about 42 kilometers a day. So that was quite a lot of distance that we were carrying, right? But then early this year, I had to take a break because of knee surgery. And then for a couple of months, I didn't do anything. And since June, I've started back again on my cycling journey, and I'm back to about 25, 26 kilometers a day now, right? So what I want to say here is, guys, we are living in unprecedented times. And wherever we are, wherever you guys are, please take care of yourself, pick up something that you like, something that you can acquire. And that's really, really important apart from work. Yeah, just a key message for you guys. Talking about the digital transformation with D365, I'll cover a few things today. So let me walk you through the agenda for the session today. I'll go through a general understanding of what the transformation is. We'll talk about the trends, what's happening in the world of Microsoft D365, where we see the product is heading to. I'll share some of the learnings, and then we'll talk about, while we're talking about this transformation, who are the people who are important when the companies get into a digital transformation journey, right? And then we'll leave a few minutes towards the end for some Q&A. So first and the foremost, right, I think it's really important for us to understand what is digitization, right? And when we talk about digitization, I think it's about understanding the meaning of it, right? But as you say, Nelson Mandela, who you guys are aware of, he did say that when you talk to a person in the language that he understands, which means the language which is our second language, not our mother tongue, right? Like Hindi and Urdu for some of us, right? That language goes into our head, that understanding goes into our head, right? But if we talk to you in your language, right, that goes into the heart. So unfortunately, I'm just using English today for the session. I should probably have used Hindi or a bit of Urdu that I understand, given the international audience we have here. Now, part of digitization, I think we need to understand what the digitization really is, right? So the first and the foremost, when we talk about the digitization, we're not talking about the companies selling products. We're not talking about companies just selling a new product every now and then, but we're talking about the companies which are actually selling experience, right? You go and buy a particular product from a company, not just because of the company. You take example of Apple, right? You're not just going to buy Apple iPhone. You're going in there to buy the experience that you're getting. Similar to that, when you come to Microsoft, you get that experience of Dynamics in this case, right? So when we talk about digitization, it should not be based on the product launches. It should not be based on a new product. It should be based on the new experience that we're trying to put in front of our customers, right? And hence, our focus has to be on that, and also keeping in mind what the business outcomes we are trying to achieve, and that is prime. What's happening now, and has always been the case, right? Any organization, right, or any program within an organization that is focused towards keeping promises, either internally or externally, right? If we are able to achieve that part of a transformation journey, that is normally catered to as a successful program, right? Where it leads to us is, if we are able to do these things, we should be able to consumerize the technology within our organization, right? Which means keep the technology as simple as possible in the simplest form so that the end users of the technology find it easy to adopt. And that's the key around the experience. That's the key around the delivery of that technology that you are bringing in, right? Another important aspect of digitization is, if you're able to do all of that, but if you're not able to change the way the organizations see the data, right, in their decision-making process, So you have to change the way the people used to look for data as a goal to get down to make the right decisions, right? So the goal should move from making the right time information or right time decisions to a real-time conceptual relevancy, which means that data should be real time. It should be contextual to the area that you're looking at, and it should be relevant that you are the decision that you're going to make about that. So till you're trying to have those decisions made through data, I think you would have achieved the digitization within your information, right? I'll talk about the future of work in a bit, but one thing that's really, really important is to cultivate a digital DNA within your organization, which means the thought process itself. It shouldn't be one-off project. Digitization or digital transformation is not one project. It doesn't start from one activity and finishes at other. It's a continuous journey, right? And organizations have to continuously start a project, finish a project, start the next one, and finish the next one. Everything has to have a start and end point, but there is not one project that can define as a digital transformation. It's a continuous journey, and that's really, really important for us to understand. Yeah. What are we seeing in the market, right, from a digitalization perspective, especially post-COVID-19? So there have been a lot of surveys done in the industry, and I'll walk you through a couple of them. One survey done by IBM that talks about the supply chain organizations. Now, if I put all the things in context that we have just discussed, right, and try to understand how the pandemic has changed the priorities or is changing the priority post-COVID-19 for a supply chain or a distribution organization, right? So what are the companies focusing on? 88% of them are focusing on obtaining operational resilience, right? Which means they want their supply chain, their demand forecasting to be as resilient as possible, right? So that they can actually deliver the services to their customers, right? 83% of the organizations are focusing on the well-being of their workers, right? Or the working environment. If you're a supply chain company, you need to operate a warehouse. You need people to come into the warehouse to pick the goods. You really can't just do that sitting at home like the luxury some of us have got, right? And hence, coming into a work environment, the right well-being and traceability of who's where in the business is really, really important, right? 75% of the companies talk about integrity in their supply chain, which means data flows through from one end to another. They need to ensure that whatever data they have, they can actually rely on it, right? People are looking at supply chain visibility. 71% of the organizations are trying to look at visibility, right? Where are their containers in the supply chain at any point in time? They need the EDI with their suppliers, right? They need automation in their business processes, right? And then 65% are looking at improving the operational efficiency, right? And that's where the opportunities for Dynamics comes in, right? Within those areas. So if you look at COVID-19, it has certainly impacted how the digitalization has been looked by the CXOs in the organizations. That has started changing, and the attitude towards digitalization is it's not something good to have, it's something that's must have, because we can actually transform the way the business is done today. Yeah. I'm not going to go through each and every of these opportunities, but you see, Dynamics 365 across the pandemic priorities, what we call it, is a good fit, and that's an area where we see people taking advantage of, right? There's another report from McKinsey, which talks about what's happening post-COVID in the manufacturing world, right? So most of the manufacturing organizations, I'm talking about the large and the ones which are at the forefront of digitization, have been moving towards Industry 4.0, right? And if you talk about Industry 4.0, it relies on four fundamental ideas around their value chain. The first one is around the connectivity. The second one is around the analytics, right? Third is around the human-machine interaction, as in how people interact with the machines. Talk about the RPA, talk about the automation in that area, right? And the last is the advanced engineering, taking benefits of areas like 3D printing, right? Introducing renewable energy to run your operations rather than using normal electricity, right? So there are multiple initiatives in those areas and multiple technology adoptions that have been happening in the manufacturing organization, right? And all of these, they create opportunities for the D365 platform as well as for the services. But most of those organizations have been actually relying on the existing tech infrastructure. And I think that's something important for us to note, right? Companies are not looking at replacing their tech infrastructure. They have been using that infrastructure for ages. Infrastructure is costly. They can't just change their infrastructure. And hence, it's really, really important to understand that whatever transformation journeys these companies are going in, they would be going into that transformation journey, trying to utilize whatever they have and trying to bring the add-on technologies. They're not looking at what Richard was saying before, rip and replace, right? That's not what organizations are actually looking at. Yeah. So if you see, there are organizations which are at the advanced stage of their capability, right? Who are looking at digitizing their work instructions, right? What does it mean for us in the Dynamics, like using Dynamics guides, right? We can use that. Yes, we have got the solution part of it, right? We can bring in the performance management using IoT devices. We can bring in augmented reality using HoloLens, right? We can retrofit some of the automations for loading in the conveyor belts, either through the automation integrations or through some of the EDI capabilities, right? So if you look at it in overall, there are companies who are at the very basic or no capabilities with regards to the transformation journey. Them at the same time, the organizations which are very advanced stage of their transformation, all of them are looking for opportunities, and that's the opportunity that exists for us in the Dynamics 365 ecosystem. Now, where does Microsoft fit into all this, right? Now, as you know, I mean, the statistics I have is from last year, 2020 financials, right? Now, as of last year, Microsoft was a $3 billion Dynamics business, just Dynamics. We're talking about Dynamics 365, right? I think this year Microsoft announced that they want to be in next 3 years' time, they want to be a $10 billion business. That's where the opportunity for us lies, right? If I look at the organizations, it's 4,500 organizations which have taken up supply chain and finance, right? The overall growth that you see is pretty much 60% coming from cloud for Microsoft. And it's one of the fastest growing SaaS solutions, right? Similar to that, if you look at the Power Platform, 170% year-on-year growth, or 75% on actual per user growth, right? MEU growth. So that's where the momentum sits with us. If you try to break that further into CE, FinOps, and data platform, and try to look at what and how is Microsoft actually doing, right? So whereas the market is doing about 16% on customer engagement, Microsoft has done about 20% last year, year-on-year. Whereas market is doing in the finance and operations, or what I call the conventional ERPs, about 19%, right? Microsoft Dynamics 365 has grown at about 40% year-on-year, right? The data platform, it's all about acquiring new customers. And the great thing is that 49% customers which have come to the data platform, they were the customers which were new to Dynamics 365 environment, right? Similar to that, if you look at the platform services, we talk about the BI, right? 18% is where the market is in terms of the growth, whereas Microsoft BI services, or what you call Power BI, has been growing 65% year on year. Yeah. In terms of the application platform and automation platforms, right? When you talk about IoTs in the automation application platform is the Power Platforms, right? 441% and 1,284% year-on-year growth. These are some very good and very promising numbers to where we sit currently at this stage with Dynamic 365 community, right? And this is where the opportunities for you and us lie, right? Being a Microsoft partner, B being in the industry itself. I'll move on to talking about some learnings that we have in this transformation journey. What we have seen over the years, right? And I'm taking some excerpts from a book called Building a Digital Future by Lippi and Vinny Bensel. I'll just load the page and then talk around it. So if I talk about I spoke about what's happening in the industry. We spoke about what's happening with Microsoft, right? But implementing a D365 project is not, or any kind of a transformation program that you go with D365 as the core, right? It does require a level of planning, right? What Winnie and Lippi mentioned in their recent book is about they break that into three major stages. The first one is about creating a case for change, or creating internal case, which talks about what do companies need to actually go into that change? Why do they want to transform their strategy? Why they want to look at where they are right now versus where they want to be, right? So creating that case for change is really, really important, right? Which is all about trying to find the funding, trying to talk about where the company is, where the company can get down to, what the to-be state for this organization is going to be, and in the end, how we are going to get there. And that's the transformation strategy. So that's a step one, right? Once we have identified what and how of it, right? It's about executing, right? That's a step two. When you talk about executing, you need to need to have a roadmap, and you need to look at your readiness of the organization, and also the gap between your as a state and your to-be state, where you want to be, right? And at every stage of the organization, or any level of the program that we talk about, right, we need to understand a level of change management. What is the change management that we need to do? Now, that could differ from one part of the organization to another, right? And that's where the program for overall transformation should not be built based on one part of the organization. Every part of the organization that needs to go into a change program, right, or a transformation program at this stage, need to have a relevant program, and need to have relevant principles that will achieve the objectives of the organization, right? Once you start executing, you're ready to execute, right? Then the next stage comes and is about driving that innovation and the improvement, right? Which means you're actually talking about the life cycle. You're talking about measuring your customer experience. Now, this customer experience is not just the external customers, but they're also your internal customers, right? You need to identify what your support model is going to be, right? You need to identify what are you going to do to stabilize the system once you have gone live with it, right? From a Dynamic 365 landscape perspective, right? So it's really, really important that at every stage of the life cycle of your transformation, you define those matrices that you need to achieve, right? So you'll be defining a service or a quality matrix just when you're defining the case, because that's what you need to achieve, right? You'll talk about your conversion metrics when you talk about digital transformation or execution part of it, right? You'll be talking about your program dashboards, like DevOps, those kind of tools, right? And I will touch base on that in a bit, right? When we talk about the execution of the program, and that's really, really important. Yeah. Now, any digital transformation program actually cannot happen without the relevant change management behind the scenes. Yeah. It's really, really important that we understand that the people are at the center of that change. It's the people who make a transformation program a success or a failure. Now, the change needs to be applied on the organizational level, and it needs to be applied on the project level, right? On the organizational level, you're talking about creating a competency that would enable the change within the organization. And this is where that executive sponsorship, right, or a responsive leadership is really, really key and desired for an organization. On a project level, it's more about the tools that you will put in to help the people lead and see the side of change, right? So that you can actually structure the people to get on a journey and for you to achieve a desired outcome, right? And that's the two major levels. Now, when you talk about applying a change management to a digital transformation program, right? The reason you're doing that is you want to increase the probability of the project success. You want to make sure that the people who might be resistant to change, right? You're bringing those people onto the journey, right? You are managing the people who might be worried about the change. You're bringing them into the journey and ensuring that you can minimize the resistance to that change, right? Other important element is you are putting an investment into the program, and as a result of that, there are people-dependent ROI. And what you're trying to do is you want to capture through value performance matrices that dollar number, those dollar values. Yeah. And as a result of that, you are trying to create a competency into the organization, because this is not the first transformation program that you go into the organization. This is just the starting of multiple programs that the companies will go over the years, right? And then it's really, really important that when the companies go into a digital transformation program, they really focus on the change management. Yeah. Now, what I was talking about, the people, right? One important thing is all about how do we keep people interested, right? How we keep people comfortable and secure enough to remain invested into that change management program. Yeah. Now, Prosy is a UK-based change management organization, right? And it's their model, quite well known. And what to talk about here is the people. When you talk about the change, the first communication or the first rumor, right? Now, rumor is also a type of communication. You need to understand that. So once that information about a change to the organization is out there, the people would not be feeling comfortable enough to go ahead with the change straight away, right? Depending upon you are in a supply chain organization, you are in the management, you are in the support functions, or you are at the warehouse level, right? Or if you're in a manufacturing organization, are you at the manufacturing floor, right? How does the change impact you? And this is what the people need to really know, right? Now, if the time between the communication, right, and in terms of managing that change is large, right? As you can see, as it goes further and further, right? Over a period of time, people will come back and they would be much more comfortable. They would understand that their jobs are secure, even though the jobs are changing, right? But there's a period of time where they would be uncertain and they would be really worried about what's going to happen, right? And at that point in time, they will be dissatisfied and you will start seeing the passive resistance, right? Now, if this is for a situation where someone those worries and those uncertainties are catered to at the very onset of the program, and they come back into the green zone, right? But if this is left unanswered, right, and they're not catered to at that point in time, this graph will go certainly or down into the risk or a flight zone, where you will see turnover of employees, right? There could be active resistance, or people might be opting out of the program, right? And this is what you see, right? Now a particular project or a particular program that you run, part of your digital transformation, right? If it's the same person who's involved in multiple projects, that's another aspect to look at, right? Part of the change management. If you have got the same person involved in multiple things, right, people will behave differently for each of those change opportunities, right? So in this example, one person could be very happy with the project one, right? And they come into the yellow zone much later. But then you could have a particular project where they're actually spending their time being uncertain, and even to the degree of being so much worried that they are even thinking about leaving an organization, right? Now, in this scenario, the organizations have to try to minimize the period, right? If you cannot decrease the resistance, you need to minimize the period, because if the time that they spent in that zone is less, it will be much better to get them out back in the green zone compared to leaving them much longer and for longer projects across the transformation journey, right? Now, one thing that I would just like to add here is these are the compounded risks, right? Which means that especially when you are in a transformation journey, the organizations have to ensure that the communication is as crisp, and they see the senior management involved into that communication, right? And even the senior management has to be part of that change altogether, which means trying to understand who are the players that are required to communicate that change, right? Now, a model that can be utilized to identify who your transformation players would be is like you create an org chart, but that org chart is to understand who are your change drivers, right? So you need a primary sponsor, and the role of a primary sponsor is the executive for that particular project, right? Not just funding. I'll talk about it in a bit about how a primary sponsor should be involved in the project, right? Then you have secondary sponsors who are like change managers, program management, your stream sponsors. Very important aspect is to identify the impacted groups. So if your transformation program has got the key leaders who are actually impacted because of that transformation program being part of it, you will see it much more easy to handle that change, handle that transformation, right? Now, in this model, a couple of things we need to address. What you should try to do is you try to designate a person who supports the change and designate the person who opposes the change, right, in the org charts, which means either you have A people who are supporting the change, or you might have, let's say, B people somewhere who are actually part of the impacted group, but they are opposing the change at the same time, right? Similar to that, we need to understand from a sponsor level, your primary and the sponsors, that who of them have got experience in a prior change management, who are the people with limited experience or people with no experience or skills. Because it becomes the job of a change manager to bring in the relevant training for those sponsors so that they can actually do their job, right? And that's why it's really, really important to bring that level of expertise and create the capability model for your senior management teams into the change management program as well. Yeah. Now, as I mentioned about the primary sponsors, right? Now, there's a so part of my what we call is the leadership triangle, right, or the change triangle. The leadership being at the top, which is the sponsorship, the project management, which is the execution guys on one side, and the change management guys on the other side. the three teams actually work hand in hand to manage, monitor, and communicate the change. Right? Now, most of the time, the executives, they see their role in making the decisions for resourcing, strategy, and timing, right? Which means they're talking about the costs, people that can spend time onto that particular program, and how soon they want it, right? But a lot of senior executives delegate the actual executive actions which are required to take on a program like this. Now, we see a lot often that a CEO of an organization becomes a sponsor, right? But then people only see the CEO coming once in every quarter, once in every month, just to talk about the program and talk about how the program is tracking, right? But they don't see the person, or in this case, their sponsor, very visible in the decision making process. And this is really, really important that organizations have an active and a visible leader, right, who is actually part of that journey with them, not someone who actually comes once in a while or sends an email to people just talk about the change. So that's really important, right? And the sponsor has to be part of the change management team that actually builds the coalition, which means it creates a positiveness around what the program is going to deliver, right? Those positive change agents. That's important part of it, right? And that's the area where we have executives trying to make a decision, but the actual actions, most of the time, they lack from the executives. And this is an area which every time we see this on the projects, we see it's somebody else who comes in and takes the role of an executive sponsor rather than the actual designated executive who has been given that responsibility. So it's really important for us to know the prior experience of executives in managing that change. Then only they can be active and participative. Yeah. Now, last but not the least, because we're talking about Dynamic 365, there are two elements that we spoke about, right? We spoke about the change at the organizational level and the change at the project level, right? Now, to have the change at the organization level, I spoke about the project triangle, the change management triangle, where the three teams have to work together, right, and with a common objective. And on the project level, there are tools that we'll be using, right, primarily like Azure DevOps. That has become a standard way of managing any of the D365 projects, right? Use Teams as your collaboration platform, right? Create power apps within the organization that you think you can communicate about the change management that's actually running in. You can do surveys around what people are feeling about the transformation program that's going in the organization, right? SharePoint for repository, right? Look at and you use BI, deploy BI that can run on top of your Azure DevOps, or you can actually run it to measure some key matrices like your service matrices, right? We spoke about before. So it's really important that we understand at the organizational level that these tools needs to be provided to the projects, and most of the companies are adopting it. More and more we see that. I haven't seen in my experience over the last year and a half, when any project is being run without Azure DevOps, right? I think gone are those days. So I think that's pretty much it from my end. I'll probably open for some questions. Yeah. So thanks for coming here today. I think if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them in.
Hi, Ajay. Thank you so much. It was really amazing, hearing all this digital transformation journey. I think we have a few questions. So I'll quickly ask one by one. So first one, like you mentioned that you worked in Dubai as well, and obviously you have experience working in different regions. So what's your take on what's the difference between, let's say, Indian market, a Middle East market, and a market like Australia, in context of digital transformation, adaptation, and what will be your advice about these markets, and if they can learn anything from each other. Thank you.
I mean, so thanks. I think it's quite a good question, Kamar. I mean, on a very lighter note, a customer is a customer, and customer is all the same in every market to an extent,
Yeah.
right? Certainly, there is
Absolutely.
if I look at the Australian market, right, the customers are a bit more informed and a bit more prepared whenever they go into any transformation project. They spend enough time preparing before they start something, right? Whereas in the Middle Eastern market, right, I would say they are early adopters, right? They see something new, they want to have it, right? And that's a cultural fit to the Middle East as well, right? Which means if there's a new technology that can benefit the customer, they don't want to wait before 100 people in the region have tried it. They want to be the first ones, right? Whereas if I look at from an Indian context, it's a bit different, and I think the Indian businesses have to pick up a lot in terms of the transformation, right? The large organizations are pretty much doing it, and they're doing it well. Whereas the mid-size, the SMC market, what has been the bread and butter for us for a long time, that market hasn't really picked up from a transformation journey perspective in India, and primarily because the cost of labor is so low, right? So yeah, I think that's the differences between the three markets.
That's great. I think that's a very comprehensive answer. Amar, you have any question?
Yep, I have one more question, Ajay. As we have found that you are just jumping into a new world, or just just organizing a new company, or creating a new company, working with a new company with new brand name. So, what are the challenges which you see while just going into that new company and working again as a starting as a leader there? So what challenges do you think you will be facing, and how you are planning to cater those challenges?
All right. Okay. That's a quite a good question, Amar. I mean, I have been part of the similar journey before when I was in Middle East, right? Where I had the opportunity to create a company and run it successfully. I'm looking forward to that challenge. I think that challenge of being an entrepreneur and being able to make the decisions on the fly is really, really rewarding, right? You don't have any red tapeism. You don't have a lot of company process to follow through, and there's no one saying that, okay, tick the 10 boxes before you can move the next step, right? So that's a big positive of what I'm trying to do. But at the same time, I'm quite passionate about the services I can bring to the customer, right? And what I've seen in the Australian market, that over a period of time, there are some very good partners. There are partners who can cater to small businesses, but there are not too many partners that can cater to the large international businesses who needs to execute a D365 project across 10, 15 countries. And I think that's the capability I'm looking to bring into the region.
And my next question will be what you're planning to do different than the companies you have already engaged yourself with.
Yeah, I think, Kamar, two major things, right? Your customer is always a prime, and I think till you work with that model, that you're working for the customer, you're not working for a company, and you become a customer advocate, right? That will always bring the right, and you'll always try to bring the right services to the customer from that perspective, right? So I think keeping the customer at the forefront of what we do is really, really important, and I think that's also the mantra that Satya Nadella has been working with, right? And try to bring that experience of a transformation. So do not try to tell the customer of what to do, but teach them how to do things, right? And then they will become part of that journey with you, and that's really important, right? So I think a lot of times we haven't, I myself haven't been able to do that, but that's something I want to bring to the customers now, to teach them the tools, not really, and then let them use it rather than me trying to teach them how to use it.
I think that's great. We wish you very best of luck with that. So just I think one audience question has popped up here. If anyone wants to grab new clients for digital transformation, any tips of marketing?
All right. Okay. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm not the best in terms of marketing, but
Yeah, give us your secret recipe.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'll tell you what we do. So in terms of the marketing, nothing works better than the word of mouth, right? Which means you must have a customer that you have provided an excellent service, and then they go and they go and then talk about you to their peers, right? That's the best way of marketing, right? However, when you talk about digital transformation, you need to have your digital transformation portfolio, which should be crisp and clear. What are you going to deliver as part of the transformation journey, right? You can use tools like LinkedIn to actually go and propagate that message, but you need to be very, very clear that are you going to provide the change management? Are you going to provide just the technology? Are you going to be the enabler in the end about the transformation? There are multiple roles you can play, and if you're playing all the roles, you need to be very clear with that as well.
That's a great
Okay,
answer.
thanks, Ajay.
Any other questions, Amar? We have. I think we have one more question from the audience. Let's take it. If any company is planning to partner with Microsoft to deliver 365 consultancy services, what initial investment budget is required? So maybe you may not want to like give the figure or something, but yeah. Just what your thoughts are.
Okay, so I mean, there are multiple methods and ways to it. The first thing is, if you want to deliver Dynamic 365 as a consultancy services, right? There's a minimal investment required from Microsoft to become a Microsoft certified partner, right? That's the first thing you need to do. Go to this website called MPN, mpn.microsoft.com. Register yourself into the partner network, and it's a very good place to get it started with, right? Second is you need to build certain competencies, right? These are the people who are certified in delivering D365 services, right? Now, you can start with 2 people, you can start with 100 people, all depends upon the budget and the funding that you have got, right? So there's no real initial major investment that's required apart from being a Microsoft partner and then create a portfolio of services.
I think, yeah, that's
Thank
great.
you, Ajay.
I hope that, yeah, okay. Mark, please.
No, thank you, guys.
So we know that many people, you are already inspiring many people. So we have now Jali's, and he's, I think, who's saying that Ajay always inspires. So we have found many people from the Middle East Australian region who really inspires you. So thank you very much for your time at Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. And we really appreciate that you come here, and see you soon.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you, Amar. Thanks, Kamar. Really a pleasure and my pleasure to be part of the Urdu Hindi Bootcamp today. So wish you guys good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next year.
Same to you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. All right, Amar. So I think, what do we have now? I think we are just going on a very small break, which should not be longer than 10 minutes, and once we'll come back, we will have a next session.
Yeah, let's just listen some good Pakistani music and just enjoy the landscape of Pakistan.
Sure, not a problem. So let me play that. There we go.
Pakistan user group. Today, we're going to be discussing D365 security tools, tips, and tricks, and going in and seeing what available reporting, different features and functionality are available to help you set up, configure, and maintain your D365 security. Quick introduction about myself. My name is Alex Meyer. I'm the director of D365 and AX development at FastPath. My contact information is there in the middle, as well as my blog. And a little background about me. I have a Microsoft MVP in business applications. Been working in AX for the last 8 years, F&O for the last 5 years, and I've done speaking engagements and webinars at a number of different user group conferences in both the United States and Europe around Dynamics AX and F&O security and native controls in both versions. So a quick agenda for today. We're going to be looking at talking about security reporting, what is available within F&O currently, and what options you have there. Some best practices about security setup, so where you can go in and what's the best practice from that perspective. How security and user licensing are tied together. So looking at the implications of your licensing based on the security you have set up. Some overall best practices when looking at setting up, configuring, and maintaining your security. And then some security tools that are available, free tools that I've developed to help with this particular process. So let's go ahead and jump in with our first section here. We're going to talk about security reporting. So what reporting exists within F&O natively that we can actually go in and look at? And first, we're going to talk about different, one of the topics. We're talking about the reporting side of things you can do to help with this particular process. And the first thing is trying to minimize administrator assignments. So when you're talking about security reporting, right, one thing that you can do to help with your security setup, and part of that is to actually go in and assign the sysadmin role to a user, right? This is obviously something that can be done during testing, or should probably only be done during testing, and then define what that user can actually do as part of their day-to-day operations. But one thing we see as part of looking at users' environments is the fact that in some cases, even in a production environment, users will sometimes get sysadmin because your current IT team or security team can't figure out what actual security the user needs, or maybe they pushed off security to the very end of the implementation or upgrade cycle. And so it's very easy to just go in and assign sysadmin to a user because they're going to be able to perform the tasks they need to. And so, what are the implications of that? Well, the first is that it's, obviously this is an easy way out. It's going, the user is going to be able to perform the actions in the system, right? Because they can perform every action, but it's very hard to undo. We kind of jokingly talk about this internally as trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube, right? Once you assign sysadmin, it's very difficult to go in and take that access away from an end user. The more sysadmins you have in your system, it's going to introduce more risk, right? Because you have to account for all of these users having these privileges. It's going to cost more money from a licensing standpoint, and it's going to increase your time for audit. So if you have internal or external audit requirements, the more sysadmins you have is going to increase your time and the money spent and time and effort for your particular audit. So the first report that auditors will normally ask for, if you do have to go through some sort of audit, is a sysadmin report, right? Who's assigned sysadmin in your system, and what are they doing with their access? Are normally two questions that go together. For who's assigned sysadmin, right? You have the out-of-the-box user role assignment report, which can be found at System Administration, Inquiry, Security, and User Role Assignments. Some other types of access reports that we can look at are role access report. So if you go into your security administration, again, that security configuration, and you select an individual role due to your privilege, you can then select a view permissions button. And this will actually go in and show you the complete hierarchy of that particular structure of the security from either a role due to your privileges point of view, and be able to show you every object that particular role due to your privilege is assigned and the access for that. particular object. The other part that it also does here is that it will give you the license that's required. So in this case, we're looking at the accountant role. We know that if we assign the accountant role to a user, they're going to require an operations level license. And in this case, that license is going to be the finance license within the new licensing type of 365. You can also do the same type of reporting from the AOT by going into the Visual Studio, going to your Dynamics 365 tab, going to add-ins, and then view related objects and licenses for all roles. One thing to note here is that it will actually show you all roles in your system, and it'll export it to an Excel file. So instead of having to go role by role like you do in the user interface, you can export every role in one click from the AOT. So that might could possibly save you some time. All right, in the next section here, we're going to talk about security setup. And the first thing we're going to discuss here are the pros and cons of using the default security from Microsoft. So, you know, obviously D365, just like AX 2012, ships with out-of-the-box roles, duties, and privileges, right? You can absolutely use those to get, you know, for easy, fast setup as far as assigning those to users. The other part to it is that security layers, those roles, duties, and privileges provided by Microsoft will be automatically updated during Microsoft updates, right? So, you know, if you're staying current with Microsoft as, you know, the out-of-the-box, you know, accountant role or accounting manager or whatever other role you assign, right, those will be updated when Microsoft adds new features and functionality. Some cons with this, though, is that it's very easy for that security to be over-provisioned. The out-of-the-box security roles are great from a functional perspective, not so great from an audit perspective, right? Microsoft wants to go in and show all the bells and whistles in every feature and functionality within a particular module, and so they over-provision those different roles to kind of give users visibility to those, and that may not be you know, what is needed in your particular environment. The other part to it is that, again, you'll notice that I added this again. The security layers will get automatically updated by Microsoft as a pro and a con. The reason I have it listed both is that some companies want those security layers to be updated, while others have very strict audit requirements that their security doesn't change. And so that can be a con as well if you fall into that category. So you want to make sure you understand what your audit requirements are if you are going to use the default security from Microsoft. Other thing we want to understand from security setup perspective is the different objects that exist within the system that you can actually assign. So the first one we want to talk about is menu items. Menu items come in 3 different types: menu item displays, outputs, and actions. Menu item displays are tied to forms within an application. So anytime you go to a particular page in the application, that's going to be driven by access from a menu item display. The second type is menu item output. So anytime you run a report that exports either to the screen or to some shared, reporting share or whatever, that's going to be controlled by menu item output. And then anytime you have a task that you're performing in the system, you know, whether that's, closing a fiscal period, some sort of processing that has to occur, that's going to be controlled by menu item action. Right, so those are the 3 different types from a menu item side. And the second object type you have is tables. So you can actually, and these refer directly to SQL tables, so you can set your create, read, update, and delete to an actual table as well. The third type are data entities. So these are a new object type within F&O that allows you to combine multiple SQL tables together to form a business process. So things like sales orders and system users, will span across multiple tables at the SQL level, but a data entity kind of combines all those together and gives a more human readable and consumable endpoint that you can use. One additional feature here is they also allowed for CRUD operations, right? So you can actually create, read, update, delete users or sales orders externally if you're going to use the data entity. The last object type we want to talk about is service operations, and these actually refer to X++ API endpoints. So again, you can use these for external services, but they are actually run X++ code when you actually utilize them. Next piece here we want to talk about is the different types of access levels, right? So we talked about object types. Now we're going to talk about the different access levels that you can assign to those object types. So we can talk about access types first. So this is going to be hierarchy based from least to greatest. So when you go into an object, you can normally assign read, update, create, delete. And those are hierarchy as you work your way up the chain. And this can be used for menu items, tables, and data entities. The service operations actually have their own access type called invoke, and you either have access to it or you don't. And so that's what the invoke is used for. So those are the two different types of accesses that you can assign. And then from an access level, each access type, you can either you can set the access level for these as well. So you can either grant access to that object, right? So you're going to grant the read permission or grant the delete permission to an object. And then the other two access types are actually new within F&O. So if you're coming from AX 2012, these access levels didn't exist, but they are the deny and unset. So the deny is actually an explicit deny. It will go in and actually explicitly deny a particular access type to an object for a user assigned to that role, duty, or privilege. And those denies are going to override any grants that are occurring to that particular user. So if you go in and you, even if you have delete permission to an object, if you have a deny also assigned to that object, that deny is going to supersede the grants assigned to that object. And so the last access level here is the unset. And so that's basically there. If you don't want to grant access to an object, but you also don't want to deny access to the object, you can just leave it as unset. It's the default state. If another role, duty, or privilege comes along and grants access to that object, right, that's not going to stop it. So the unset, you can kind of think of as just that default setting for your access levels. One thing we want to talk about when you're doing your security setup is always remember the company restrictions. So it's very easy to go in and assign roles to a user. But one thing that is somewhat unclear to some end users is that by default, when you assign a role to a user, that user gets that access across all legal entities or companies in your D365 setup. And so you want to make sure that if that user should be restricted to only seeing particular companies or legal entities, that you're going in and actually performing that restriction process. So once you go in and assign a role to a user, you can go in and click on the Assign Organizations button. And then you can go in and actually determine which legal entities or companies you want that user to have that role access within. Once you assign one company restriction, that user only gets that access within the companies that you assign. If there are no company restrictions assigned to that user role assignment, that user gets that access across all legal entities. One thing you can use to help with this is organizational hierarchies. So you can actually go in and set up a hierarchy of legal entities and have the purpose of that particular organizational hierarchy be security. And then you can utilize that when you're actually going in and assigning the organizations to your user role assignment to assign large numbers of legal entities to a particular user role assignment very quickly instead of having to go one by one. Another thing we want to talk about is this idea of setting up least privilege security. So what is least privilege security? It's really a methodology or a mindset that a user should only be granted access to minimum amount, or should be assigned the minimum amount of access they need to perform their day-to-day operations or their job assignment, right? And so why is this important, or why would we want to do this? The first is that we want to minimize environmental risk, right? If a user has more access than they need, they can go in and intentionally or inadvertently perform actions that would put your company at risk, right? They may go in and click a button not knowing what the ramifications of that are, or change a setting and inadvertently change the large chunks of your environment just because of that, right? And so we want to make sure that only users that should have that access are assigned to that access. The second here is that we're going to lower licensing costs, right? If we're removing security and licensing is tied to security, as we'll talk about here in a little bit, we want to remove all of the access that user doesn't need, because that could potentially save us money from a licensing perspective. And the final piece, again, ties back into the other 2 points that we talked about, but it's going to reduce your segregation of duties risk as well, right? If you remove the access from the user, and the user doesn't need that to perform their day-to-day operations, you're potentially also removing segregation duties risks that you could have to go in and address as part of an internal or external audit, right? So it's very important to actually go in. And this least privilege idea, it can be very powerful within your organization to help save you money and reduce your risk. The other parts to this, when we're talking about least privilege, is some organizations look at this and go, there's no way that we would be able to implement this. It's too costly. We're just going to use out-of-the-box security. And really, when you talk about your security design and implementation, there's really 3 approaches that you can take. You can do the top-down approach, where users go in and they use out-of-the-box security layers, and they go in and modify them to remove the access that the user doesn't need. Obviously, this is going to be faster and easier, right? Because you have a starting point and you're removing access. The cons for this is that the user can still be over-provisioned, right? Even if you go in and are starting to remove duties and privileges, there's still going to be the potential of a user only needing part of a particular duty or privilege. And in that case, right, that user would be over-provisioned at the end of the day. The other process, or the other idea that you can take when you're doing your security implementation, is this bottom-up approach, right? This is where you would go in and actually build up your privileges to only require or only be designed to assign access that this user needs on a day-to-day basis, and then build those up from your privileges to your duties to your roles. The pros of this, right, is that it's truly privileged. The cons of this is that it's slower and it's more expensive, right, than using the out-of-the-box roles as a starting point. So those are kind of the 2 extremes. In the middle, you have what we call this hybrid approach, right, which is where you take a risk-based approach and say, I'm going to apply the bottom-up or the least privilege idea in the areas that are going to introduce high risk into my organization, around financials, things like that, and maybe take and use out-of-the-box security around areas that are lower risk to my organization, right? So you don't have to go one way or the other completely. You can use this hybrid approach and kind of use that to help soften the impact of least privilege security. The next thing we're talking about security setup is this idea of extensible data security, right? And a lot of companies want to implement this, but they are maybe afraid of, they've heard horror stories of other users trying to implement this. The whole idea about extensible data security is really providing record level security. This is the answer that Microsoft has for trying to implement record level security. The idea being is that you only want the user to be able to see certain kinds of objects of a particular type. So maybe in this case, and the example here is that a user should be able to only see customers that have a customer group of 10, right? So they have access to customers, but we're going to restrict it further by saying that they can only see customers of group 10. And so you can see once we apply XDS from this top screenshot to the bottom, right, the user is filtering out the other other customers within this listing. A couple things about XDS is that it's done via code, not through security configuration. So you can't do it through the user interface. It has to be done through code. And there is the potential of having a performance impact if you don't apply the queries and the indexing correctly on the tables you're looking to utilize as part of the XDS policy. So I do, within the PowerPoint here, I have a couple of different blog posts about how you would go about setting this up. So I would recommend you look at those if you're looking for more detail there. The other security feature that you can utilize here is the table permission framework, or TPF. This table permission framework is used for providing an additional layer of security for your high business impact or HBI data, things like credit cards, social security numbers, etc. There's actually a parameter on every table and table field called AOS authorization. And if this is actually set to yes, then TPF is turned on. If it's set to no, then it's turned off. If AOS authorization is turned on, then a user has to be given explicit access to that table or table field for the user to actually have that access. So even if they have delete permission, again, to the menu item, all right, and this table and table field fall under that menu item, you still have to go in and give the user explicit permission to the table or table field wherever you have the TPF enabled for the user to be able to perform that action, right? So it's just another layer of security so you don't unintentionally grant access to things you don't possibly want to give access to. Another key piece of this is we want to leverage the deny permission successfully, right? Because this is a change within FNO, the deny permission didn't exist in earlier versions of AX, all right? There are going to be situations if you're upgrading from AX 2012 to FNO where the deny permission could potentially help simplify your security. And if you're a new user to FNO, right, it could be a way for you to, again, simplify your how you're trying to set up your security within your organization. Again, that deny permission is that explicit deny, which means it's going to override any grants from any other security layers. And so we can deny, one of the feature or one of the requests that we get quite often, and where you could potentially utilize this very easily is on the sales order, right? So we want a user to be able to go in and actually be able to edit and modify the sales order lines, but not actually modify the sales order header, right? So we can actually go in and deny the update, create, and delete permission to the sales table itself, and the user can't modify the sales order header, but they can still interact with the sales order lines just as they would before, right? And so this would be an example of where that deny permission can help help your security setup and make it a little bit easier as a process. The next thing we want to keep in mind is where our security is stored, right? So where your security is stored is going to be dictated based on where it was either created or modified. If your security, your roles, duties, and privileges are created within the AOT, that security is going to be stored as code or a development artifact. So you can actually go in and see the XML file that gets generated if you go in and create a role, duty, or privilege there, right? It'll actually show that. If your security is created or modified within the security configuration area, on the other hand, your security is going to be stored in the database. So it actually is stored as data, and it's not pushed back to the AOT. So that's something you want to keep in mind as you're going through and designing your security, because you want to have that maintainability across environments. So how you're actually going to move security between your development to your test UAT to prod is going to be very different if you're making changes in the AOT compared to the user interface, right? So you want to make sure you understand the implications of where you're making your security changes and how that's going to impact you moving that security or migrating that security to another environment. And the last thing we want to talk about is utilizing task recordings in the security diagnostics for task recordings feature to help with the least privilege idea that we kind of talked about earlier. So task recordings are a native feature within AX and FNO. It allows you to record the steps that a user is performing within the application. It's going to be, normally it's used for documentation or testing purposes, but you can also use those to actually see which secureable objects are being utilized or consumed during a particular task. And so there's a native feature within Finance and Ops where you can go in. It's called Security Diagnostic for Task Recordings, where you can upload a task recording and it'll show you the objects that were utilized during that particular task. There are some gaps within this feature. The first is that it only works for menu item displays, not outputs or actions. It doesn't show the access required to an object. So it won't tell you if you need read, update, create, or delete permission to a particular menu item. And it doesn't show menu items tied to form or form controls. So if you have form control that has a menu item behind it, right, it's not going to show you that is being consumed. It also can't analyze certain security situations where security is done either in code or stored in tables. So things like workflow, is one example where security is actually done via code and sorting tables, right? If you start going into that area, the security diagnostic for task recordings really won't show you the correct permissions. And so this is actually one of the areas where I have a tool to help with that particular process. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and jump into user licensing and how this is tied together within F&O. So one thing to keep in mind is that your security and licensing are connected together, right? What a user assigned from a security perspective is going to impact their licensing, right? And so you need to understand that relationship, because if you go in and start modifying security without understanding that, you can greatly impact the licensing requirements for your organization. So there's really two different types of licensing methodologies that are utilized currently. The first is this entry point based licensing. Entry point based licensing is what was used in AIM 2012 as well. And it's brought over into F&O. For each entry point, or in this case, menu items, there's two different parameters on that each object. There's a maintain user license and a view user license. Basically, these are the two parameters that tell you which license type is going to be required, and how they determine what is required is going to be based on the access to that menu item. So if you have create, update, or delete permission to that object, right, whatever license is in the maintain user license parameter is going to be required. If you only have read permission to the object, right, then whatever license is in the view user license parameter is going to be required, right? So in this case, we can see that an enterprise license is required for the sys user info detail object, which corresponds to an operations license in F&O, and the view user license in this case is universal, or which corresponds to a team member license, right? So we can kind of see that if you had create, update, or delete permission to this object, you'd require an operations license, but if you only had a read, you would only require a team member license. The other type of license is actually what we're going to be, or the license methodology that's used is going to be covered here in the next steps, or next slides as we go forward. So when we're looking at the licensing model, I like to show this one just to show where we came from and then kind of where we are now. So the old licensing model, when I talk about old, this is pre-October 2019, used to have the ability to buy Dynamics 365 plan, which covered both the CRM or customer engagement side as well as the F&O side of things. And then you could also just buy a unified operations plan, which cover finance and ops, talent and retail. And then you could also just go in and buy finance and ops or talent or retail individually, right? So you had a lot of different options as far as covering those plans. Post October 2019, Microsoft changed to this idea of, there's no overarching license going across these. You have to pick and choose which modules you want a user to be able to access. And so they had this idea of having a base and an attached license. So there are basically the first license that's assigned to the user is going to be your base, and then you can attach additional license at a much lower rate to that particular user. There are certain combinations of licenses that are valid as far as base and attach, and you can find those within the licensing guides from Microsoft. So we already kind of talked about this already, but the licensing reporting is on this view permissions report that you can find in the security configuration area, right? So you can actually see the license to the very right-hand side that is telling you, based on this particular access to this object, here's a license that's going to be required. You can also get the licensing information as part of the license user license count report, which will show you the license that's required for each role. And the user license count history report will also have this as well. So you can, this report allows you to see the changes over time by the number of users that require an operations activity and team member license. And you can do the same reporting again in AOT, that view related object and licenses for all roles report, or that we looked at earlier, also has the license detailed on it in that Excel file that it generates. So I talked about the idea that there are two separate methodologies. There's that entry point based licensing. The other methodology from a license perspective is the privilege, or is at the privilege level. And so this is where your new finance, supply chain management, retail, project, enterprise asset management licenses come into play. And so there is one report within F&O that does show this. It's the user license estimator report. And this is the only report that shows that new methodology, other than the view permissions report that just includes and says, here's the license that's required. There's not really a good report within F&O that shows why a particular user or role or duty or privilege requires a particular license. And so that's where other ISVs come into play to help with that particular task. But as far as the next question that you have when you look at this is, well, how are we actually generating this, right? How is this how is this access that this user has generating and requiring this particular license? And so how this is actually done behind the scenes is that at the privilege level, Microsoft is basically determining which license SKUs are going to be required. So if a user is assigned a particular privilege, they're going to require a particular license because of that. And so there's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes here, but basically there's a JSON file that gets populated into the licensing service plans privilege table. And this is then going to dictate which license is required for a particular privilege. But now that we have these two licensing methodologies, how do those work together, really, right? How do those go in, and how do you determine which license is going to be required for a user? And there's really, you have to combine both the entry point based licensing we looked at earlier, as well as the privilege based licensing we just looked at, and to determine what the licensing requirements are. So I created this Visio diagram to kind of give you a waterfall method to show, or a decision tree to actually show, what, if you follow this, it'll actually show you, what the determination is of what license is going to be required, right? So again, there's, I have numerous blog posts around this as well. So if you want to go into a deeper dive, you can absolutely find that on my blog. But this video diagram is very useful when you're going through and looking to say, how is this user, what licenses does this user require? All right, the next section we're going to talk about here is best practice. So what best practices can we find and utilize within our, from a security standpoint? One big thing that I have found that is very helpful for users in how they should treat security is really looking at as security as the same as code, right? Whatever process you have for code, right, going in and moving between your different environments, that's how you should treat security as well, right? So just like you can't go into production and make changes directly to security, or make changes to code directly in production, you shouldn't be making security changes directly in production either, right? It should go through your same development ALM process that your code is going through while you make the changes in the development environment. It gets promoted to a test, UAT, QA environments, and then finally gets promoted to prod, right? So you don't want to be making changes in making security changes in each environment individually, right? It should go through that same promotion process. Another thing that we talk about is this idea of taking that risk-based approach to your security reporting and reviews, right? So we talked about a lot of different reports that you can look at from a security perspective, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of objects on that report. And you really don't need to be going through and looking at every object individually. You really should be categorizing your access and your risk into different levels, maybe high, medium, and low. Maybe you have different levels in your organization, but you really should be focusing in on those high risk areas first, and then working your way down to medium and low after you've already done your reviews at a higher level, right? So reviewing your high level access, right, is going to generate your highest ROI as part of your reviews, right? That's where you're going to find the most, the riskiest access. That's where you're going to find the ability to, maybe lower licensing costs for a particular user. And so that's going to generate that ROI that you're looking for as part of your access reviews. It's going to be less data to review, right? Because you're only focusing in on certain objects. And so that's going to lead to more accurate reviews as well, because you don't have hundreds of thousands of lines for to review. You probably have, you know, hundreds to maybe 1,000 lines, right? And so you're cutting down the number of records you have to review. And then you can also spend less time in your reviews as well, because you're not reviewing that large amount of data at the beginning. And one last thing we want to talk about here is this idea of that security is more than just dynamics, right? There's going to be other systems outside of your ERP that can also affect your overall security. So just securing dynamics correctly, right? If you leave the rest of your environment without taking the ideas of the security that you have implemented in your Dynamics product, if you don't implement it in other areas of your environment, right? That's going to lead to you know, the weaker. It's going to introduce risk into your organization in other areas that could potentially impact your ERP in other ways. So you want to really think of this in terms of rings, where each ring will build on the inner, or build on the one before it. So you really have your database at the center of it, right? That's where your data is going to be stored. You have your application surrounding it. So that would be your ERP in this case, but can be other applications as well that are interacting with a database of some kind. You have your network and infrastructure around that, you know, how you're actually accessing application. Very rarely do you have on-premise applications anymore. They're more going to be cloud-based. And so you want to make sure that your network and infrastructure are secure. And then finally, you have your user around the entire piece here, because your user is actually what's interacting with the system, right? So you want to make sure that you're instilling those ideas, those best practice security ideas at your users level, and, you know, working your way through those other rings as well. All right, and so now we want to look at some security tools that I've developed to help with this particular process. The first is going to be the task recorder parser. And so I mentioned this earlier, but this is actually going in and allowing you to take those task recordings that you've recorded of yourself within this for a particular user, and going in and utilizing those task recordings to actually look at the objects that are going to be consumed or utilized during that process. So I went in, I actually developed this before Microsoft had their tool, but the one thing that I have here is that the task recorder parser will also work for AX2012, R2, and R3, and it will also work for all menu item types. So it'll work for menu item displays, outputs, and actions. And so this is, again, available on my GitHub. And we'll take a look at actually all of these products, or all of the solutions that I have that are available for free on my GitHub, but we'll look at it in a live demo here in just a second. The next one we have here is the security converter. So this is actually allowing you to take security from your that you've either created or modified from your user interface within D365, and actually allows you to look at the different changes that you made, or all the different security layers that you've touched. Allows you to make changes to the name, label, and description of those, and then also allows you to export, you know, select individual security layers that you want to take to another environment. So maybe you don't want to move your entire everything that you've modified in security in one environment to another. You only want to take, you know, an individual role due to your privilege, and so you can absolutely go in and select which security layers you want to take. The default feature from F&O for this is just to move everything over, right? So this gives you a little bit more control over what you want to do there as part of that process. And then finally here we have the security test workspace. This is my newest tool that I've released. This allows you to actually mock up security. So it allows you to take any combination of roles, duties, and privileges, actually mock those into a new security role, assign it to a test user, log in as that test user to actually see what that role would actually end up being able to do. And so it automates a lot of that process, so you don't have to go in and individually do it or manually do that process. The other thing that allows you to do is to load user roles from a user that's already in your system. So maybe you want to, in this case, take the Alicia user, you can load her roles and actually then make changes to them and say, what would happen if I removed this particular role from this user, or what would happen if I added this additional role duty or privilege to this user, right? I'd be able to see that, the impact of that, right? So this just allows for your testing side to be a little bit easier from that perspective. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look at the demo of these tools. All right, so now let's go ahead and look at the security solutions that are available for free on my GitHub that can help you with your security setup, maintainability, and configuration process. And so the first is this task recorder parser. Again, this is going in and taking the task recordings you have from your AX2012, R2, R3, or F&O environment and analyzing those to see what menu items were actually consumed or utilized during that process. So the first thing you can do here is go out and select a task recording. I have one from both an F&O and an AX2012 instance. This is going to be from an F&O environment. You can see that we're able to go in and see the menu item name and then the label and the menu item type, as well as the form name that is being utilized or consumed along with this menu item, or that's tied to this menu item. You then have the ability to either export this to Excel or CSV as part of, if you want to export the output or from this. You can also do the same thing from AX2012, in this case, an R2 task recording as well. So once I hit parse, you'll notice the task recording type changes because the solution recognizes that it's a different task recording type, but you still get the same output here. You can see what was consumed, and then again, you can export these as needed. The second solution I wanted to look at was the security converter. So this comes in and allows you to select a security data customization file, which is what is actually exported from your D365 environment. If you go to security configurations and then actually go up to data and export, this will export all changes you've made in the user interface to your security to an XML file. You can take that XML file and go and actually import it into another environment directly, but it's going to take across all of your security changes. And so in some instances, that's not what the output that we're looking for. And so in that case, then you can use a security converter to help with that process. So in this case, we can come in and process this file. We're able to see that in this case, this security database customization contained these roles, duties, and privileges that were modified. I can then come in and make changes to this. So this duty was created in the user interface. Maybe I don't want it to, the name of this to be the GUID that was assigned by Microsoft. And so I can come in and I can actually, change this to whatever name I would like. So I can do that same modification at the label and description level as well. I then can select which roles, duties, or privileges I want to actually move. So maybe if I took, if I wanted this role, you'll notice that it also will select this privilege because this privilege is assigned to this role. So to maintain the validity of our security setup, we actually have to export both of those. You then have the ability to export this to a UI file, which will actually export another XML file with just those two pieces or security layers as part of it. And so it would only, if you were to import that, then in another environment, only these two security layers would be brought across. Or you can actually export this to code, which actually exports this to the XML files that are utilized in your AOT. So you can actually take those files back and actually add them to a project, a security project. So if you've created your security in the user interface and you want to move it to the AOT, you can absolutely do that as well with this solution. And the final piece I wanted to show here, the final solution, is the security test workspace. Again, this allows you to come in and actually mock up your security and test your security without actually going into and manually setting it up in the user interface or assigning it to a test user or any part of that. It handles all of that behind the scenes. So there are a couple parts of this you have to set up. The first is the connection window, which is telling you where you're actually pointed to, which F&O environment you're going to point to, because we're actually going to have to go out and mock up this security. So we're actually going to make changes to your security setup as well as the user role assignments. So you have to give it a service user that you're going to use. So which user are we actually going to assign this mock role to? You can select a web browser that you want to utilize, and then the service operation endpoint. So there's actually a deployable package as part of this out of my GitHub that you can utilize if you're not a FastPath customer. If you are a FastPath customer, then you can utilize the already existing endpoints that we have as part of our Security Designer product. But the idea here is that what this is doing is it's creating a new role. It's going to assign whatever roles, duties, and privileges you have set up in this assigned security layers area to that role. And it's then taking that mock role and assigning it to that test user, and then it's going to launch a test workspace as that test user in your system. So what we can do in this case is we can take a any role that we would like. If we want to add a duty to this, we can do that as well. We just go out and load these. We can assign these to this test user as well. We'll load up the privileges here. So now you can see we have a role, duty, and privilege that we want to test in this case. So we'll go ahead and launch a test workspace. We can see in this case that it's going to load this in. We can see that we're assigned in as this FastPath user in this case, and we can come over here and actually see the modules that we can do. And in this case, we can interact with the system. From an administrative side, I'm logged in as another instance here just to show what this is doing on the back end. What we do is I created the security role test workspace. You can see that there are sub roles, duties, and privileges assigned, and we can go through and actually see that the security role test workspace role is created. It then assigns that batch job manager role that we had, the maintain absorption cost duty, and this view abbreviations privilege to that role. And then if we come over to the user side, we can actually see that this role is going to be assigned to that FastPath user, right? So it does all of that behind the scenes and handles that for you. So that's from the administrative side. If we jump back to the workspace here, one last piece that I wanted to show in this case was the idea that we could actually load these roles from a user. So if we go to the Alicia user, we can load her roles. These are the roles that the Alicia user is assigned, and now we can again add in any additional roles, duties, or privileges we want. So, if we wanted to come in at a duty level and assign, what would happen if we assign this additional duty to this user and maybe an additional privilege, right? We can absolutely do that again. And then go ahead and launch this test workspace. Just to help with the, again, that load user roles is just helping you as a starting point. It allows you to test, your user security setups in a little bit easier way in that regard. So you can see that the workspace here has changed because of the different roles that we're assigning in that case, right? So you can continue your testing in that way. Once you're all done, you can click this remove security test role option, and that will actually remove that mock role that we've created from your environment. So then you know that it's cleared out from your system, and it's not going to impact or be accidentally used going forward, right? So those are the three options or the three solutions that I wanted to show. Go ahead and quickly jump back into the final piece here of the presentation. I will note that there are on different slides, there are notes that include, different blog posts or different things that I found. And then I also have a resource deck here at the end That includes a lot of the different resources I used to designing this presentation. And then the final piece here as well, I want to thank you all for joining me today. I hope you found this presentation beneficial and educational. And be sure to check out all the other sessions as part of the Urdu Hindi D365 Bootcamp. If you do have any questions, feel free to reach out to me via email. My blog is listed there as well. Thank you for attending and have a great day.
Wow. Hello, everyone. What a great sessions. I think this is one of the very complex area when we talk about security in the FinOps. So hope you have learned. And again, if there are any questions, queries, feel free to reach out, Alex, and reach out to any of us. We can support and provide any sort of a detail required. Now I'm going to have next session. This is from the Andre, and Andre will be talking about the FinOps connector for Power Automate. So I'm going to add Andre on the platform now. Andre, are you there now? Hey.
Yes, I'm here.
Andre, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Great.
very well.
Great.
And I can see you.
That's also good. Then the camera is working and the mic is working. That's great.
Excellent. Thank you, Andre. And it's always pleasure to have you. I know, Andre, you have been working and supporting the community over the years. And once again, you're here. So thank you for your time. I will hand over the platform to you and you can start your session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Today, first of all, welcome. I'm going to be a bit out of my comfort zone. Usually my comfort zone is also security, a lot of more the details between the fully technical and functional, so a bit in the middle of that is where I have all my knowledge and just things I like to talk about. Actually, Alex already had a great session about security, so I thought I had to do something different, and let's talk about the finance and operations connector in Power Automate, and I called it Ledger Operations Flow. Today, I will first give you a brief overview of what we're going to talk about in this session. Then, actually, finalizing the agenda, I will already give all those highlights. Just a brief introduction in automation introduction. What type of automations are there and how can we leverage them? Then a bit more on the Power Automate F&O connector, some backgrounds and what actions and triggers are available. And then also I will provide some examples what you can achieve with the Power Automate flows. So let's continue to the slide where we will start with explaining there are several options for doing some process automation. One of them is the business process automation, and on the other hand, there's also robotic process automation. When talking about a few years back, somewhere in 2016, 2017, Microsoft came with the product Microsoft Flow, which is now rebranded as Microsoft Power Automate. And at that time, there were also other programs like UiPath, which were more capable of doing things automatically and more act like a robot. So the real difference between just a business process automation is just where you can just streamline your business processes, pick some details from one application, probably convert a bit and move it to another process, usually work what you did do manually, like, for example, typing over an incoming email with an order details. It would be possible to just integrate different applications and do it automatically. And that's also all about what we today call it the digital transformation. If it is possible to do or just pick up things which is already digital, sent in a certain way, if it's structured, then you can also get it in another place, also automated. Now the difference between the business and the robotic process automation is that the robotic process automation, like also visible on the image at the right side, you can use software robots to complete certain tasks for you, and also add some artificial intelligence, like where the system can think for you and make some decisions automatically. Now the story from Microsoft, it already began before 2019, but Microsoft started with the Microsoft Power Automate, initially called Microsoft Flow, where you could link one application, get some details, and move it to another application. There was more indeed the business process automations. They announced somewhere in that year or around that year, we want to focus on RPA, robotic process automation. But when you look at the Gartner's Magic Quadrant, there was no Microsoft at all. They announced we are looking for 100 plus people to help us on the RPA story. And then move 1 year further, what we see is that Microsoft was already in the quadrant as a visionary. So they had a great vision, they hired a lot of people, they were just completing things, like it was not only the cloud flows, but you could also do some more robotic actions, automate your desktops. And now just about a week ago, Gartner again published a new quadrant on the robotic process automation. And as you can see now, Microsoft is together with the common vendors like UiPath, Automation Anywhere, and Blue Prism. They're now one of the leaders in the world, acknowledged by Gartner. That's a great story. However, I will not go into the robotic process automation today. I just want to show you everything that's related to the finance operations connector, because my background originally was also finance operations, but I'm also looking around in other products and solutions related to Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. But with the business process automation, with help of over 500 connectors already, you can just do a lot of automation, like receiving alerts, some data exchange, you can collect data, you can use some approvals, really different things. And even just when I started to play with Power Automate, then it was possible to just click a button on an app on my phone, and at that time it will collect it. It collected the location where I was, the timestamp, in an Excel sheet. So in that way, I could probably very easily in my vacation just know this was a beautiful place, just click on it. Then I know for another time, I want to go back there and see some more of that environment. Now, when we talk about the finance and operations connector available in Power Automate, then we can do some CRUD actions, like we can create a record, we can update a record, we can delete records, using the list items present in a table. You can also read data, and when you read data, you can also move it to other applications like a SharePoint list or an Excel file or whatever you want to do. You can also create an email out of it. The get a list of entities, that one I'm not using it quite often. Actually, I looked at it once, but it's only getting the list of the available entities. And there's also an option to which is called execute action. I will tell that within a minute what you can do with that one. And also the finance operations connector has one trigger, and that's when a business event occurs. coming back to the first ones, the create, update, and delete. It's quite easy to work with the connectors in Flow. For creating the record, it is straightforward, and regardless any setting in finance operations, you can just pick your data entity, check some fields what needs to be inserted, and then just click on get started. For the update and delete actions, that's a bit more cumbersome, as there are some restrictions today. Not sure if Microsoft will solve that, but if you want to update or delete a certain record, then regardless of the setting you do in the action itself for which legal entity, it's always also looking at the settings of your own user. And that means that the user executing certain update or delete tasks should have the default company set for the legal entity you're working in. I will show you also a demo how you can bypass it later on, and show you more details of how to get started with the Power Automate itself. In the past, there were some great examples where it was really easy to start with, but Microsoft did disable those examples, and they replaced it with the help of doing an approval or work with the business event, which is also a great guidance to get started with those two options. But sometimes you would like to just also get started with reading or inserting data in finance operations. Now, the execute action, that would enable you also to start a certain action, like posting a journal or approving a bill of material, if that's also created as a certain action on a data entity. And I wrote on all of these actions. I wrote several blogs. You can also find it on my blog website, dynamicspedia.com. If you search for Let Your Operations Flow or just the keyword flow, then you can find a series of about 7-8 blogs explaining in every blog one of the actions. Create, update, delete, execute action is well explained on those blogs. What you need, the Finance Operations Connector is working with data entities which are set to be public. When you develop or look at the available data entities in Finance Operations, they can have a setting, is this one public, yes or no, and is it enabled for data management, yes or no, and there can be sometimes a difference in it. So if you can find a certain data entity for import-export the data, then it's not 100% guarantee that you can use the same entity also for the Finance Operations Connector in Power Automate or any other public places. It's based on the OData protocol, and as you might have noticed, also sometimes there will be a new version of a certain data entity created by Microsoft. For example, if you look at the customers, it had a base one, but later on a version 2 and now also a version 3 of the customers entity. You can just use one of them. However, Microsoft also is marking them sometimes as obsolete, meaning that they can be really removed from the system within a certain period of time. So that means that you sometimes have to check if there will be a new version available. If there's a new one, also check if you can update all your flows or other OData actions using the older data entity. Now there are also some caveats using data entities or using the Power Automate. You have to consider the performance. If you are working with the Power Automate using the OData, the performance is not designed to do a high load of records. So that means that just a few records would be great, but doing 10,000 of records inserting or updating, it would be really slow in performance compared to just doing the same task with the data import-export framework by importing a file in finance operations. Also, sometimes you have to do some development effort, and you really have to take care of things that should work correctly. When you add new fields, or probably if you want to add some virtual columns, then you really have to test if it will be working correctly. Sometimes the reading part is okay, but updating might take some additional efforts to get it really correctly working. That's about the demo time. And I will show you some examples. And the first one is how to get started with a first Power Automate flow. Then I will create one example where we will insert some customer groups from an Excel file. And this one is just having some standard customer groups 10, 20, 30 until 90. And if you go to flow, if you want to start flow, you can go to flow.microsoft.com. If you are already a user, you will be logged in and you can continue to work. If not, you can just start for free the first 30 days, and depending on certain licenses in finance operations, you also have some rights to use Power Automate or Power Apps. That means if you're a finance user or a supply chain user, at least on operational level, you are able to work with flows using the finance and operations connector. The team members and activity users are excluded from that rights, so then you need to purchase additional licenses to also have them working with the finance operations. I will start by creating a new flow now. It will just an instant cloud flow. I want to manually trigger this flow. I didn't provide a name yet. And for the flow, as first of all, I want to insert an input. And the input would be, I need a company where the data needs to be inserted. Copy to insert the data. Then as a second step, I have a list with a file already in Excel available. So I want to use an Excel online connector. And I want to list all the rows present in a table. To be able to work with Excel data, all the data needs to be present in a table. It's not possible to just read an additional, just an individual cell. It all needs to be in a certain table. Now I have to find where is my file. I have it on my OneDrive. Power Automate. Next one, the demos, and I created one file with some customer groups with 3 records in it. And when we open the file, there's one table available, customer groups table, which is having now 4 columns, just the group name, description, the text group, and also the terms of payment. This will just read the table. Obviously, I have to create a loop first before I can work with the individual rows, but I will directly just start with the Finance and Operations connector now, because when I click a certain action, at a certain point of time, when I will use some data of the Excel sheet, it will just add automatically the loop, which I will show you within a minute. I want to create a new record now. Then you have to select your finance and operations instance. I'll take this one. And as the entity name, should start with the customer. Oops. This error may occur when there's a bit of timeout before you really select the entity name. So it's a bit of impatience. It's not a serious one. Just ensure you have the correct entity name, and then the error will be gone as soon as possible. Now we have the entity name provided as the customer groups. It will now show you all available fields. Initially just the key fields like the customer group and for what company. And with the advanced options, you will get all other fields as well. So the customer group is in my Excel sheet. And when I click the group, it will just link the group, but also now apply to each to loop the whole table present in Excel. When I open it again, I also have to provide the company, but that was inserted as a parameter. I'm not able to see it now as an automatic content. There it is. For the company, for the description, I can link the name field. Then we have the terms of payment. And it's just clicking and the fields will be linked. And it's not possible to do it on all fields. If you have a date field or a quantity or integer field, you have to use an expression to convert the text to the data format for financial operations. And I have another example also by creating purchase orders from a file. It's using quite a lot of quantities and date fields. That one is also available on my website as a blog, but you can also download the example and then learn from it in your own environment. Now, what we have now is just when we start the flow manually, we have to provide an input parameter. It will pick up the list with records, and for each record, it will create a record in finance and operations. It would be best practice to also just rename all the actions with just meaningful names, so you can, not only you, but also other persons, probably in the future, need to review or enhance the flow, will be able to understand what's going on. I'll save it now. And once it's saved, I can test it or run it. And testing is in fact also running. It will ask you, do you want to use the Excel Online and the Finance Operations connectors? This is what I already provided before. The first time you will link an Excel or what type of connector, you have to provide some credentials which will be linked in your flow. Now, when I start the flow, I have to provide the company, so I will provide now USMF. I will run the flow. It is running. When I click done, you will also get an overview of what is going on. It will now list the rows present in a certain table and apply to each. You can see there were 3 records, and when looping all of them, they did not have any issue at all. When you open the details, you can also find details of what was read or what actions were done by the system. And also, in case if there are certain errors, you can do some troubleshooting by looking in the details or the steps which did fail. Now, going back to the customer groups form, when I refresh this one and read the data again, let me check. I'm in the wrong company, so that's. Go to the USMF company, open the customer groups. You now see that there are 3 records inserted for the Urdu Hindi group 10, 20, and 30. Also, I mentioned when you want to update records or delete records from another company compared to your base company, then you can expect an error. But there's a way to get around it. First of all, when you look at my user options in this environment, as preferences, my default company is now USMF. So when I go to my flows, I already created one. That's a demo how to temporarily change the user default company and then add a certain action. I will open this one and first show you in detail what I did. It will be just for this demo now a manual as well. And it will use a variable where the current default company of the user will be stored. That variable will be filled in this group. Then I will change the default company to DEMF. Then I can create a record and also update that same record. And at the end of the script, you can reset the default company of the user. This is working if you know if there will be nothing impacted in between. If you intend to run 10 different flows at the same time, all for different companies, then it might just not work at all. Then you probably need to have certain users in your finance operations environment using different legal entities as a base legal entity. But the initial one is just get the system user records. It's just using the list items in an entity. And this one is just looking at the system user's entity, where it will filter the alias field with the user email, and that's the current user starting this flow. When we have that user, it will use the apply to each, but it will only return one record because I said I need only one record. Then it can just fill the default company with the company value of the record found. Then we go for updating the records. Then we have to provide certain fields mandatory. But we can copy that one from the record already read above. And we can change the company to DEMF. Then we can create a record and update a certain record. And for updating a record, you can define also the finance operations environment, the customers groups entity, and the object ID. The object ID is the primary key of the table. Could be one field or multiple fields. And in case of multiple fields, you have to separate all field values with a comma. And in this case, it's just an entity which is where the data is separated per legal entity. So you have to start with the company ID, then the comma, and then every field part of the primary key of the table. So in this case, DEMF and Urdu Hindi is the customer group I created just the step before. And this one will be changed, like there will also be a description provided in addition. And at the end, it will reset in the system users the company which was stored in the variable default company. Now click on test, then we can run this one. And as you can see, for certain actions, you can look at the number of seconds, then you know the time used for processing. It can vary a bit of depending on latencies or just responsiveness of the application, but it's correctly set already. And now when I go to the DMF company and the customer groups, you'll see that without any error, a record was not only inserted but also updated in another legal entity compared to my base legal entity. And when you look at the user options, the company is set back to USMF like nothing happened before. When you look at the time, the time flies. I also wanted to show you something about importing the purchase orders, but actually I did create a blog, but also a video, how that's all working. So on my website, you can find that demo and also download it and how it's working together. Sometimes, just another topic. In the past, I got sometimes questions. I want to have just an email once in a week about certain alerts of things that happened before it in the environment, like which positions were created last or were linked to workers, or just position changes of last week, or other things. When you look at the alert functionality in finance operations, it will just alert directly for every change in the system. Then I thought, well, I could try to use it using Power Automate and read all records created or changed after a certain timestamp. When you look in finance operations, you might know that there will be, if enabled on a table, and created date time or a modified date time. However, those fields are in most cases not enabled on data entities. And if you want to enable it on tables and the data entities, there will be quite some additional development efforts, which can be bypassed in a completely different way. And what I did do is use an bring your own database, a new database on Azure. When you do certain settings, you can export data initially, but also then incremental. So in the system administration, data management, you can configure entity export to a database, which what I did now. And for these settings, I published certain entities, and in an alert email, I'm combining now the vendor information and the bank account information to be displayed, and only the changes of last week. Apart from this, you have to just, when you enable the change tracking, you have to create an data job which will export the data regularly, and you can set it to return every hour or every day, and in this case I did it every day. It will have a result in the database, and now with Management Studio I'm able to look at the details. So we have the vendor staging, the vendor bank account, and the dear party. And every time when you change something, the change tracking will tell the data job to export only the new created records or the changed records. And what happens with the export of the entity, it will also include another additional column, which is the sync start date time. And using this timestamp, we can loop all records and filter out which ones we don't need. So for example, all records created on 27 of July are not of interest anymore. I only would like to see data of the most recent changes in an email. What we can do is just loop or take the base table and then have another action to also collect the vendor bank account details, or from the SQL or from a data entity in finance operations using the finance operations connector. But actually you can also create a view already in the bring your own database, which will then combine the data required for your flow, which just having a minimum of information, the vendor account number, the bank account, and organization name, and some of the details, but also the synchronization start date time of the vendor again. Now I created one simple flow. Go back to my flows. The vendor change tracking and edit. I'm using some variables. It will run daily at 7, but you can also set it for weekly. The days of history, it will look at the last 4 days, but you can also say I want to have it for 7 days. And one example of just one variable to check if any record was found in the log or not. If there's nothing, then we don't have to send any email. There will be a log text. That one is used to collect data in a certain table, which will be included in the email. And we need to split the dates into a day, month, and year to be able to get the data as of a certain date. And actually, it's looking at multiple different settings to check for a certain date. It's not just greater than a date of 4 days ago. It's just looking at or the day is greater or equal, or the month is greater or equal, or the year is greater than something. And that's just something related to the way of getting the data out of the SQL database. So it will look at USMF data only, sorted by vendor organization name. And for each change found, it will first of all say, I found one or more records, otherwise it remains false. And it will just include a certain text for each row, a table row, which is HTML format with table data, all different columns with values out of the SQL connector, and the full details will be sent by an email in a certain HTML format, showing some data, having some table headers, and then the full text, which is linked here, just as part of the loop. It will be appended, and that will ensure an email will be sent, including all the details. I will run this one. And then in between, go to the emails. When I go to Outlook, I will show you one demo, which is already sent earlier today. What you can see is this is a demo email. You can create a certain HTML format with just any logo or text, demo email, and you will find the details sent, just collected over a period of time, instead of just getting alert per individual change. So we're almost at the end of the time for my presentations. I would like to thank you for attending. I would like to tell more and more about all kind of changes, difference, and tips and hints, but unfortunately there's no time for it. If there are any questions, I would like to hear them. And if there's no time left for questions, then just also please reach out to me or on the Dynamics community and ask your questions, and I would be happy to assist you.
Hi, Andre. Thank you for the great session. It was quite intense and a lot of information was there. So I can see there are a couple of questions. If we can spare 1 more minute just to quickly ask. So the question is coming from Rachit, and that is, I think, about some rumor on the FinOps connector. They are going to be depreciated. So do you know anything more around it, and what's your thoughts on it, Tom?
No, I don't think the finance operations connector will go anywhere. I think it will stay as is. However, Microsoft is investing in getting data in or just connected with Dataverse as being converted. Just it looks like it is one, as you can already work with virtual entities. So I think there will be probably more ways to interact with the data in the future, but the finance operations connector will stay as is, as part of my information.
Excellent. All right. Okay. I got another question. I think that's coming from the community again, where we can find the list of all available Power Automate connector.
The list of all available connectors is available also on Flow, or this on the Microsoft Power Automate website. If you go to the initial web page, there's an option to look at all the connectors. Quickly, where is it? There are popular services, but you can also see all 507 services. And then you get a list of everything that is available to connect with. There are even applications which I'm not aware of that they did exist or what they should do.
Great. All right. Thank you, Andrew. I think these are all the questions at the moment. I can see a lot of appreciation. People have put in the comments. So thanks for the great sessions. Thank you for your time. And we look forward for having you again in the upcoming sessions. I hand over it back to Kama.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Andrew, please complete. Thank you so much. And I just really want to say it, like when I started my career, I was seeing your post on the community and I was very inspired by those. And now, you know, I came to a point where we are hosting you in our community. So I think I just want to thank you, you know, for all the work that you have done over the years for the community. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will continue sharing.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So Atif, the next session that we have is actually a recorded session. So unfortunately, you know, with our speaker, there was some family emergency due to which they were not available on time live for this event. So what we want to do is we're going to play that session. But for the audience, please stay tuned, because after this session, we have a very great session coming up, which is about the Git and ALM from Nathan Klaus. Like this will be after the session that we are just about to play. And, you know, that session will be live. So Nathan Klaus will be live with us.
So, Kamar, what is this session we are going to play? Is there any sort of an introduction if you can provide for the audience?
Yes, so the session will be presented by our speaker, Sir Faraz, and Sir Faraz will be presenting on the custom business events creation in FinOps via Power Automate. So I'll just play.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi guys, this is Safraz. Um, I hope that you guys are having quality sessions so far in this bootcamp with all the industry experts and MVPs speaking up from this platform. I am really honored that I have been provided the opportunity to present from this platform. The moderators have really done a fabulous job. The event has been turned out to be a great success. So let me provide you an introduction for myself. I am currently positioned as a technical solution architect with Experts Technologies Pakistan, and I have around good 8+ years of experience working in Dynamics CX practice. Today I will be discussing about business unit framework, what are the capabilities of the framework, how we can really customize the framework, and what things to be considered, and what are the do's and don'ts of the framework. So let's start the session. Let's dive in, and I would be stopping my camera feed at this point. And will be sharing my screen to you guys. So I have really divided this session into 4 parts. Firstly, I will be providing a generic overview of the framework. What are the capabilities of the business unit framework? Why it is here? When to utilize it? What type and what kind of business units are there in the framework? In the second stage, we will discuss about how we can customize the framework and how we can write our custom events. And after that, we will discuss a little bit about the endpoints. We can also customize the endpoint that we will discuss. After that, I will try to demonstrate you how we can consume the events more precisely through Power Automate. So that will be a little demonstration. I will try to send a sample email notification by sending out a business event from finance and operation. And we will have a Q&A session as usual. So let's see. Business event provides actually a mechanism that lets external system receive notifications from finance and operation applications. In this way, the systems can perform business actions in response to the business events that got raised in the finance and operations. For example, hypothetically speaking, that you are posting an invoice in finance and operation, and on every successful invoice got posted in finance and operation, you want to raise an event and send it out to an external system so that then it can launch its own process. That process could be anything. That process could be a creation of a new business document, or that process could be a launching a payment process, any kind of a business process that the external system will launch on behalf of the notification it will get received from the finance and operation. That is actually the use case of the business event framework. Is why business event frameworks came into existence in the first place. So business action that we perform in a Dynamics 365 that eventually raises a business event could be anything, could be a workflow action or could be a non-workflow action. Approval of a purchase requisition is an example of a workflow action, whereas confirmation of a purchase order is an example of a non-workflow action. So both type of actions can generate business events that external system can use in integrations and notification scenarios. There are quite a few types of business events in the session that I will discuss later. First, let's see where we can find the business events in Dynamics CX app. So you can go to system administration module under setup. You will find two links. One is business events catalog, the other is business event framework. Before moving forward, let me actually show you guys what I'm trying to say. So here let's see. So if you go to the system administration module and Here under setup, we can find business events catalog and business events parameter. Business events catalog form actually gives you a full list of business events currently available in the instance that you can filter out on based on the category, based on the name, business event ID. It has a few tabs, for example, endpoint tabs. There you can see all the endpoints that you are attached to a particular business event, and you can see your active events. For example, in my case here, I have activated sales invoice posted business events so that I can demonstrate you the notification scenario later on in the session. Then you can see your errors, and on the active event you can see if they've occurred any exception messages that you can find here. So it's quite comprehensive. In the catalog tab, you can also view the payload that is being part of the event that you have selected. So they represent all the information that the event would be passing out as part of the notification. You can also download the schema in JSON format that you can consume in the consumer side that I will discuss later. So the other form that is present for the business events is the parameters form, where here you can set your defaults, like how many number of time you want to retry a certain event. If it gets failed, what could be the waiting time between each recursive retry? How many endpoints are allowed per event? These all you can do here in the parameters form. So coming back to the presentation, there are quite a few types of business events present in the system. You can actually categorize it in 4 different types: application business events, workflow events, alerts-based business events, and batch-based business events. Application business events are merely business events that part of a certain process. For example, here I am showing you 3 business events that are part of code to cash process. Invoice created from a sales order is triggered when a user posts a sale order invoice. FreeText invoice posted triggers when a user posts a FreeText invoice. Payment posted triggered when a user posts a payment. So these all are part of the code to cash process. So application business events are those which are part of any particular business process. You can find full list on the documentation page, and you can also find it in the business event catalog form. The other type of events that are available is workflow-based business events. These are quite a few. These events will get fired based on how you progress with your workflow. For example, when you create a workflow, when a workflow is started, you can through the capability to raise a business event that a workflow gets started. Similarly, when a workflow gets completed, you can raise an event that workflow is completed. So this is called workflow type event. Similarly, you can raise an event when an individual element is started. For example, if there is a approval step in your workflow, so whenever that approval step is started, you can raise an event that, okay, that particular element has been started. Similarly, there is an event that you can raise on a completion of an element that are called workflow element based events. Then you can raise a workflow event when an external task is started. Similarly, you can raise an event when a bug item is created for a user. So there are quite a few types of workflow business events are available. You can find a comprehensive list in the business events catalog form. The other type of business events are batch-based business events. These are that caters your batch jobs, like when you can raise an event when batch job is started, finished, failed, or cancelled. Purpose is to these are actually you can use it to monitor and identify your jobs jobs. Like you can identify long-running jobs. These are there just for the administration purposes. You can notify the administrator when a particular job is started, or you can notify admins when a particular job is finished, or when a job is failing. When somebody has canceled a job, so you can eventually you can effectively monitor your bad jobs through bad job-based business units, and you can notify, you can send out emails, and that are these kind of events are quite useful in the administration process. And then there are alerts. You can also configure your alerts to raise business events. There are two kinds of alerts: change-based alerts and due date alerts. Both can be configured to send out event. And the process is fairly simple. You just need to check set alert with me and set external yes in order to enable a certain alert, send a business event. Now let's comes toward the basic idea, the basic main idea of the session, that is the customizing part, how you can really customize the business events and when you should consider to customize the business event. The first question that when you are going to customize it, when you are gonna go to customize a business event, when you want to write a custom event, the first question to ask is what is a business event and what isn't a business event. In order to get an answer for this question, you must need to consider the intent. What is the intent behind capturing a business event? So the intent should be very clear. If you have a clear intent, only then you would be able to translate that into a good working event. Only then you would be able to design a good sketch, a good approach for yourself. What is the reason for capturing the business event and how it would be used by the recipient? You need to have a very valid intent. What do I mean by valid intent? So now consider a scenario of a valid intent. I want to capture packing slip posting business event. What I want to do, I want to raise a notification out from D365 whenever a packing slip is being posted by a user. Purpose is that I want to send that notification to an external system so that I can then create invoices or any other business documents or the payment process in that external system. So my purpose here is that I want to raise events on packing slip posting so that I can create a separate, I can launch a separate business process based on that events that is being generated for FinOps, so that I can then launch a separate process in external system. So that is a very valid reason and a very valid intent. The intent should not be to transfer the data. For the data transfer scenarios, you already have import, export, the data management framework is there. Even with the business event framework, you must try to keep the payload as minimum as possible. And then if you require more fields to feed into the external system, you should be using the data management framework in cohesion with the business event framework to pull out the relevant fields from the DST5. So the payload should always be kept minimum. So that I will discuss later in the session. So once you have established a valid intent, then comes the fidelity part. You need to consider what would be the best approach to capture the business event. What do I mean by approach? It's like you have two kind of captures available for the event framework. You can raise the event from a business logic level, and you can raise the event from the table level as well. You need to determine what suits best in your scenario. As a best practice, business logic level is always best to raise the event from there. I will discuss it further. So in order to determine a good approach, you need to consider three things: how durable is the event, how targeted it is, and how noiseless it is. What is meant by durability? So the durability part comes into play. You see, if you are confirming a purchase order and you are sending out a purchase confirmation business unit out, the reception experts accepts and must trust that the purchase order was really confirmed. There shouldn't be any false positives, because now your external system would be launching a whole business process of its own based on the event it received from the 365 FinOps. So whatever that external system would be doing by trusting the financial operation that it has sent out a very genuine and valid in this event, like a purchase order confirmation. If you are sending a purchase order confirmation event, it was really happened in 365. So there shouldn't be any false positives. Then the event should be very targeted. There shouldn't be any generic events. So that the recipient do not have to filter out its particular use case, and then it helps. So it shouldn't be adding extra logic on the recipient side to filter out the actual use case for itself. So they must be designed to optimize the consumption. It should be as easy as possible for the recipient to consume business events. Therefore, events must be as specific as possible and must be targeted to specific use cases. As I said, they must not be generic. Noiseless. What do I mean by noiseless? The design should include very little effort to filter out noise. The chosen approach must help guarantee that the business event is implemented in code at a very specific point, from where you do not have to write any additional logic to filter out the noise. For example, if you are sending out a voice posting or tagging slip posting business event, you should raise that event from a very specific point, from where you are sure that invoice has been posted, and now you do not have to clear out extra extra noise, and you do not have to implement extra logic to just gain the payload context. So the payload should be very clearly available to you at that point. Any additional logic that you mingle in at that point would have performance impact, and that is really not desirable. This framework is kind of a real-time framework. The recipient accept a real-time notification. So there's a chart that compares two captures, logic level capture and a table level capture. Both guarantees the durability part because both occurs in the transaction. But at a business logic level, it's at a class level, that your actually business logic has been residing, you can generate a very targeted business event, and that is not true in case of if you are writing at a lower level, if you are writing at a table level, or if you are overriding insert methods of the table to raise that event. It wouldn't be very targeted. A table can have the insert operations as part of too many of the business processes. A single table could have so many business processes could have an insert operation into that table. So then you have to implement an extra logic to just clear out the noise and just to get that relevant business operation and raise that event in that relevant process is a bit of a hectic thing, and it would also have a performance impacts. Similarly, as I've discussed, it's easy to remain noiseless at the business logic level, and that is not the case true at the table level. One other thing is that at business logic level, you can very easily improve the quality of the payload, and you can have access to the, or you can easily you can easily assure that you have access to all the payload fields, and that is not the case at the table level. You may need to write extra logic and context to get the context of the payload. So in the end, business event alert should be raised from the business logic level. That is the best place. Table level captures are not successful, and you have to do a lot of extra work, and it has its performance issues if you are doing at a table level. How we can implement a business event now? Once you have established a genuine intent, and then you have picked the right approach yourself, the rest of the process is fairly simple. You just need to build a contract, you need to build an event itself, and you need to find a good place to raise the event and the code. So there are merely 3 artifacts involved: 2 classes and 1 extension. In this event class that extends the business event base class. It supports constructing the business event, building the payload, and sending the business event out. The other class is business event contract that actually extends the business event contract class, and it defines the payload of the business event and allows for population of the contract, initialization of the contract at the runtime. So at this point, let me show you how you can implement simple packing slip posted business event. So you see, here I have 2 classes: packing slip posted business event, packing slip posted business event contract, and I have a extension of sales packing slip general post class. So let's first discuss what the contract is all about. As I have told you, it's extending business event contract, and it's just defining payload. So I have created 3 private variables to hold the state of sales ID, legal entity, and packing slip ID. So one other thing to consider at this point is that what we shouldn't be trying to do, we should be trying to do is to minimize the payload as possible as it could be. So what I would suggest that only if you are sending out, like in my case, if I am sending out a packing slip posting event, and I need to pass on the packing slip information to an external system, so I should be just minimizing the payload to the primary keys of the packing slip. Just only those fields I should be including into the payload from which I can clearly identify individual packing slip. The rest of the field, if they are required, then we can pull it up through data entities framework or the data import export framework easily. So here I have my constructor that is just returning me my object, new form. It's just initializing me the contract for me and returning its object, contract object. Then here is the actual initialization method where I'm initializing sale ID and packing slip ID. Then I have a private void new method, new constructor. Then I have these 2 getter setter POM methods where I'm setting my sale order ID, packing slip ID, and the legal entity. So these are all regulated by data member attribute and business event data member attribute. The process is fairly simple. There are no additional complexities involved. Now let's look at the business event class. So the class itself is decorated by business events attribute, where I have defined the contract, and these 2 things are actually labels. This sets the name, and the other label sets the description that would be shown in the business event catalog form. So as I've told you, it's just extending business event base class. I am at the POM method that is just returning me packing slip jar instance. Then I have a constructor which is returning static constructor which is returning me business event contract. object, business event object. Then I have a new method that just gonna be called from the static method itself. Then I have a method that is building the contract for me and building the payload for me. It is decorated by wrappable true and replaceable true just to provide the extensibility support if I want to extend it in the future. So once I have constructed and developed these two classes, then I need to find a very good place to insert to raise my event from where I'm actually sending the event out, the notification out. So in my case, I've extended the sales technical general post class. There is the end post method available, as the name suggested. Here, the post has been ending. So after the system logic has been called, I'm just sending out my event out that okay, invoice has been posted, and here I have. And yes, you can already see that at this point I have all the information of the payload is available to me. I do not have to write extra code to gain context into the payload. And that is not the same. If I would be writing it at a table level, then I would have to ensure that I would be sending it out and the invoice is actually and the packing slip is actually posted, and then I may need to do extra work to get the context of the payload. But here is not the case. I have simply passed the class packing slip to our object, which was already available as part of the class, and I've just passed it to my method where it is getting initialized. So when I will build this, after successfully building this, I can clearly see here that I have created a new business event. Its name is packing slip posted business event. And here you can find, okay. Yeah, here the description. This event is triggered when a user posts a order packing slip as part of the code to cash process. And these are the three fields that I have made part of the payload. The rest of them are the standard that will be part of each and every event that you will create. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to consume this particular event for the demonstration later in the session because I have subscription issues. What I would be doing, I would be utilizing other sales order event, that is invoice posting event, in order to generate a sample email when an invoice is being posted into the system. So let's carry on with the slides. So as I mentioned, code to send business event should be added at a very specific and appropriate point from where you can get full context of the payload and where you are sure that the process has been ended. All those documents that extend source document are common point for creating and sending a business events. To take advantage of this capability, you can implement an extension of the source document straight in process or get business event method and create and return the correct event based extension type. Similarly, other framework also provide common point for sending business events. For example, Gulfsman voucher class has a post method so that you can utilize to send out business events related to the posting customer or vendors voucher. Since business event is linked to the commit of the underlying transaction, so if the transaction is aborted, or for example, if you are posting an invoice and you incur some kind of an error, so then the event won't be sent out. That ensured the integrity of the framework, that ensure the integrity, like I have talked earlier in my session about the durability part. So that would ensure the durability. If you are assigning or sending out this event in appropriate place in the transaction, so it ensures itself that that it is not being sending out if you have incurred some kind of an error. So Now let's move towards the endpoints. A little bit of a discussion we should be doing on the endpoints at this point. So there are quite a few endpoints available, and then you can add your custom endpoints to the mix as well. So all the Azure messaging services are available as an endpoint, and HTTPS and Microsoft Power Automate is also available as an endpoint. In some scenarios, you might require to attach multiple endpoints to a single business unit, and that is possible. That could be done for organized distribution of business units to the consumers. So that is possible, and could be done. For all those endpoints that are in Azure, that must reside in the customer's Azure subscription, and it will incur cost. So that is something to be considered. So if you want to customize any given endpoint, the process is fairly simple. There is a available business event endpoint. The first step, you need to add a custom enumeration into the enum, and after that, you need to create a separate table for your endpoint, and then you need to extend that by business event endpoint table with the inheritance property being marked as yes, and extend property being marked to business event endpoint. After these two steps, you need to add a new adapter class, implement the iBusiness unit endpoint interface that must implement iBusiness events endpoint. It also be decorated with business events endpoint attribute, so you can find the relevant code snippet into the documentation, developer documentation that is available as part of Microsoft documentation. I've also attached the links at the end of the slides. So once you have created the interface class, you can easily extend the endpoint configuration form to add in your custom field and your custom endpoints. So that is fairly simple and doable. These are the sources and references from which I have extracted information for this session. At this point, let me show you guys how we can actually consume a business event. So what I've been gonna doing is I would try to raise a simple sales invoice posting event. So here I have written a custom flow or automated flow. So what I have done, I have added when a business event occurs trigger. Let me show you how that works really. That is the trigger control that I have added. It provides you a set of fields that you can choose from. So I've selected my instance that from which I want to capture the event. Then I've selected the event category. Then I've selected the actual event with which I want to work. Then the legal entity. If I keep this field empty, I would be consuming events from every legal entity that is present in the instance. But in my case, I was just interested in the SMF legal entity. Then I've added a path JSON console. Remember that I have told you earlier about this thing, download schema. From here, you can get the JSON schema for all the payloads that is available, so that I can simply download and then I can copy and paste into this control, and this will actually providing the values and context for the payload. After that, I can what I've done, I've written a condition. If invoice is not equal to null, then just shoot me an email. So once I've completed this flow, I'm now able to consume the business event from finance and operation apps. And at this point, it has already created an endpoint for me, and it's marked the business event as activated. This is the endpoint that it has created. This is the URL for the Power Automate. And you can see here, this is the active event that is attached to this endpoint. You can also see it in the active events tab. So let's try invoice as sale order. I don't know why I'm not able to see my emails. So let's see if we can successfully raise a notification email for ourselves. Let me pick up something sweet. So let's see if I can invoice this sale order. Okay. So you see, I have got into some error. So at this point, it shouldn't be raising any kind of an event for me. And fortunately, it haven't did that. It haven't raised any event. Yeah, I haven't got any event. So let's try to pick up any other record that we can invoice. Okay, this is empty. I need to get something that would work for my scenario. Okay, let's try with this one. I believe I do not have sufficient inventory available. Okay, let's see what it is saying. So I wanted to do with this, I wanted to add the dimension, location dimension. Okay, save it. Okay. Okay, this is something coming up straight from the load, so I must be collecting some other sales order that I can invoice. So let's see if I can pick something else for myself. Let's try to go with the delivered ones. only one deliver left, and there's not enough for the noise. It will take some time. Already invoiced a lot of these while testing out. No way. Let's try with this one. Should work. I hope it should work. I'm really out of luck with this. Okay, okay. I'd reduce the quantity. So 25 wasn't very well. What I can do, I can it. Yeah, do that, do that. Let's see if I can watch it now. Oh, should just change it to all. Let's see. I hope that it will work this time and I will be able to show what I want to show you guys. Thank God. So finally, I was able to post the invoice, and I believe at this point I would must have an event with me. And here it is. So we have generated a sweet little notification, email notification via business event framework, and that's it, guys. That's it. I believe that this session was useful to you guys, and you have also been able to add in to your learning marathon that you are having in this bootcamp. Thank you very much. Keep learning, keep exploring, and keep your spirits high.
You'll be hearing me now.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
can hear you now. So I thought you were just.
Yeah. That's a hint that we are moving towards the last sessions of the day, and the day is getting bigger on us. But I am very excited that we have a very good speaker waiting for us in the lobby. Our very great Nathan Klaus, and I think you already know him, and he will be presenting about Git and ALM. So let me just add Nathan. Hey Nathan, how are you doing?
How are you?
Hi Nathan.
Good.
Hello.
All right. Okay. So great to have you, Nathan. Again, another exciting topic from today's list of many other sessions we have gone through. So you're going to talk about how to do the better code management using Git and more respect on the ALM side. I'm sure it will be very valuable to a lot of technical people listening to you today. So I will hand over the stage to you, and yeah, crack on. All the best.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So just one moment when I get PowerPoint all squared away. Okay. So hello, welcome. My name is Nathan Klaus. I'm a technical architect with Invista Corporation here in the USA, headquartered in Carmel, Indiana. I'm a business applications MVP, and I've been working with AX for 12 years, give or take. And I really specialize in various integration technologies around F&O, not so much F&O, just F&O anymore. And I'm really passionate about application delivery, code management, handling complex modifications, sort of all around that stuff. And also I write on various topics at my blog at atomicax.com. My email is right there on screen, and my Twitter handle if you'd like to get a hold of me. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So this will be Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, Git and ALM, how to deliver more faster. Before we get started, I'll reference a lot of other people's materials. I've got 3 slides at the end with all references to everything that I've talked about, with more technical details if you really want to get in and do it yourself. If not, we're going to talk about a lot of different topics, but I just simply didn't have time to dig into all the technical details I'd like to. So, but others have written about it for me, so we can certainly use that. But we'll be talking about what is source control, sort of philosophically. Hop into some Azure DevOps basics, how to get started with Git, some of the automation and action available options related to Git, as well as YAML, ATL, systest, if you're unfamiliar with those frameworks, and then at the end we'll have a Q&A. So first, let's sort of just dive into what is source control. So if you have been with AX since it's been called AX now finance and operations. When you think of source control, you typically think, oh, it just tracks and manages my code. That's all it really does. It might do some other stuff for my functional consultants, or my solution architects, or my end users. And really, we have 2 options in F&O for source control. That's TFVC, commonly known as just TFS, or Git. And Git is available via GitHub, Azure DevOps, and GitLab if you're familiar with GitLab. But ever since Microsoft has really started investing heavily in F&O, we've had sort of a shift in how we manage stuff and manage our, just manage our work, because we're not just delivering software. This isn't just software development where we write a bunch of code and it just goes out the door and we never hear about it ever again. And again, this isn't software delivery either, because F&O is very complex and integrates with a lot of other things. So we have to sort of make the transition away from just the software development lifecycle to the application development lifecycle. So we're delivering an application and a solution, not just throwing code out there and hope it works. So we sort of have to make this transition from just code management to what source control really can do for us in F&O, and that's manage, plan, create, verify, package, secure, release, configure, monitor, and protect our application. So current state, we cannot do all of those inside Azure DevOps. Some of that is handled by LCS. There are APIs available inside LCS to do some of that stuff for us, but we're still interacting with LCS. We can't directly deploy a production environment from a build pipeline in Azure DevOps like you might be able to do with like a C# web app or something along those lines. But the story around this has gotten much more, more robust. We have a lot more features, and we sort of need to play catch up and start using some of those features for our end users. So when we're talking about TFVC as our source control system, this is a very watered down slide. I'm not a fan of TFVC, but the one thing I hear when I say, hey, let's start using Git, is people say, well, TFVC is supported by Microsoft. Yes, it's technically true. Microsoft will support TFVC it's a product that they make and still provide support for. That doesn't necessarily translate to they will provide support for your finance and operations implementation if you're having issues with TFVC. They verify the product works and doesn't have any bugs. They don't necessarily provide support specifically on how you've implemented it. So that's, yes, it's supported, but it's more of a like technical bullet point than anything else. Next, it's push-based, so you have to manage all of your change sets. If you've got a large team, let's say 20 developers on one project, you've basically made a new job where it's one person's job to manage all of those different pushes and make sure they go to the different environments from all your different developers all at one time, which can be a full-time job, sometimes even more than a full-time job. Next, branches last forever. When you set up a branch, it's either you need it or you don't, and typically you need it and just keep it around, especially in AX 2012. And that makes these branches monolithic, which you just sort of drag these things around and have to keep maintaining them, even though they may not be doing anything for you. It's part of your maintenance plan to make sure everyone's up to date, which sometimes it's just work for the sake of work. It doesn't really get you anything. Next, when talking about Git, the main pushback I hear is, well, Git isn't supported. Well, yes, it's technically not supported in finance and operations by Microsoft, but Microsoft uses it internally. They've gone on record as saying that, and I think if it's good enough for them, it can be good enough for us. And Git is just more of a modern version system. It just sort of keeps track. It's if you're a C# person, you probably used Git. If you're making the transition from C# to X++, or maybe you're going to do both, that can be a challenge for some people just to wrap their head around how TFVC works, because it can be a little bit goofy at times. Git is pull-based, so that means we create a workspace for you. You do your work, and then we pull all your work in. We don't have to manage individual change sets. And either your work is taken as is, or we provide feedback, you make some alterations, and we try again. And branches are short-lived. So we'll get a requirement. Let's say we need a new data entity. We'll make a new branch for that data entity development. You work on it for 4 hours. Say, yep, I'm done. Here's my code. Here's my pull request. A more senior resource reviews it and says, yeah, looks good. We'll take it. It goes into the main branch, and then it goes up. It ships with the next release, whenever that next release is. So for me, that story is just more natural for the way that we implement and develop software, either whether it's implementation or even just after go live support or continued enhancement for your end users' needs. This is an example of a typical TFVC branch structure inside AX 2012. So here I'm developer 1. I've committed a change. Now I need to merge that single change set up to dev release for whatever this might have been. I have to manually merge it here, and then here, and then here. And let's say no bugs were found. It worked great. It gets released to production, it gets deployed to production. But that's sort of, I'm half done at this point, because I've got to manually merge that back to all my other developer branches, so all my other developers get the same thing that I just did. Which it's a small thing when you're looking at a single change set, but if you've got 50 change sets in a day, your work quickly adds up for all this just code maintenance to make sure everyone's running on the same version. Next, this is what you might see in TFVC with FNO. It's less complicated, but you still sort of have a similar problem where I might write something down here in dev branch. It needs to be manually merged up to trunk, merged up to release, and then deployed. And when you look at the TFVC conceptual diagram from Microsoft, you can sort of see the issue that I'm getting at in that when you've got your main branch, so it goes all the way along the top, and if you look at the arrows pointing off to the right-hand side of the slide, that means that that branch goes on forever, which is what you would expect from a main branch. But then when you get into servicing and hotfix and release, you can see I've got 4 branches that do basically one thing, and I've got to maintain 4 things to get my one thing, which is my release. All I care about is my release. And that can just become a lot of extra work that doesn't really get you any value. Next, if you look at the Git sort of conceptual diagram from Microsoft, you can sort of see along the top, we've got our topics. A topic can be whatever you want it to be. It can be a single requirement. It can be a set of requirements. It can be a hotfix. It can be a bug. You sort of define what that topic is, and you're sort of incentivized to keep that topic small because you create a workspace for that topic, which is a branch. You assign work for that branch. Say, hey, you know, I need to do data entry that does X, Y, and Z. Someone works on that, they deliver your data entity, and then it goes back into your main branch or master branch, the green line in the middle. And then when the next release comes out, it just ships with the next release. So it's really, you know, small change sets that amount to, you know, minor features or bug fixes here or there that amount to when you actually get to your release. Let's say you release bi-weekly. A lot of different things can go in there. You're delivering stuff a whole lot faster than you know, typical waterfall SDLC where you gather requirements, bunch of stuff happens over years amount of, you know, worth of time, and then here's your solution. But real quick, I don't want anyone to think I'm just sort of, you know, trashing TFVC. TFVC has a lot of cool features that I don't see get used a lot. So if you're interested in taking TFVC sort of the next level, I've included some things you'll want to check out, which are shelf sets, gated check-ins, and policies, along with some links for you know, how I typically would set up my projects, and just some of the benefits that you get from those. But Git also has, you know, a lot of good things with it as well. So Git will allow you to source control a single folder. That means you have to move your projects into, you know, that folder that you have under source control. So you can do that per package inside your local packages directory, or you can just do it over an entire local package directory instance. Really just however you want to work, however you want to manage your projects. If you want to have your projects be package-based, that's fine. If you want it to be instance-based, that's fine too. Additionally, you can work offline with Git, so you don't have to have an active internet connection in order to continue to work. Now, I don't think that's such an issue, but when Git came, you know, was coming around and sort of growing up, that was. But again, you know, if you're on a flight and you want to, you know, you have a VHD that you can use, you can work, get stuff done, commit it, and then when you land and have internet, you sync all those changes back up. And, you know, Git doesn't really care how or when you did it, just, you know, the central remote server gets those changes and it just accepts them and records them on your work items. Next, the sort of fundamental change is this branching per item or per requirement. So we don't have to manage change sets anymore. We're managing branches. That comes with both a positive and a negative. When we're managing just a branch, everything inside that branch gets taken when we pull it. But that means anything in there, if there's something that you didn't want to include, it's coming with anyways. So you got to sort of pay attention to that and plan ahead. You know, conversely, you know, if let's say you have a requirement that took 5 change sets, I don't have to merge 5 change sets like I would in TFVC. I just say, all right, well, here's your branch with 1 or more commits in it. I'm going to take the whole thing. Just as part of the basic life cycle of changes inside Git, we get automatic reviews, and those are handled by pull requests, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit. But when you create a pull request, you say, hey, my code is done, it's ready to be checked in, and it would go to someone to review it to accept that pull request. That may be a more senior resource or just another developer who didn't develop the code just to make sure no one is being a bad actor in any way. But here's where we get into why I think Git is better. You know, it's more modern. It matches how things work in the real world. You know, you typically don't get a change that says, I want this massive sweeping, you know, set of changes across my entire F&O instance. It's, I want this report to look like this. I want to add 3 fields to my customers. I want to have a data entity that does this. Or this data entity doesn't work the way I want it to do these other things. And those are individual requirements that we can make a branch for. And then potentially if we have developers available for each one of those changes, they get their own branch, they do all their work. And in a week, we've delivered 5 things rather than TFVC where we might sort of stagger them one after the other. So it's more quote unquote agile. And really just for me, meeting requirements one at a time is really important. This opens up more tools, automations, and actions that are available inside Azure DevOps. So when we convert to Git, really quickly, if you're using TFVC and you want to switch, it's really simple. Create a new Git repo inside Azure DevOps, make a new branch, copy your code over, add a .gitignore file, relocate your Visual Studio projects, and do some basic cleanup with a pull request, delete the old branch, and then you lock TFVC. And if you're interested in more detail on that, I wrote an article on that whole process and actually moved some code from a private DevOps repo into GitHub, which is now free and open source. So you can check out what that looks like as well. When converting to Git, you sort of have to convert your brain to Git as well, because we're not doing change sets anymore. We're doing branches. So everything that happens in there goes along for the ride, whether or not you want it to. So you just have to change how you work, change how you think, plan ahead. And it's just sort of the cheesy one-liner here. You know, we're pulling together rather than pushing alone. So when looking at when to commit, you know, as a developer, what would my experience be like? You know, we've got this new requirement called the requirement 1. So my tech lead or my tech arc will create a branch for me to work on requirement 1. I can go ahead and commit as many times as I'd like. Those are the green arrows. And then once I'm done, I say, hey, I'm done. We create a pull request, and then we'll go back up into main. And then we can get rid of the requirement 1 branch. Some of the more complex examples of a branching strategy is this one right here. So I sourced this from a post on nvie.com. But you can see you can sort of do, I don't want to say you can do whatever you want, but you can get more complex with how you manage your branches and how those interact with your master and release branches. So it's much more flexible than TFVC. And since we're managing branches, we don't have to worry about chain sets anymore. We can do a whole lot more stuff because we don't have to manage, you know, individual grains of sand, which would be our chain sets. We're just managing, you know, entire sand castles and moving those around, which would be our Git branches. So real quickly, you know, what is a pull request? A pull request just says, you know, when you've got a branch that just lets everyone know you've basically you think you've done your work, you want to discuss and review any potential changes, and then have that be accepted into the branch you're pulling it to. When to create a pull request? You know, obviously, when development is done, ideally when your test cases are created and it's been tested. You know, that can be difficult. If you're a consultant and the users typically don't want to pay for that that additional cost of your test case development, but the way that Microsoft is now shipping F&O with 10 updates a year, it's making a whole lot more sense to do that because we can just run automated testing when a new version comes out and say, yeah, here's what this looks like. Everything passed, you know, we're fairly comfortable. Everything will work when we get to 10.0.21 or 10.0.22, whatever the case may be. But still, you know, that still can be a hard sell to get budget or time to do that. But it will start paying off, and it has paid off for some of my clients. You know, real quick, how to create a pull request. This is one of the things I just wanted to highlight, just how much more friendly Git is relative to TFVC. You can create a pull request inside Visual Studio, DevOps, GitHub, or GitLab. Just by in Visual Studio, there's a button, new pull request. Inside Azure DevOps, this is inside a web browser. I can do this inside a web browser. I don't even need Visual Studio, which can make managing some of this stuff a little bit easier. If you only have Visual Studio installed on, let's say, development VM out in the cloud that's off, and you just need to quickly create a pull request, you can do it via the web. So just much more flexible and lightweight, so we can get more done. What pull requests allow you to do is add in some additional actions or changes or automations around whatever it is you're pulling. So you can pull, you can do a build as part of a pull request before it gets to a review. So what that means is, let's say I have a developer who developed, let's say, a new table and form, and a data entity that goes along with that. Let's say they forgot their staging table for their data entity. When they committed everything and they do a pull request, they'll build that and say, hey, we're missing, missing these artifacts, so I can't complete a build. Cancel the build request, have it go provide that feedback back to the original developer and say, this failed to compile check. You need to, resolve these issues. You can also have automated testing and builds included in that as part of that pull request. And what this opens up is the idea of what I call the quality bar. So what state is the code that you're accepting as part of that pull request or reviewing? Is it in? Does it just compile, which is obviously good. We need our code to compile. But does it compile and pass unit tests, or as well, does it pass ATL tests as well? So we can get into a real high degree of code quality code delivery just by adding in some additional testing, and this all happens before a more senior resource would review it. So let's say I'm a developer, I make some changes, I commit it. That would kick off some style of quality bar checks, whatever we want to have configured here. I do a pull request, and that activates even more stringent quality bar tests to make sure what it is that I'm delivering won't break anything. And really, what that looks like, again, we're back to requirement 1. I've got my commits here. And on this particular branch, I've enabled continuous integration. So every time I do a commit, behind the scenes, it'll kick off a build and do just a code compile check. It'll just compile my code to make sure I'm committing all the artifacts that I need to. And it'll send me an email with a report of, here's your build report. It failed because, you forgot your staging table, or it built successfully. Nothing really to report. And once we've done that, we can create a pull request. And then as part of our pull request, we can add in all sorts of various automations and just tests to make sure that what is being included in the pull request meets a certain quality bar. And you can define what that quality bar is. So real quickly, when you've got a pipeline, you can turn on continuous integration in any pipeline. It doesn't have to be Git or TFVC. It can be any pipeline. So you can go to triggers, select the schedule, and then filter on the branch if you want this to be branch specific. But check that enable continuous integration checkbox. And anytime there's a commit against that specific branch, it'll kick off a build and let you know what happened. An example of a pull request, so I'll speed through this fairly quickly. I'm pulling feature 1 into main. You can see here at the green arrow, I've got an X++ class build pipeline queued. So right now, I'm just waiting for the result of that build. And I've got 3 total checks on this pull request currently. It automatically merged all my code for me, which is nice. If it couldn't do that, we'll review what that would look like. You can see I've got my linked worked items at the red arrow in the bottom right. And right now, this is not assigned to a reviewer because we haven't made it past our quality bar checks to make sure this merges, this compiles, this passes, X, Y, and Z tests. This particular build pipeline I set up with, it has to pass a build in order to be considered for a pull request. It has to have work items associated with the commits, and additionally, this is just an optional one. Code coverage, the code coverage result from my classic pipeline is checked here as well. So this is next we'll cover an example of just what a merge conflict would look like and what the experience would be. So I'm committing feature 2. I'm pulling that from feature 2 branch into main branch. I do have a required check that was successful. I do have work items linked. But if you look down here, I've got some merge conflicts. And now I'm going to have to manually resolve those merge conflicts. I do this by clicking on the conflicts tab, but I just wanted to call out the reviewer is now assigned to me. In this instance, I'm the only user, so I had to go back to me. But it would go to either the developer who created the merge conflicts or a more senior resource to resolve those merge conflicts. But we failed some tests. We can see what those tests were, and now it's going to a senior resource to review, disposition, and potentially send it back to the original developer. So, real quickly, if you're familiar with this sort of looks like an upgraded version of what you'd get in Visual Studio. But you can see I've got my conflicts on the left, my specific errors down along the bottom with the green arrows, and then I can take left or keep target. I can also do a manual merge as well. But you can sort of see feature 1 and feature 2. It's just an info log in a main method on runnable class 1 are incompatible. So when I look at the sort of the workflow for this, I've got my requirement 2 commits with my continuous integration builds. I've got my pull request, and now I've got a conflict. So I've got to decide what I'm going to do here. And this all happens prior to making to the main branch. So yes, we have some issues, but they're being created and called out before they make it into our main branch. So no end user would potentially see this, and that's sort of kept on the back end for us to resolve rather than have it be visible by an end user. So next, when talking about different branches, you can talk about new and sort of different ways to manage your resources. So let's say I've got 2 developers, and I need to deliver what's on my screen in a particular time frame. So time is just an arrow that's pointing to the right along the bottom. I could have developer 1 work on the items in the boxes in blue, and you can see they don't overlap. So I, make a branch for requirement 3. They commit it. I create another branch for bug 1, and they commit that, and it gets pulled and accepted. And then, the items in the green box, that could be another developer working on other things. But you can still see, a branch per requirement. Those are typically short-lived, and then we pull it up into the main branch and just sort of carry on. Additionally, you can have one developer flip between branches. This gets into some more technical considerations because X++ doesn't exactly like the way that Git manages stuff, so you might have multiple versions, so you'll have to use multiple versions of files related to different branches, so you have to use symlinks. There's a link at the end where we discuss how to manage that, but just call that out. But really, you want to try and keep it 1 requirement per developer per amount of time, and then when they finish that, they move on to the next thing. If there's a bug in the original, like let's say there's a bug in requirement 1, we can just make a new branch to resolve that bug in requirement 1. It doesn't necessarily have to go back to the original developer. So it's allows you to play mix and match with developers and bugs and just deliver more faster. Next, we're going to talk about YAML. So this is a high-level slide. YAML is really cool. So it's a human-readable data serialization engine. What it means is you can use this to build a pipeline, whether it's a build pipeline or a release pipeline. You can add it to source control, And then you can tell DevOps to say, hey, I want to build a pipeline from this artifact and source control. So you can create your pipelines on demand. So you can basically create them once and recycle them throughout all of your different branches. And you don't have to keep on building new pipelines. Like for TFVC, you build your like pipeline for dev, you build your pipeline for, let's say, trunk or main, and then your pipeline for release. So you can just add it once to source control, and then it'll just recycle it and use it as many times as you like. So next, we sort of briefly touched on testing, and I wanted to run through the two types of testing systems that we'll be using when working with X++. And that is systest and ATL, or the acceptance test library. You know, systest is automatically discoverable. It's already built into the template. You just have to tell it which DLL to use. And systest is based for unit, best used for unit tests. I'm going to walk through a couple examples. Similar with ATL, it's just more component or simple integration testing, and we're going to review those real quick. So first, you know, this is what an example of a systest class would look like. This is pulled right from Microsoft Docs. Along the top, we have a class called FM unit test sample, which extends this test case. This is an example of a method that runs a test, and at the very end, you can see this. You know, we have this dot assert equals. And the expected total should match the actual total calculated in this. And if it does, then that test passes. Otherwise, it fails. And similarly, you know, this is a more relatable test. We're doing a validate field on a car class based on the number of doors. So, you know, can a car have -1 doors? No, we would expect that test to fail by design. But then can a car have 4 doors? Yes, it can. That should be a passing test. So next, this is what ATL would look like. And ATL is very powerful and very easy to work with, sort of once you wrap your head around the Fluent model of how it works. So real quick, this is again pulled from Microsoft Docs, so you can go check this out. There's a link at the end of the presentation for where to find this. We have in the blue box, you know, we basically set up our tests. We get a default warehouse based on the company we're in. We'll create a new item based on the warehouse that we're in. We adjust the inventory for that item to be 100 in our default warehouse. Next, we create a sales order. Next, we add a sales line to our sales order. We set the item on that, and we set that item to have a sales quantity of 10. Next, we reserve 3 against that sales line that we just created. And then finally, you know, we'll take a look at what the result of all of that was. So we should have a -7 with an on order, because we have to flip the sign, and then -3 with a status of reserved physical. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. This kind of stuff in 2012 specifically was unimaginable. To create a item, you know, find a default warehouse, create an item, adjust it in, create a sales order, create a sales line, reserve on that sales line, and then check the values. I can't think of a way that you could do that in 2012 without at least 200 lines of code. And here we're doing it. I mean, we almost have as many comments as we do lines of code here. So ATL is super powerful for when you need to generate test data and build stuff in a known state and then test against that known state. So next, when talking about tests, we have different pipelines available for builds, and that limits how we can use those tests. So like if you're using the serverless builds, which is the free option from Microsoft, that will do a simple build. It's Azure hosted, but all it will do is a build. It won't do any of the more complicated tasks, like do a database sync to make sure people aren't changing data types on your tables, which can happen. It happens maybe once a year for me, but you know, it catches it and then we resolve it. You know, so the serverless builds cannot do unit tests or ATL tests. as well. But when you get into a dedicated build server, it doesn't necessarily have to be hosted in Azure. There are other options. When looking at the infrastructure side with Azure hosted, that's all orchestrated through Azure DevOps with pipelines. You don't have to do anything. You just have to configure it and basically tell it what to install, how to do the build, and then you review the result. If you'd like to do a cloud-hosted environment, that's provisioned by LCS, hosted in your Azure, and then there's a build agent from Azure DevOps installed on it, and it just does whatever Azure DevOps asks it to do, which could be a simple build, database sync, running sys tests, unit tests, restoring databases. It can do all sorts of things. And the third option is really either on-premise or other. So you can modify the VHD from Microsoft to build your own virtual machine. You can host it wherever you would like, and you can do these builds on demand. So it could be in Azure, it could be on-prem. It's really up to you. If you're interested in finding out more about setting up a build pipeline where we dynamically create a machine, a VM to do your builds, whatever that build may be, check out Adria's article right there. When looking at test classifications, there are two that we're most interested in really on the tech side, and that's because we have to write code for them to work, and that is sys-test and ATL, the numbers 1 and 2 there. So you can sort of see what their quote-unquote sweet spot is and how we want to use them. So when we're writing code, those are the kind of things that we could test. But then if we need to start getting into more functional or user-based testing, we would want to use RSAT. RSAT is a huge topic, which I'd love to talk about, but I think I need a whole day to cover everything. But you can sort of see based on the developer focused test types and the user test types, we have pretty good coverage across that whole pyramid for what it is that our test will need to do. So we just have to start writing and integrating our unit tests and component tests using sys-test and ATL to really start, driving value and getting rid of end user testing on, common stuff. Next, we're going to cover automated release. This has been out for a while, but I just wanted to touch on it real quick. You can release from Azure DevOps to LCS or to UAT. Unfortunately, production is not currently supported. But inside DevOps, you can set up a pipeline to build, and then after the result of that build, create a release pipeline to send your deployable package over to LCS. You can see it right there in LCS. It's easy to select from. You don't have to download it to your machine and then re-upload it. The only call out here is if you're doing this a lot, you will have to manually periodically clean up LCS just because there's no built-in functionality to delete packages that are more than 60 days old with no reference to an environment or this, that, or the other thing. But still pretty easy. So as you're creating builds, they can just be sent over to LCS and you can take them from there. Conversely, this is where we start to see a lot of value is we can start setting up release pipelines to release to a specific environment. Any standard environment in LCS we can be deployed to. Production is not currently supported. But what that means is, here's an example of an LCS project. I have a client that has multiple standard acceptance test environments. I can deploy from a build with a release pipeline to any of these on any schedule that I set. Really any of these will work. And it'll send emails out and I can orchestrate, when this would happen. Let's say every Friday night I want to deploy a new build and I'd send an email and say, here's what's in that build. I can do that against all my standard environments, but not production. Sort of lastly, if you want to find out more about how to configure this type of pipeline, there's a link here from Andrea for how to get that all configured. So now when we sort of take a look at all of that stuff that I've just talked about, we look at, and I call this the new feedback loop. This is again a slide from Microsoft. This is more C# centric, but it can apply to us in a lot of areas as well. you have your engineer, working in Visual Studio using Azure repos like Git, and using test plans like systest and ATL in conjunction with pipelines. And that will build, build, test, orchestrate, and deploy some of our apps, which would be finance and operations, using LCS. And then inside LCS, we can get feedback as to what's going on in our apps, and then go back to our engineer and our Azure boards to resolve. So it's this infinite loop of, we deliver high quality code, we monitor it, we get feedback, as things change. Let's say we added a table, that table now has 1 million records, and we need to add some additional indexing. We'll get that feedback and address it, and then go right back into Visual Studio to add that index, commit it, do a pull request, and then complete the circle again. So another way to look at this, and this is how Microsoft does it and how they deliver the product, is to release, deploy, operate, monitor, plan, code, build, test, and then just keep that going forever, because Microsoft, that's how Microsoft delivers to us. We get 10 updates a year, and we have to keep track of sort of all of our changes. Sometimes they do introduce breaking changes, and we have to be prepared for those. But really, it's less just, get software out the door and we never see it again. To more, we're going to have to continue to manage the stuff as Microsoft keeps on providing updates. So we've covered a lot. Here are all the sources for various things that I've talked about in today's presentation. These are much more deeper dive articles from myself, Adria, who's a fellow MVP, and Paul Heisterkamp, who's also a fellow MVP, as well as Microsoft Docs. So if you'd like to know more and start getting your hands dirty and setting this up for yourself, here's a lot of good documentation on how to do that. But lastly, just sort of in summary, I think Git can really help you take your delivery to the next level with automation around building, testing, and deployment. So thank you, everyone. Right after this presentation, my slide deck will be uploaded to my GitHub. So if you'd like to pick that up and take a look at all the links included throughout the presentation, feel free. Thank you. Did we have any questions?
Thank you, Nathan. This is Rachit. The session was really a good beginner's guide for anyone who wants to embark on this Git version control. I know this is so much in an area of interest for every technical person. Everyone wants to use Git now for version control. So thanks a lot for sharing these insights. We have a few questions. So first question is, the way we can link the change sets when we are using TFVC to the DevOps requirement, can we still do it in Git? Like when we do a pull request, can we link it to the DevOps requirements?
Yes, we can. And that's, it's optional. I typically set up that rule to be enforced so that when I commit something to a branch, it'll reject it and say, hey, I need to know what work item this relates to. And then when you do a pull request for all commits on that branch, it will pull in all of the work items associated with all those commits onto your pull request.
Right, that's a great benefit, because generally when we run a build, we need to identify which features or which bugs were developed or fixed as a part of that release. So that answers. Thank you for that. There is another question, like when we are using Git as our version control, does it impact the way our release pipelines are configured? Like there are some release tasks released by Microsoft to deploy the packages in tier 2 environments. Does it impact if we use TFVC or Git in our build?
It does. I believe it's the very first step where you have to map your version control, where you're pulling your code from to build. So you'd associate that with Git, and you only do one folder. And then I think it's step 4, you have to basically tell it where to find your projects and where to find your code, because now they're in the same place. But it's very minimal. I think Paul Heisterkamp actually wrote an article on how to find that, and I believe that was one of the linked articles that I had near the end. But otherwise, the build pipeline doesn't specifically care so long as it knows where to find its projects and where to find its code. You could host it in Subversion if you really wanted to. I mean, please don't. But the pipeline doesn't care where it gets the code from, just as long as it consistently can find that code.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And just one more last question, like, are there any best practices or guidelines around naming convention for these branches which developers create when they do a pull request?
Not really that I'm aware of. The branches themselves, when you make them, should be tied to a work item. And Paul actually wrote an article on that as well that I referenced. When you make a new work item, you can just say make a new branch for this work item, and that takes your branch, whatever it's called, and ties it to that work item. So you don't necessarily need to know branches or naming conventions. You know, it could just be branch work item 154. It doesn't really matter because you put the two together and then you can't separate them.
Cool. Lot of comments about the appreciation of this session, Nathan. Everyone is liking this. So thanks a lot for coming on a Sunday and giving this session and sharing your time with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And if you have any more questions or follow-ups, you know, I'm on Twitter, so feel free to send questions there.
Yeah, we all are following you there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Nathan. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Cheers.
Hi, Richard.
Hey, Kamar. That was such a good session from Nathan.
Indeed, it was. So I think we are now moving towards the last session, AMR. And
hey, everyone.
So what we're gonna do now is that we will stream live, our next session, which is about certifications and Microsoft Learn. So it's going on in our Power Platform stream, but don't worry if you are tuned into this stream. I'll just bring it live in a few moments, and we'll just have one more promo to watch. So when you watch the promo, I'll bring it up.
All good.
All good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Just
Hi, thank you, Uruj, for having us. I guess session. Let's see how this session goes. Share the recording, and in case we need to answer anything, feel free to contact us. So first of all, everyone, I think I'll be good to start. Uruj, if that's okay.
Yes, sure.
All right, brilliant. So first of all, thank you for joining me and Majid. And sadly, this is going to be the last session of this amazing 3 days of Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. We have gone through lots of sessions, have learned from many of the great speakers, Microsoft MVPs and Microsoft professionals, जिन्होंने अपने experience, अपनी knowledge आप लोगों के साथ share की. होप कि आप लोगों को वो यूजफुल लगा होगा, और आई एम होपिंग कि ये जो सेशन है हमारा, it will help you out as well in your career planning. So before I start and go further, can I just check if you guys can see my screen?
I can.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's get the ball rolling. So Let me know if it's going okay. Okay. All right. So this session, we will be talking about, I think this is going to cover Microsoft Learn and Microsoft certification. So I welcome you all, Khosh Aamdeed, and aap sabka swagat. And moving further, I will now go through the agenda. And before even I go to the agenda, let me just introduce myself so you know who we are and what we have been doing and what sort of knowledge we carry at the moment to share with you. So myself, I'm Mohammed Atif. I'm the VP Solution and Services, Magic Global. I got the 20 plus years of experience on solution design and delivery. I got number of certifications as I've earned it throughout my career. I'm the Prince 2 certified, I'm the Scrum Masters, I'm the Togo certified, and I got few Microsoft certifications as well. As my day-to-day, I'm empowering and supporting my customers in their journey to digital transformation. And this is all using the Dynamics 365 and Power Platform, which I am enjoying it and loving it. And that's the reason I'm sitting in front of you guys as well. Other than my day-to-day job, I'm actively involved in many Dynamics and Power Platform community. I'm also one of the organizer for Pakistan UG, and will continue to support this community activities. I'm happily married with two lovely daughters, Anaya and Alisa. And when I don't have anything else, which is very, very rare, but I try to spend some time with friends and family and to keep myself fit, at least to keep myself ready for the work. So I love playing badmintons and do some sort of exercise and traveling. So that's what I do. Majid, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Atif. So myself, Majid Ali Nagori. Well, I have a 15 years plus experience, mostly in
I think Majid, is that me or I think I'm noticing some internet issue? It's better now. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Okay, let's continue from where I think I have left. So I have 15 plus of years of experience, and I'm Microsoft certified trainer for 13 years now, alhamdulillah. And other than that, most of my experience is Microsoft related, providing enterprise services. Well, earlier I was providing
Ajit, could you please turn off your screen camera so that it would be, I think, better that we can hear you.
Yeah, exactly.
Please turn off your camera.
Let's try that.
Yeah.
So is it better now?
Yep, much better.
Okay. So I've done, I don't know, so many certification, mostly in Microsoft, but other than that, I'm ITIL certified and I'm CH certified. And I've also done some certification in networking also. As far as Microsoft is concerned, I'm working since the era of
We're still having problems to hear you.
All right. So Majid, if you can kindly check your connections while I'll continue in the meantime, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. So that was a very interrupted Majid introduction. Hope you can see on the screen, but feel free to contact for more details about Majid. So I'll move on to the, I think, the topic or the agenda what we'll be covering. We will start our agenda and cover the introductions. What is this session about? I'll try to keep it very, very high level. I'm conscious this is the last session and everyone is really tired, and it's Sunday as well, so we'll keep it very, very short. Then we'll talk about the tools, what Microsoft has provided us is Microsoft Learn. And then we will be talking about Microsoft Learn TV. This is another platform which helps lots of professionals and people like me to learn more. So we'll give a little bit more insight what exactly it's all about. And then we'll go to the main topic of the day, is the Microsoft certifications, what we have it and how you can get more out of it. Okay, so that's what we'll cover. In the meantime, if you have any particular questions you want to ask, feel free to leave the comments. If you're using LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, just leave the comments, and our moderator teams should be able to pick it up and we'll answer it. And if you don't end up having a lot of time left, then definitely it'll come back to you through the emails and you can respond it. Okay. Let's move on then. Introduction. So in these 3 days of event, I guess हम सब ने ही बहुत सारी चीजें सीखी, functionalities, dynamics की, power platform की capabilities, हमारे Microsoft professionals ने product roadmap का थोड़ा सा idea दिया हमें, बहुत सारे लोगों ने implementation की जो experience है, जो challenges हैं, वो सारी चीजें शेयर की. तो हमने बहुत सारी चीजें लर्न की. God knows how many other things. There's a long list. If you'll see, go back to the agenda, so we see lot of things we have learned. So अब इसके बाद what exactly we need to do, how you get involved, how you upskill yourself. You need to improve or enhance your skill set for your career. So we will be talking in this session, so how you can start your learning journey about the platform itself, because this is all the platform here. You have seen it, people talking about it, even people have shared it, how they have been using it and how they can better use it in the situation where we are. This COVID situation, this is a very, very weird time we all have been going through, and this time is forcing us you know, for the ongoing continuous business transformation. This is forcing us and especially businesses as well, that they need to start considering, and they are doing it. A lot of people have started considering that how they need to move into the digital transformation. Things have changed. People are not going to the shops anymore because 6 o'clock in Pakistan, everything is closed, but you still have to do, girls have to still do shopping. How they can live without it, right? So we need to provide them the platform, and this is where we will be helping, and Microsoft is ready to help. So how you have to do it? So this certification will give you an edge with the industry recognized skills and credential that would help you to enhance your career and become part of the successful implementation and delivery team. अब वो implementation और delivery team depend on your career path. आपका इंटरेस्ट, आप फंक्शनल भी बन सकते हो, आप टेस्टर भी बन सकते हो, आप डेवलपर भी बन सकते हो, आप सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट भी बन सकते हो, आप डिलीवरी लीड्स भी बन सकते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर भी. देयर आर सो मेनी ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल through this platform. Okay, so we'll be touching all these things, and then it will definitely give you some idea how to move forward. So to start this, what we have, Microsoft Learn. So what Microsoft has done it, Microsoft has created a platform to help you learn at the pace of this fast change. This is going through, right? So this is the platform. So this is a one-stop shop, I would say, that anything you want to learn, just come here and learn it. So what it is, MS Learn is Microsoft Learn is an online platform that offer free interactive hands-on training, and the beauty is 24 hours 7 days a week. So you don't have to even wait for the evening or go to offices or some training institute. You're just there, turn on your laptop, connect with the internet, and there you go. Your training is start. So this is all there on the fingertips, right? And these training, if you will see, there is a link as well. So when you will further explore it, so these trainings are very much concise now and help you to learn the new technologies in a very, very short span of time. Means कि आज जो आपको sessions देखेंगे उसमें content मिलेंगे, पहले हमारे पास घंटों के वो sessions होते थे, तो लोग सुन रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, इसमें आपके 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट, मैक्सिमम 60 मिनट से ज्यादा के कोई कंटेंट नहीं. So it will help you to quickly learn things and pick up without getting bored. So this is the platform जो कि आप अपनी लर्निंग को मैनेज करने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं. इसको आप टैग कर सकते हैं, इसको बुकमार्क कर सकते हैं, इसके अंदर कुछ पॉइंट सिस्टम है. दैट हेल्प्स मी टू मोटिवेट कि मुझे आगे भी पढ़ना है, क्योंकि मैं देख सकता हूं कितने पॉइंट्स अर्न कर लिए हैं. तो वो सारी चीजें आपको इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे मिलेंगी. मूविंग फर्दर इन दिस, सो if you will see further on the Learn, Microsoft Learn is actually consolidated all the training asset and all related material at one place. So you will find everything here. And before we were spending hours and hours of the long materials, reading it through, getting bored is not anymore, right? This is a very, very simple, and it's kind of a mixed modality of some of the text, video, quizzes, hands-on lab, which is a beauty. So you can see, and that would help you to learn things quickly. So without any instructor lead sessions, Microsoft has implemented this platform in a way that you are working with some instructor and they are just guiding you, okay, do this and now follow the steps, do the hands-on lab, and I will check it. So they are giving you everything, and someone is checking it for you. You're earning the point. So this is the platform will help. Okay, so that's another aspect. And if you will go further, how do you track? And when you're going through this Microsoft Learn, you will see a terms or somewhere on the link, you will see the learning path. So what is a learning path is actually? Learning path guide you the series of logically connected module based on your chosen career journey. Okay, so you can pick up any route and you will see in that learning path all the related contents, all the modules, which helps you to quickly pick up things. And as you're learning, you pick up any certain path, you will see there are some points available, you are running it. So that's called XP. You will see on the screen, XP is the experience point. So as you are going through with your learning, you can carry on and it will start adding up in your profile, which obviously we're all living in the social world and we love to share all the good news, our achievements on the social media with our friends and family. तो उसी चीज को कॉन्सेप्ट को जहन में रखते हुए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने उस चीज को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है. तो आप जब अपनी ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, लर्निंग कर रहे हैं, all those points you can easily learn it. Okay, so that would go through, that would help you. So just for your future reference, when you're going into the Microsoft Learn, learning path is just a series of logically connected module based on your chosen career journey, which you will see it, and it will help you to pick up what exactly you want to do it. All right, moving further, we talked about the Microsoft Learn TV. What is this Learn TV? It's actually, again, you have seen Microsoft Learn offering hundreds of free self-paced learning module, which you can use in your time. But what does this Learn TV helping? What is the purpose of this? It's actually expanding it further. And what is expanding? It's actually bringing lots of live stream session like this and many other sessions. वो लाइव स्ट्रीम में भी आ रहे हैं, वो शोज भी हो रहे हैं, उसमें इंस्ट्रक्शनल आपके पास वीडियो हैं, गाइडेंस हैं. वो कौन दे रहा है? माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एक्सपर्ट्स, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एडवोकेट्स, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इंजीनियरिंग टीम के पीपल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कम्युनिटी जो कि पीपल लाइक पाकिस्तान यूजर ग्रुप, ये सारे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जो कि अपना टाइम निकाल के आपके लिए कंटेंट तैयार कर रहे हैं, आपके लिए सेशंस कर रहे हैं. तो आपको विदाउट थिंकिंग एनीथिंग, देयर इज ऑलवेज समथिंग ऑन इट. इवन इफ यू विल गो नाउ, you will see there are some sessions happening, so you can pick it up and carry on learning. So this is the one-stop shop to learn and grow. And I have put this link as well, so whenever you get chance, so you can go to the microsoft.com/learn and TV. You will see the more relevant information there. Okay, and then the last one comes to the main topic, Microsoft certifications. Majid, are you there now?
Yep, I am.
Okay, do you want to share your screen or you want to just go through?
Well, I've already shared, so I'm ready for that.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah. So guys, dosto, Atif has already told us a lot about all the session and the things and the areas that we are going to cover, but there are certain things that I would like to add. There's one thing, one confusion that that is for the experienced professional. They might think of this Learn platform as a new. It is new, and they might think that it might there's some confusion with this platform. Like earlier, if any of the any of the professional who has some experience would remember that there were a couple of platforms, like there was a TechNet, there was a MSDN, and then there were blogs and all that different stuff scattered where you use to get information, and where you want to, or you would use to connect with the community. But this platform, Learn is also part of another big platform which is called docs.microsoft.com. So this documentation or docs platform, it is actually consolidating everything here. You can not only learn new things, you can also interact with the community. You can also take part in improving the content by suggesting anything. So there are so many aspects of this Learn platform that I'm really would like to share, and we will go in depth in that area also while we will be demoing you. So certifications. So although certification is really a big space, so that might we might not be able to cover everything, but what we will do, we will try to focus on with the audience that this event is all about, Dynamics and Power Platform. But I would like to give you an overview of some other areas also, because Microsoft is a really big tech company which has different aspects. Like whenever we think of I'm just giving an example. Whenever we think of whenever a name comes, Oracle, we know that we are talking about database. Or maybe if some of us know that its acquisitions, so we can tell that okay, well, Oracle is also working in Java and some other areas possibly, but these are the two things that you can tell about Oracle. But when it comes to Microsoft, well, practically Microsoft has everything. Like they have database which is really successful and implemented throughout the industry with really enterprise class applications. For example, even SAP is supported with SQL. So they have database. When it comes to ERP, well, they have ERP, which is this Dynamics 365. When it comes to cloud, Microsoft has the cloud, and it is a really big cloud. Well, they statistically speaking, they are commercially number 2, and they posted a really good numbers this quarter. So they are growing and growing. So that was natural. Like since Microsoft is leading multiple areas in the technology, so the idea behind having this certificate is to accredit a person who has a level of knowledge. For example, मैं इस तरह कहूँगा, क्या हो कि आपके पास कुछ experience आ जाए, तो what would be the way for you to get industry and people know कि हाँ आपको काफी कुछ आता है? तो definitely the way would be if you get accredited by the that technology provider, in our case Microsoft. So that is that is why certifications are necessary. And it is not only that you need certification to get yourself accredited, but trust me, I'm with the industry for like 15 plus years. So most of my experience, I got knowledge I got from self-learning, observation, well, obviously with my seniors and mentors. But this certifications also taught me a lot of things. Because what happens whenever we are doing our day-to-day job, or we are doing some projects, that have some scope. We cannot go beyond, too far beyond that scope. But when it comes to get yourself certified for a particular technology, we have to cover that technology with respect to that the creator of that technology. Well, again, Microsoft, for example, I might have, which I have, like experience of working with cloud for like 5+ years. Okay, let's say, but have I covered all of the areas of Azure, and how I can verify that thing, and where would be a point जब मैं ये कहूँगा कि यार मैंने सब कुछ सीख लिया है, so there would be no point, by the way. It is always learning, and this is all about, this is the reason why we put this tagline, learn how to learn, because this is something I have learned in my 15 years plus of career. Like, if you want to get into some bandwagon technology, so first you need to have your resources, you need to identify those resources, and then you need to understand those. So this would be our our prime objective of this session. We will actually teach you how to learn. मैं एक बड़ी अच्छी कहावत मुझे भी एक याद आई है. I would like to tell you guys this a saying. There is a Japanese quote, like, तो मेरी एक आदत रही है, जब भी मैं कोई कोर्स कराता हूँ तो मैं वो जरूर वो कहता हूँ कि मैं सुनता हूँ, मैं देखता हूँ, मैं भूल जाता हूँ, मैं करता हूँ, मुझे याद रहता है, और मैं किसी को बताता हूँ लाइक तो मैं सीख जाता हूँ. So that is the core of learning. So whenever we hear something, so yes, we tend to remember that for some time, but when we do it or when we see it, we tend to remember it a longer period of time, for a longer period of time. But when we perform it or when we teach someone, this is where we actually gain the experience, and that remains with us. This is how our brain functions, our neurons. I don't know. Well, we are going too much into science, so let's focus on the our main topic of this certifications. So Microsoft provides certification for different area. Microsoft 365, which is one area. Microsoft 365 is Microsoft Online Services, SaaS services. It has Office 365, the most popular productivity suite, and which has Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Teams, and OneDrive, cloud storage, and there are so many things also. Small applications also part of this suite. Then Microsoft has certification for data and AI, where data also include these databases and all that. So we used to have SQL certified, MCSE, but now it is part of a bigger picture, which is data. And Microsoft also provides, a complete tool set for AI and machine learning, ML. EMS is a security suite for Microsoft. So enterprise mobility plus security to control, to secure the endpoints, our mobile devices, our desktops, PC servers, everything. When now these comes into the picture world, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and Azure. These are the three big platforms provided by Microsoft. So Azure is a fundamentally fundamental technology for all of the services that are provided here. Even Dynamics 365, which is a cloud-based platform, is deployed in on Azure. When we talk about any service from Microsoft, well, behind the main engine, behind the main platform, which is those services are running, is Azure. So you must understand how important this is. So, well, let's move forward, so I can tell you like how to move your career, how to advance your career into a particular area. We will primarily be focusing on Power Platform and Dynamics 365 for now, but you are more than welcome to connect us anytime through our LinkedIn profiles or our email addresses, and we will provide you guidance. This is something I think we owe to the community. So, okay. So, okay. Well, one more thing I would like to tell you. So, certifications are really important, just like interviews. Because this is something I also suggest to my subordinates and my students that you should have, you should go to the industry and get yourself interviewed by anyone, even if you don't want to change your organization, but it is good for you to, give interviews, so you would know like what exactly is running, what is going on in the industry. You might think yourself as you are doing a lot of things or too much, but it might not be too much for you, or for the requirement to get yourself, go with the pace of the technology innovation. So certification is also has the same criteria, because technology changes, so does the certifications. So whenever you attempt for a certification, like what exact area, even if you won't succeed in getting getting passed in for a success for a certification, but you would know like there must be some areas where you need to spend some time, and this is where you will know the importance of learn. And this is why Microsoft actually has combined this learn and certification and everything all together. So this is an overview of well, most, not all, most of the certification provided by Microsoft, but this is not all. I can assure you that.
Yeah, so I want to emphasize on that this is not at all. So this is a few subset of Azure, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, and Power. There's a thousand and thousand of other certifications available.
Yep. So arguably, I might have a certification holder from Microsoft. There isn't any, charts published anywhere, but I think I have, the highest number of certifications in Microsoft, which is, I believe, 60 plus now. So that is a good number. So this is just for your motivation. I'm not into, I don't want to get into any race, but, I just got an opportunity. 15 years a lot. So this is something I actually, I'll also suggest to every professional, whether it is my peer or subordinate or student or anyone. Like, you should attempt at least 2 to 4 certification per year, and I'm quite up to that. So okay, let's discuss a certification. So there are a couple of certification. You don't need to worry about if you won't be able to read specifically what these certifications are. We will tell you more in the slides. But this is how there are certain levels that Microsoft has actually levels: MCP, Microsoft Certified Professional, and then after clearing certain number of certification in a defined pattern, we get MCSA, Microsoft Certified System Administrator or Solution Associate. Later it was changed into Solution Associate. And then if we continue, getting certified into same track, we get the title of MCSE, Microsoft Certified System Engineer at 10 years ago, and then Microsoft Certified Solution Expert, a couple of years back, 2 years back, 2 or 3 years back. But now Microsoft has changed because technology and industry has changed. Now certifications has evolved into role-based certification. So what does that mean? So as Atif explained, like there are so many areas that you can develop your career, you can pursue. For example, you want to become a DevOps certified. If you want to get certified, on Microsoft platform for DevOps, Microsoft has that. If you want to, actually develop your career and data science or AI, you have that covered. If you want to, your career in Power Platform, there are some certification for that. What are those? We will discuss that. And then Dynamics is, by the way, this Dynamics and Power Platform, well, are going away that it might be confusing for some of us. We will try to, resolve that confusion. So let's move forward.
Okay. So Majid, I'm just conscious of the time as well. So we'll quickly wrap up. I think I am quite keen to give sort of a demo as well, so we can quickly do the walkthrough on the Microsoft Learn. So let me just quickly explain. You may have noticed on the chart earlier, there was some sort of category defined, like the level, fundamental, and the role base. So when you're exploring the Microsoft Learn, you will see certain level of expertise, or the level you will be doing some certification. So fundamental, this is actually the learning path for those people who are actually either new to the Dynamics world, or they are coming from the different, they are even professional, but they are coming from the different backgrounds, maybe Java people. I've seen someone commented me on the LinkedIn that he's thinking to move from Java to the Dynamics world. I will welcome him with both hands, definitely. But this is a certification which will help you to understand, actually get the flavor of everything, not in great detail, but it will be good enough to understand when people are talking about the Dynamics. You will say, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's what I know it. When they will talk about the finance, they will talk about the supply chain, they will talk about the CE or Power Platform. That will give you enough information to pick it up. But when you want to move further into the further detail, so associate level and associate level core is actually, regardless of any industry or the module, you will understand a little bit more into the finance, maybe into supply chain or CE. So once you're done the fundamental, then you can easily move into the certain certification that would cover and give you the core knowledge, and then it will further specify as a specialization. So in certain area where you want to deep dive into the certain area, like the finance, that I want to become champion of finance, then anyone implementing finance module, and if they need any help, then I'm the person. So you, as a specialized person in that area, you can attempt the certification for that. And the last one is for the people expert. We call expert normally the solution architect, who are covering everything, and they are the people who are mainly and mostly involved with the stakeholders requirement, with the business, so they can map things, so they know inside out. So that level will be called as an expert. We'll go into the demonstration, and we can obviously show you what sort of a expert level certification we have it there. Yes, Majid. Majid, are you there, or you got the internet issue again?
So, yeah, Atif, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you can hear me, I'm here.
Yeah. I can hear you now.
So, Atif has really told us a really good, point about this. The is not only for the newcomers who want to, pursue in a career, but it is also good for anyone who want to learn something new. It is like, well, as it says, master the basics. So it will actually, get into that lingo, so you will understand, like, what exactly this technology or this track is all about. So fundamental, it is not required, but it is highly recommended to learn, to get trained on, or if you want to, then get certified on. Microsoft usually, occasionally provide, especially in this COVID era, free certification for fundamentals for their specific program, which is called Virtual Training Days. So you guys are encouraged to look into those trainings. So fundamentals 900, if you want to start your career, if you want to understand what Power Platform is all about, we should start from PL. I will tell you, more about it, how to get started on this, and how to identify how to actually, to define your learning path in your in Microsoft Learn. Then these are the actual tracks, associate tracks, and as you can see this by their name, like this particular certification PL100 is for Platform App Maker. So anyone who want to develop apps, I'm not saying basic or something, but just because Power Apps are actually they have this like punchline, no code or low code application. So this is for those who really don't want to code much, or who don't have most experience in coding, but they can even start from here. So for functional consultant, why we have functional consultant in Power Platform, we will tell you more about in coming slides. But if you want to build your career as a functional consultant for Power Platform, so PL200 is something for you. And then if for a core developer, for a backend developer, so Power Platform developer certification is for those. And this data analyst you might see as yeah, please.
Majid, we are running out of time, so can we just quickly run through, and maybe you can use the last 2 minutes for the quick walkthrough, please, so everyone can. Sure. Obviously, people can go into the Microsoft Learn, explore it, and feel free to get in touch for further detail. But there are a list of. So I really want to do the quick walkthrough on the platform itself, please.
Okay.
We got 2 minutes.
So, so you will get this recording. So just for the sake of getting these covered, let me go through these slides. So this is something. So Power Platform and Dynamics, especially CRM track, they run together. So another punchline. So better together. So you will see, like some of the certification. Well, all of the certification of CRMs are achieved after getting certified on PL200. So these are the some areas of Dynamics CRM. And then after that, we have the last of our slide, which covers the ERP section of Dynamics 365. So there are some tracks for finance functional consultant, for supply chain of area, and then even we have a app developer track for Dynamics 365. Finance and operation. And this is a new thing, which is a Business Central, which is based on the Microsoft Dynamics